Basketball scientist. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176. Science is the primary productive force. Playing in the playoffs with the Cavaliers also has its advantages. The first matchup will be broadcast live across the United States. Even though the Rockets did not make the playoffs, Kylian is the only one that Chinese fans pay attention to. The attention is directly full. Scientist vs Little Emperor. Kylian has the advantage in terms of reputation. Why has China's modern history been bullied by the powers? In a deeper sense, maritime civilization can breed physics, and physics is the core of science. Agricultural civilization can only breed biology, not physics. So macroscopically speaking, the development of Western civilization is inevitable to surpass Eastern civilization. In a shallower sense, the Qing government's closed-door policy made China's productivity lag far behind the West, and science and technology are the primary productive forces. In front of science, what is the emperor? The Hawks played in the playoffs for the first time in recent years. The atmosphere at home was extremely hot. When Paul and Joe Johnson came on the court, the cheers were deafening. James looked at Kylian across the court, frowning and looking unfriendly, until Paul came over to say hello, and then he reacted. The two had played against each other in the AAU championship in middle school and knew each other. In fact, there are all kinds of training camps and tournaments in the United States, and these talented players of similar age have no shortage of opportunities to play against each other. Garnett and Pierce grew up in completely different environments, but they also played against each other in middle school. The sports culture of the United States is sometimes really enviable. In the G1 game, Mike Brown adjusted the starting lineup and put Larry Hughes back in the starting lineup to strengthen the team's starting lineup. Objectively speaking, this is a very wise choice. When the team strengthened on the spot, adjustments are not as good as the opponent, and they are still playing away. Mike Brown needs to come up with some surprises to deal with the Hawks. If he continues with conventional tactics, Mike Brown has no confidence that he can win the series. Josh Smith and Ile Gorska stood in the middle, responsible for the jump ball respectively. The referee told them as usual, first, never act on impulse. Second, never miss any bad things. Third, always referee fairly and beautifully. In the regular season, Josh Smith had 77 opening jump balls, 21 wins and 56 losses, a very low winning rate. However, in the first jump ball of the playoffs, he got the ball for the Hawks with a lighter bounce, making a good start for this game. The most significant difference between the playoffs and the regular season is in defense. Regardless of the defensive ability, at least the attitude and enthusiasm have been raised to a higher level. As soon as Paul received the ball, the 5 Cavaliers retreated to their own half like a tide, giving the Hawks no chance to fast break. After the Cavaliers retreated, they still had a defensive posture that was a bit like 1-2 zone defense, but the 2 inside players raised their defense a bit, and you didn't know whether they were defending a zone or man-to-man defense. But Paul didn't care what kind of defensive routine he was. He didn't use the inside to help with the pick and roll, and used his footwork to force Snow. Paul successfully led Snow to the wing, and then passed the ball back to Dio, who had been staying in the high position. He took the opportunity to shake off Snow, and rushed to the baseline. After Dio received the ball, he made a fairly standard shooting action, dribbled past Big Z, and then cleverly broke through to the inside, attracting James. At the same time, Josh Smith quickly sank to the bottom, pinning Gooden's attention. At this time, Dio hit the ground and passed the ball to Paul, who was around the Cavaliers' penalty area. The latter easily made a layup and scored the first point of the Hawks in many playoffs. The Cavaliers' record soared this season, and the defensive system built around James played a great role. Compared with the tyrannical offensive end, James can better demonstrate his physical fitness on the defensive end, filling in for his teammates. The Cavaliers' defensive efficiency ranks 6th in the league, and they are definitely a strong defensive team. However, this system built around a defensive core, with other players with average defensive ability, is often difficult to match up with a team like the Hawks with many ball-holding offensive points. This is true for the Timberwolves and the Cavaliers. The Cavaliers attacked, Snow dribbled across half court, and handed the ball to James. Ham didn't want to cover. Facing Pose's defensive strategy of defending against breakthroughs, but not against shots, he lowered his waist and turned sideways, then shifted gears and accelerated, carried Posey, and forcibly pushed the opponent away. Breaking through Posey does not mean that the Hawks' defensive system has been solved. Josh Smith came up to make up for the defense in time. James changed direction and walked to the baseline to shake Josh, then pulled the ball back, and before Posey returned to defense, he exerted force on his feet, jumped lightly, and then shot. The basketball went into the net cleanly. James completed this set of actions with ease. But physical fitness made it easy for him to complete difficult actions under strong confrontation. He is worthy of being a being who can represent humans to fight aliens. Both sides' first attacks were successful, and both reflected their own offensive characteristics. Yoga said, how to limit James must be a very difficult problem for Coach Kalyan. Hey, second sound, that's right. Let's look at the Hawks' attack just now. The overall ball transmission, from Paul's breakthrough, pass to Dio, and then slipped to the baseline. Dio passed back. This is what we often call high-low coordination. On the other hand, looking at the Cavaliers, it is relatively simple. James took the ball and broke through, and the Hawks just couldn't defend it. Zhang Hela's commentary cannot be said to be useless, but it can only be said to have little value. The two people were still analyzing, and the Hawks' offense was successful again. Dio pulled to the high position and brought out Big Z pull, and Josh Smith played pick and roll, attracted the defense, and then passed the ball to Josh Smith. The latter broke into the basket, attracted James to make up for the defense, and then sent a behind the back pass to help Posey in the bottom corner hit an open three-pointer. Posey is a typical 3D player, reliable in defense, and has a fixed three-pointer on the offensive end. But he is not suitable for the run and gun tactics, and shooting three-pointers from behind is not his specialty. He missed many open three-point opportunities in the regular season, and his outside shooting rate was only 33%. His relatively unstable three-pointer was also mentioned by Mike Brown in his preparations before the start of the playoffs. However, once he entered the offense and defense of the positional battle, and waited for shooting opportunities, after positioning in the bottom corner, Posey's shooting rate was still very reliable. Mike Brown watched this ball, and shouted on the sidelines, clapping his hands constantly, reminding the players to concentrate and pay attention to the defense. Looking back, the Cavaliers' offense also succeeded. Larry, who's dribbled the ball across half court, used his speed advantage to force Joe Johnson, and forced Joe Johnson to retreat, and then made a quick stop jump shot. The Cavaliers' second in command is really capable, but the problem is that he is incompatible with James. The key is whether such singles can continue. The Hawks attacked. Paul took the ball to the front court, facing Snow's defense, and suddenly pulled up for a jump shot after a strong breakthrough on the left, but the force was slightly too strong and missed. Gooden protected the rebound. The Cavaliers slowed down the tempo. The players spread out. James and Gooden played pick and roll again, attracted Josh Smith to double team, and then passed to Big Z in the right low position. In terms of size, Big Z is 2 sizes bigger than Dio. Big Z chose to play one-on-one, turned to the middle and shot a jumper, but the ball went wide due to Dio's interference, and Josh Smith grabbed the rebound. Big Z's offense was enough in the regular season, but it was basically unreliable in the playoffs. To put it bluntly, you can find the representative works of Gooden, Gibson and even Varejao in the playoffs, but Big Z basically has none. Posey moved inward to help Josh Smith grab the backcourt rebound, and passed it to Paul immediately. The latter quickly advanced to the front court, and saw that Joe Johnson wanted the ball, but didn't pass it. Suddenly, there was another dry pull-up in the middle. The rhythm of this shot was very good and it hit accurately 7-4. The Cavaliers used up almost all 24 seconds in the positional attack. Who's missed the jump shot due to Josh's interference. Big Z barely grabbed the front court rebound, but was cut off by Paul before he could pass the ball. The Hawks immediately launched a fast break. Paul faced James, constantly changing directions to disrupt the opponent's defensive rhythm, and then passed the ball to Joe Johnson, who was cutting in. James continued to fill in the position, but unexpectedly Joe Johnson threw the ball into the air. Paul jumped up to catch the ball and scored a layup with a rather reluctant posture. 9:4. Behind every difficult alley-oop there is a stupid passer. In other words, Paul's ball sense is really good. If it was someone else, he might have to land first and then handle the ball. With James' physical fitness, he might be able to provide interference. The Cavaliers attacked, and the Hawks changed to a double-team defense. James broke into the crowd and passed the ball to Larry Hughes, who was followed closely by Joe Johnson and had no good chance, so he could only pass it to James, who came out to receive the ball. James lobbed the ball to Gooden, who challenged Josh Smith, turned around and shot but missed. Big Z overpowered Dio to grab the front court rebound, and the ball was passed to the perimeter, and James reorganized the offense. The Cavaliers passed the ball back and forth, dispatching the Hawks' defense. James seized the opportunity and forced a layup, but was interfered by Dio, and the referee called a foul on Dio. Kellyan acted exaggeratedly on the sidelines, putting pressure on the referee. I can understand that you are taking sides, but at least be more professional. Dio didn't even touch James' hand. Is this a foul? The referee came over quickly and gave Kellyan a warning, which was actually admitting defeat, so that Kellyan would stop. James made both free throws. 9:6. After the opening, the game was exciting, but neither side exerted their strength. The Cavaliers were testing the effect of Larry Hughes' transfer to the starting lineup, while the Hawks let Paul attack more resolutely. The feedback from the adjustments made by the two coaches was average, but in this case, Kellyan was sitting on the diorite. Returning to the conventional style of play, the Hawks' position offense mainly plays pick and roll. Paul, Joe Johnson, Josh Smith, and Dio can develop a variety of pick and roll routines. In contrast, the Cavaliers lack some offensive routines. Head coach Mike Brown is to blame for this. As a head coach, he really only uses James, a ball-holding core who can handle most of the offensive work. If you give him a top single player like Kobe, he may not be able to use it well. Moreover, even if he can use James, he has not stimulated James' full potential. Even if he can come up with a 1-star 4-star, Kellyan thinks he has 2 brushes. But in fact, he only knows how to give the ball to LeBron. Many jokes used on Coach Base are actually more suitable for Mike Brown. In the last minute of the first quarter, the Hawks led by 7 points 29:22, and Mike Brown replaced James to buy him some rest time. The Hawks suddenly exerted their strength on the defensive end and adopted a high-pressure defense strategy. Facing the former Steel King, Paul made Larry Hughes make 2 consecutive mistakes. One was a steal and the other was a line step. They seized the Cavaliers' mistakes twice in a row to counter-attack and score. At the end of the first quarter, the score was 33:22, and the Hawks led by 11 points. At the beginning of the second quarter, the Hawks continued to crush the bench lineup. Kellyan sent Eddie House, Joe Johnson, and Kittles on the outside, and David Lee and Milicic partnered in the inside. The positional battle was handed over to Joe Johnson to attack in the middle. Milicic was responsible for side cover, and David Lee cooperated with Joe Johnson to play pick and roll. The two of them were the main scoring points of the Hawks bench. The Hawks' tactics were not complicated. Only 3 people moved on the strong side. Eddie House and Kittles were fixed on the right side, waiting for opportunities to shoot 3-pointers. When teammates could not open up, they looked for opportunities to shoot from the outside through running. On the Cavaliers side, Gooden was in good shape today. He scored 6 points in the first quarter and echoed James in the paint. When the lineup was rotated, he and Larry Hughes continued the Cavaliers' firepower and prevented the Hawks from further widening the gap. If Gooden plays this well, we will encounter some troubles in this round of the series. Snyder next to him said to Kellyan, "Well, our defense is too strong, and it is really hard to defend Gooden's continuous scoring." Kellyan's face was also a little serious. In the best years of the Cavaliers, Gooden has always been the main power forward. He must be very good. His advantages are excellent rebounding protection, comprehensive dunking skills, and even strong defense after pick and roll. The disadvantages that his performance is very unstable, and he is more likely to be distracted on the defensive end. This game happened to be a game where Gooden felt better, and the Cavaliers also had an extra reliable scoring point. The stalemate lasted until the middle of the second quarter, when Kittle suddenly showed his strength. He first hit 2 3-pointers in a row in the bottom corner, then stole the ball from Derek Anderson, and assisted Eddie House to hit a 3-pointer. The Hawks kept going, and widened the gap to 17 points. Seeing this, McBrown had to replace James, and start the scoring mode urgently. Killian certainly would not let Kittles play against James. Posey went up and down with James, and replaced Joe Johnson. If it were the regular season, with such a big lead in hand, Killian would definitely let the main players rest for a longer time. However, in the playoffs, it is common for the main players to die. Seeing that the team's rotation lineup could not beat the Cavaliers led by James, Killian immediately replaced the main players except Joe Johnson. Without Joe Johnson, the island tactics still works. McBrown arranged for James to defend Posey, the worst 3-point shooter of the Hawks, and to help defend the restricted area in the interior, but Posey's best shooting point was the bottom corner. After the neat 3-pointer, the Cavaliers were once again in a dilemma of choosing one of 2 cups of poison. 2 minutes later, Joe Johnson replaced Kittles, and the Hawks' main players returned to their positions and continued to press the Cavaliers. At the end of the half, the team led by 21 points with 63-42, basically locking the victory of the game. G1 was over, but McBrown was not sad. He dared to experiment with the formation in the G1 game, which meant that he was ready to lose G1. The purpose was to use a defeat to find the key to winning the series. And now, he succeeded. He felt that he had found the essence of the island tactics, and at the same time, he also had a way to crack this tactic. Wait, scientist. You are the Earl of Lightning, and I'm the firefighter. In the second half, the Hawks continued to crush the Cavaliers. Atlanta fans haven't enjoyed the feeling of winning a playoff game for many years. They wanted to win this game as perfectly as possible, and it would be best to play a 58 tragedy, so that when the big secret shouts 58 Tong Cheng in the future, James will be the first to think of him. McBrown was immersed in his dream of defeating the Hawks in the next round, and he didn't realize that the team had been abused by the Hawks. At the end of the third quarter, the score difference had reached 38 points. It was exactly the same as the score difference after the third quarter, when the Hornets were abused by the Nuggets. In the first playoff game of his career, James was beaten black and blue by the Hawks. On the bench, his expression was dull, and he had begun to doubt his life. Fortunately, the Hawks didn't have Junior Smith, Cleaser, and even the bully David Lee didn't continue to kill the Cavaliers, who gave up resistance. The Hawks, who had few battles, let the Cavaliers recover 11 points in the last quarter, and finally defeated the Cavaliers 123-96, winning the series G1. When the bell rang, Killian raised his hands, closed his eyes, and walked into the court in a victorious manner. The players behind him jumped up immediately, and then rushed to the 5 players in the court, pounding their chests and shoulders, celebrating wantonly. The home DJ also played the celebratory song in time. In the exciting and cheerful rhythm, the cheerleaders and mascots twisted on the sidelines again. This time they had no organization, and everyone spontaneously expressed their current happy mood. The fans also cheered for the big victory. Some people shook banners and posters, some blew trumpets, and some shouted loudly. There were even D-Head fans who took off their shirts and waved them non-stop. Many fans, whether they knew each other before or not, now high-fived and celebrated. The entire Phillips Arena became a sea of joy, and everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. In fact, it is so easy for competitive sports to bring people joy, and the fans' requirements are also simple. A victory or even a good ball can make them enjoy it for a long time. ESPN reporter Irene came behind Killian with her crew. "Congratulations. Kami won the first victory of the playoffs. What do you want to say? I hope Hawks fans will remember this day. This is just the beginning," Killian said arrogantly. After winning the opponent by 27 points with a let-up, it doesn't make much sense to be humble and say the opponent is very strong. We should focus on fighting the opponent. If McGrady hadn't been so pretentious, Killian would have wanted to say, "Now, I'm already thinking about the next round of games." Well, comment on the Hawks players. Paul won the best player of the game. What do you think of it? Paul is a very good player. He perfectly executed my tactical intentions. After the opening, he led the team with his personal offense and then used passes to connect the team's offense. It can be said that he opened the door to victory for us. And his performance in the regular season was also perfect. He didn't look like a first-year rookie at all. Kellyanne praised Paul highly and finally did not forget to canvass votes for him. What do you think about the next game? The charm of competitive sports lies in its unpredictability. No one knows what will happen before the game starts, but there is no doubt that the Eagles have the upper hand and have a higher chance of winning, Kellyanne said ambitiously. Kellyanne was very arrogant and Mike Brown, who lost the game, did not admit defeat at all. A loss will not affect our confidence in advancing. Losing is not terrible. What's important is that we gained experience from this loss. We are confident that we can turn the gap around in the next game. If you underestimate the Cavaliers because of a big win, you will definitely pay the price. As for what will happen, let's wait and see. Chapter 177. Conquer the away field and advance to the next round. 102:87. This is the score of the Game 2 match between the Hawks and the Cavaliers. According to international practice, the home team is ahead. Compared with the ruthless beating in Game 1, it seems much more decent. In fact, the biggest difference between the two teams in the fourth quarter was 24 points, and the game lost suspense almost halfway through the fourth quarter. Mike Brown called himself a firefighter and wanted to be Zukov who turned the tide. Facts have proved that he is still far from it. Fearing the Hawks' island tactics, Mike Brown figured out the strategy of James mainly defending Josh Smith. In this way, Josh Smith sinks to the bottom corner, and James can ignore him and concentrate on assisting defense. Well, in this way, the island tactics can indeed be cracked, but what if the Hawks do not play the island tactics and let Josh Smith go up to do pick and roll? James switches defense. Josh Smith can play big against small. James searches and blocks after chasing Josh Smith, and Paul or Joe Johnson has the confidence to seize the gap and hit the mid-range. In order to consume James, Kellyanne asked Paul and Joe Johnson to play pick and roll with Josh Smith in every round and desperately consume James on the offensive end. The tactics were very monotonous, and even the Hawks' scoring efficiency was not high. But more importantly, no matter how strong James was, it was difficult for him to maintain his firepower on the offensive end after being targeted and chased on the defensive end. Under Kellyanne's targeted tactics, the Hawks paid more resources to consume James. It seems to be a loss, but in fact it is more stable, because the Cavaliers lack another person who can stand out in the playoffs besides James. James is indeed very powerful, but this Cavaliers team is in chaos. This is Kellyanne's evaluation of the Cavaliers when chatting privately. From the perspective of fans, they may think that the league is a league of superstars. When a team gathers the most superstars and creates a lineup comparable to the All-Stars, it is difficult for them to lose the championship. But in Kellyanne's view, what really determines the upper and lower limits of a team is the team's management. The resources for the team to form a superstar team need to be raised by the management. The salary space needs to be cleared by the management. The high quality role players need to be equipped by the management. The atmosphere within the team needs to be controlled by the management. And even the budget that exceeds the salary cap needs to be applied to the boss by the management. None of them can be missing. The opposite example is the Nets team that formed Irving, Harden, and Durant in 2020. Compared with the personal ability of the outside stars, this outside trio is basically the best in history, and there is no need to add one. But the team culture is a mess, and the final outcome. Until Kellyanne traveled through time, he didn't see it, but judging from the development trend, it is destined to end in tragedy. The day after G2 ended, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Kellyanne woke up from his sleep. The Hawks did not practice today, resting in the morning, and the whole team flew to Cleveland in the afternoon to prepare for the third game with the Cavaliers. The playoff schedule is generally suitable, with 1 day of rest between G1 and G2, and 2 days of rest between G2 and G3, so there is enough rest time. Of course, the intensity of the playoffs is higher, and it is inevitable that playing at least 4 games in a row with the same opponent is more exhausting. If you hide your true strength in front of outsiders, you will have to endure the pain that cannot be hidden behind the scenes. Kellyanne called to order breakfast from outside. While eating breakfast, he already had a newspaper in his hand and began to read the latest league report. The first 2 rounds of the playoffs were generally calm. Among the 8 groups of duels in the East and West, only the Nets and the Wizards had a 1:1 start, and the other 7 groups were all 2:0. And the gap is quite obvious. I just don't know if the Cavaliers will regret seeing the Nets' soft persimmon performance. After all, they had the right to choose at that time and lowered their results to catch the Nets. Among the 7 groups of duels that are currently tied at 2:0, if you want to say which team everyone is optimistic about has the hope of a comeback, the Cavaliers won 58.4% of the fans' votes. Relatively speaking, everyone thinks that this round of the series is not over yet, and the Cavaliers still have the possibility of a comeback. My goodness, the Hawks won the Cavaliers by 42 points in 2 games, even though they let the game go at the end. In terms of the difference in points, they were the team with the biggest gap. As a result, fans felt that the Cavaliers were most likely to come back. Why? Because the Cavaliers have a devil's home court. The eyes of the masses are sharp. What TD Garden and Energy Solutions Center in Salt Lake City are really not enough compared to the Cavaliers' Quicken Loans Arena. Anyway, Kellyanne himself was ready to start at 0:15. On Saturday, May 1st, the Quicken Loans Arena reignited the war. Although the team had lost 2 games and the promotion situation was not optimistic, the Cavaliers' home court was still very popular, with 20,672 seats full. Like the Hawks, the Cavaliers have also missed the playoffs for many years. For many years, the team was rotten and dark until James came. Compared with the revival that Kellyanne brought to Atlanta, James means more to Cleveland. He was born in Akron, 50 kilometers away from Cleveland. He is almost like Cleveland's own child. Naturally, he became the darling of Cleveland and the basketball idol of countless local teenagers. All Cavaliers fans have a childlike doting on James. In Cleveland, you can scold anyone, but you can't slander James. This game is another live broadcast across the United States. Playing against the Cavaliers has this advantage: high attention. Before the game, Barkley expressed his opinion on the game. The Cavaliers have no way out now. If they lose this game again, let alone other things, the blow to the players' confidence alone is enough to make the Cavaliers completely finished. Through the first 2 games, objectively speaking, the strength of the Hawks is above that of the Cavaliers. We originally thought that the Hawks would be crushed by the pressure of the playoffs because of their youth, but they digested the pressure of the playoffs very well. In this game, the Cavaliers must correct the team's attitude. You are weaker than your opponent, so you must take out 100% or even 120% of your strength to fight for defense. And the game is just as Barkley said, the Cavaliers really fought hard, mainly reflected in rebounds. The rebounding data of both sides was 58:41, and the Cavaliers won 17 rebounds. Japan's famous center in the 1990s, Takanori Akagi, has a famous saying, "He who dominates the basket can dominate the whole court." Although this sentence is not applicable to any team, grabbing 17 more rebounds is equivalent to reloading the bullet 17 times. If they still can't win, it can only be said that the 2 teams are a dimension apart. Moreover, for the Hawks, who are good at pushing fast counterattacks, the backcourt rebounds are the hidden lifeline of the team. The reason why the Hawks are faster than other teams is that the 2 inside players of the team, Dio and Josh Smith, can launch fast breaks as soon as they get the backcourt rebounds. The backcourt rebounds were blown away by the Cavaliers, and the fastness of the Hawks was not reflected at all, but the weakness of shortness was magnified 111:104. The Cavaliers defeated the Hawks at home, and the score came to 1:2, and the suspense of the series is back again. A loss will not shake the Hawks' determination to advance. We will summarize the reasons for the loss and make changes in the next game. Kellyanne emphasized. In front of the media, Kellyanne was very excited and flustered, but when he returned to the locker room, he was very calm. because he knew that this was not a manifestation of the Cavaliers' true strength, but as Barkley said, today's Cavaliers played 120% or even 150% of their strength. James scored an exaggerated data of 35 points and 13 rebounds. Well, the Cavaliers 1.0 version of James is capable of flying and escaping, and he does have this ability against the Hawks' shorter inside players, but what the hell is it that Virgilio grabbed 12 rebounds in 21 minutes? Can he usually be half as good as he was today? The young team lost a game and the team was gloomy. Killian gave timely advice to the players. Don't worry, the score is 2:1 now, and the advantage is mine. Even if everyone keeps their home court, we will advance 4:3. Cheer up. But, Boris, if you lose so many rebounds in the next game, you'll have to wait for me. On May 5th, at 9 p.m., Cleveland, Quicken Loans Center, Game 4 between the Cavaliers and the Hawks will start. The victory in Game 3 gave Cleveland hope of tying the score or even winning the series. The entire stadium was filled, and most of the audience wore white cheering t-shirts issued by the team, gathering into a white ocean. The cheers of the fans were like a tsunami, sweeping all directions. Before the game, Killian said easily, "Don't have any psychological burden. The Cavaliers are average in strength. Except for the small forward position, we have the advantage in other positions. If they play like usual, I don't believe they will be as lucky as in the last game." In the fourth game of the series, the conventional tactics of both sides have been revealed. Next, it depends on the performance and on the spot adjustments of the players of both sides. Killian is very confident in the players. "If I still need to take a shot against an opponent like the Cavaliers, I will be very disappointed with you." After warming up, the starting players of both sides stood in the middle of the court. The 5 players of the Hawks, Paul, Joe Johnson, Posey, Josh Smith, and Dio. The 5 players of the Cavaliers, Snow, Pavlovic, James, Gooden, and Big Z. Big Z won the jump ball and passed the ball to Gooden, who passed it to James. James rushed to the 3-point line with the ball. Pavlovic and Gooden pulled away on the right side. Snow and Big Z ran without a ball screen on the left side and passed the ball directly to Big Z without stopping. The latter received the ball with his back to Paul, pushed Paul away, and easily shot and scored 2:0. Paul quickly sent a pass from the baseline, and the Hawks attacked with all players. Big Z, who had just scored on the Cavaliers side, was left behind. The Hawks counterattacked with 5-4, and Joe Johnson hit an open 3-pointer. The Cavaliers attacked. Posey entangled James, and Joe Johnson followed Pavlovic. James received the ball on the right side, leaned on Posey twice with his back to the baseline, and turned to break through. He was double teamed by Josh Smith and Posey, and passed the ball in time. Gooden got an open shot opportunity one step inside the penalty area line, but his shot felt unreliable. He hesitated for a while, and Josh Smith came back to defend, so he could only wait for his teammates to respond. James received the ball again, and was trapped by Smith and Posey again. After creating space, he passed the ball to Gooden, who took a look at the open position and shot. The ball missed the basket. Dio blocked Big Z, and helped Joe Johnson grab the rebound. The Hawks' fast break failed. Paul played a pick and roll with Josh Smith in the middle. He took a step to the left, and passed the ball to Josh Smith, who was coming down. The latter leaned against Gooden, and turned to the baseline and shot but missed. Dio pulled Big Z out of the basket. The Cavaliers' restricted area was empty. Josh Smith took off for the second time, and grabbed the front court rebound with his speed. He forced himself again, and caused Gooden to foul. Josh seized the free throw opportunity, and made 2 free throws 2:5. Josh Smith is not only the team's third scorer, but also the core of the team on the defensive end. Next, on the defensive end, Josh Smith successfully interfered with James' shot, and protected the backcourt rebound. Beep. Just as Josh Smith was about to advance with the ball, the referee's whistle sounded at an inopportune time. Josh Smith had to slow down, and while smiling bitterly, he slammed the ball heavily on the floor to express his frustration. Before the game, Killian repeatedly stressed the precautions. First, don't be deceived by James' footwork on the defensive end. 0, 1, 2, 3 is a privilege, and -1, 0, 1, 2, 3 is the home advantage. If you take 6 steps, you can't defend it. Second, don't let the referee's whistle disrupt your mentality, especially don't overreact. The more obvious you are, the more the referee will take you as an example. Kylian has done enough psychological preparation for the players. Everyone's mentality is a little depressed, but it's still calm. Returning to the offensive end, they play again. The Cavaliers attacked. Snow took the ball to the front court and passed it to James, who held the ball and challenged Posey, stepped to the frame, took a step to the middle, and made a quick stop jump shot 6:7. This is an atypical James style offense, forcing James to shoot from mid-range, which shows that the Hawks' defensive strategy was successfully executed. Dyer pulled to the free throw line to assist, and Joe Johnson ran without the ball, disrupting Pavlovic's rhythm. He received the ball and broke into the basket and scored a layup. There is a detail in this ball. As early as when Pavlovic was defending Dyer, he had lost his balance. As a result, Joe Johnson took Pavlovic after receiving the ball, which covered up Pavlovic's embarrassment of being dumped. Visually, it looks like he was knocked down. The Cavaliers' offense also targeted James in this aspect. After receiving the ball on the wing, James once again relied on his physical fitness to overpower Posey, broke into the basket, and dunked against Dyer, who was defending. For a while, the game became a round-based game. Dyer just led the Hawks' offense, and James turned around and broke into the Hawks' restricted area to create damage. In the next round, Paul used pick and roll to train the Cavaliers inside line. This cycle went back and forth, and the game became a three heroes fighting Lubu. James also tried to pass the ball to other teammates after the pick and roll to share his pressure, but they just couldn't score despite their height advantage. After seeing Posey being fouled twice, Kylian didn't dare to do anything to defend James, but he could only put him on the court. The team really didn't have a second person who could match James. Fortunately, the Hawks' offensive firepower was always online. After the first quarter, the team led the Cavaliers by 3 points with 32:29. Following the Hawks' offense, the Cavaliers' score was also higher than the regular season. However, the reasons for the high scores of the two teams are different. The Hawks have many scoring points and dual-core drive, which can always disintegrate the Cavaliers' defensive system, while the Cavaliers' score is because James played the entire first quarter. Entering the second quarter, both sides changed their rotation lineups. Kylian sent Paul, House, Kittles, David Lee and Milicic. Against the Cavaliers, Joe Johnson needs to match James more during the defensive rotation, which consumes more energy, so the task of leading the substitutes is given to Paul. Paul can play pick and roll with David Lee, creating opportunities for his teammates to face up and play singles. At the same time, House and Kittles, two quick shooters, also have great shooting threats on the outside, and the Hawks' offensive firepower can be continued. On the other side, Larry, who's failed to support the offense of the Cavaliers without James. After an 8:3 attack wave, the score difference came to 8 points. The situation was not good, and Mike Brown called a timeout in time, but it was useless to just find the problem. The key is to have the ability to solve the problem. If the score difference was widened again, the Quicken Loan Center would most likely be lost. With a score of 1:3 going to Atlanta, the Cavaliers could basically concede defeat. Mike Brown didn't want to admit defeat, so he made a bold decision to use his strength to defeat 10 skills and replace James in advance. Superstars are used to be ruthlessly used. If they are not used to death in the playoffs, when will they be used to death? Walk on the coaching bench. Kylian was shocked when he saw Mike Brown gamble everything and play for his life. Although he only rested for 2 minutes, James' appearance still gave the Cavaliers a backbone for their offense. The 1.0 version of James' physical fitness was amazing. Without enough time to return to the blow line, he could still break through the Hawks' defense and lay up against Milicic. Looking back, he provided a high rate of assisting defense on the defensive end, first delaying Paul's advance, and then receiving the ball in time to the basket, interfering with David Lee's layup. After 2 rounds of killing, the score difference was narrowed to 4 points. Kylian couldn't sit still and replaced House and Kittles with Joe Johnson and Josh Smith, using a tall in-oop to limit James. In addition to Paul, Joe Johnson, Josh Smith, and David Lee have certain advantages in height in their respective positions. Josh Smith faced James, although he was much worse in coordination, but he happened to be able to match James in strength and bounce, so he could also support him a little bit and buy more rest time for Posey. Killian deployed his troops and made micromanagements to help the Hawks compete with the fierce James. At the end of the first half, the score was 58-52, and the Hawks led by 6 points. The difference was not too big. In the first half alone, James played for 22 minutes and scored 27 points, 7 rebounds and 4 assists. He single-handedly supported half of the Cavaliers and maintained the remaining suspense of the game. After a short halftime break, the third quarter started. Killian and Mike Brown did not adjust their playing style. Killian was quite satisfied with the situation in the first half. He believed in his basketball philosophy. No matter how strong James was, he could not beat the Hawks. If they continued to consume, the Cavaliers would definitely be unable to hold on. Mike Brown had unlimited trust in James. In this game, James's charge again and again helped the Cavaliers, who were in a precarious situation, to nail the difference on the free throw line. The whistle was in our favor, Mike Manluli Brown emphasized during the halftime break. At the end of the third quarter, the Hawks led the Cavaliers by 8 points, 83-75, and gradually expanded the team's lead, eroding the Cavaliers' defensive confidence. This was not the end. After the start of the fourth quarter, Killian kept Paul and Joe Johnson on the court, and Kittles, David Lee, and Milicic formed a strong offensive lineup, expanding the lead to 12 points in one go. This was also the first double-digit score difference in this game. James rested for 2 minutes and returned to the game. Killian also directly replaced Posey and Josh Smith and teamed up with Milicic to guard the inside and continue to fight with James. After a series of fierce battles, James' efficiency finally declined and he missed 4 consecutive shots. The Hawks themselves were also at the end of their strength and had no spare energy. Between the two players scoring and iron shots, the Hawks could not open up the score, and the Cavaliers could not catch up, and the game time passed quietly. In the end, at the end of the fourth quarter, the Hawks defeated the Cavaliers 107-98 and won G4. The Hawks took a 3-1 lead in the series and almost stepped half a foot into the next round. Chapter 178 5 Dimensions Full, Best Coach. After returning to Atlanta, Paul received the first personal honor of his career, the 2005-2006 NBA Rookie of the Year. He is the most undisputed NBA Rookie of the Year in recent years. In 2003, the competition between Yao Ming and Stoudemire lasted until the Suns beat the Rockets to enter the playoffs. In 2004, Anthony led the Nuggets to the playoffs in the West, and his statistics were not inferior to James. According to the standards of the previous year, it should really be given to Anthony. In 2005, the Magic's performance was better than the Bobcats, and Harwood's statistics were not much inferior to Okafor. The two were also on paragraph. Only Paul averaged 21+9 in his rookie season, which was enough to impact the personal performance of the best lineup. It is estimated that the suspense of the best rookie had been lost as early as December. Even in the later period, Darren Williams made obvious progress, averaging 16+8 in the second half of the season, which was far from Paul. Winning the Rookie of the Year trophy in my first NBA season made me want to work harder and stay in the training hall longer. I feel grateful to be in such a position now. Brenda Paul. Mom, you are the reason why I play like this now. You are everything. I remember those days when I didn't want to practice very much. Those were very difficult times. You woke me up and went to work to make sure I was okay and that the family was okay. Those were difficult times. Now, my days shouldn't be difficult because I love what I'm doing, which is playing basketball. You have been pushing me. I love you, and I'm grateful that you are my mother. I want to thank Kimmy. From the moment the draft ended, you told me that I would be the core of the Hawks. This was a great affirmation for me. I know you are very strong, but it is all thanks to you that my career has started so well. I love playing for you and hope it will be like this for many years. I want to thank my teammates. It was a great time to fight with you. We got along well with each other, we sacrificed for each other, and we had our backs to each other. I hope that in tomorrow's game, we can keep this season going together. I want to thank the fans in Atlanta. Your support will always be the driving force for my future. Thank you. I won't be arrogant because of this. I will continue to train hard in the summer. I know we can fly higher. Paul's best rookie is not the only personal honor of the Hawks this season. Before the start of G5 between the team and the Cavaliers, Dio raised the most improved player trophy amid the cheers of the fans. The data of 11+7+7 cannot reflect the changes that Dio has brought to the Hawks. He has proved with his performance that playing center does not require big arms and waist and does not require flying and hiding. You can still succeed by playing with your brain. It can even be said that his appearance is revolutionary for the development of the NBA. Many fans can't pass the ball when they play in ballet from a god's perspective, but he can pass it. Like Paul, Dio also thanked Kellyan, believing that he discovered his potential. You are the best coach in my heart. When Dio said this, the Phillips Center was full of joy, and the fans were looking forward to Kellyan winning the award. Although they are only two small awards, for the Hawks who have just come out of the long night, this season's revival is enough to make them proud. Winning 2 trophies in a row, the Hawks players were greatly encouraged. At the beginning of the game of G5, the whole team immediately entered a violent state, breaking through 3-pointers, counterattacks, dunks, and a set of combination skills directly stunned the Cavaliers, who were on the verge of elimination and had a fluctuating morale. Mike Brown called a timeout, but still couldn't boost the morale of the team. Before the official timeout, the Hawks played a 20:6 attack wave and led by 14 points. Even Zhang Heli began to sigh. If this continues, the Hawks will really make it to the second round. His tone seemed a little regretful, which made some fans dissatisfied. But he has no grudges with Kellyan, and it's not that he doesn't want the Hawks to advance. It's just that Yao Ming, who Chinese fans have been thinking about, has never been in the second round. Instead, Daba, Dazzy, and Kellyan have achieved better results than Yao Ming one after another, which makes people sigh. If possible, there are really Chinese fans who are willing to sacrifice the honor of Daba, Dazzy, and even Kellyan in exchange for Yao Ming to go one step further, even if it is only to advance to the second round. In adversity, it is still James who stands out for the Cavaliers. Just like in the previous few games, when his teammates could not provide more help to him, James started to charge again and again, carrying the Cavaliers completely on his shoulders. McBrown couldn't make targeted adjustments, so he could only let the game return to the rhythm of the first 2 games. That is, James singled out the Hawks, and the Hawks beat James. In the whole game, James played 48 minutes, made 15 of 30 shots, 9 of 10 free throws, scored a game-high 42 points, 7 assists and 8 rebounds. Especially at the beginning of the second half, he scored 4 consecutive attacks and once chased the score to only 5 points. Unfortunately, other teammates did not perform well, especially the team's second-in-command Larry whose contract was signed longer than Joe Johnson, but his performance was very different from that of the opponent. He was suppressed by Joe Johnson on both offense and defense. He made 4 of 16 shots and scored 11 points in the whole game. This performance simply made the Cavaliers fans in front of the TV have a brain hemorrhage. Counting Big Z's 13 points, only 3 of them scored in double digits on the Cavaliers. The Hawks scored twice as many as them, with Paul and Joe Johnson both scoring 20 plus, and Josh Smith also scoring 18 points. Compared with the Cavaliers, who were the only team to stand out, the Hawks had a lot of people working together to make the game more exciting. When the game time was up, the buzzer rang for a long time, the red light came on, and fireworks and ribbons fell from the sky in the middle of the court. A deafening cheer broke out in the arena. Yeah. We won. We won. We entered the second round. Hawks Hawks oh, oh, oh. The entire Phillips Center became a sea of joy. The team entered the Eastern Conference semifinals last season. That was a legendary season when the Bulls won 72 games and lost 10 and eventually won the championship. The Hawks lost to the Orlando Magic in the Eastern Conference semifinals. The Hawks of the next 10 years were eagles with broken wings. For a whole 10 years, the team had no hope until Kellyanne came and rebuilt the Hawks. At the first moment, Kellyanne did not join the cheers of the fans and players, but took the initiative to come to the visiting team's bench and shook hands with Mike Brown. Congratulations, Kimmy. You did a great job this year. I hope you can go further. After playing against Kellyanne for so many games, McBrown sincerely admitted that Kellyanne was strong. He was also fortunate that he had James as a trump card. In the future, the Cavaliers will continue to strengthen the lineup around James, and they will have a chance to compete with the Hawks. Affected by the bankruptcy of Detroit, the Pistons are very likely to disintegrate in recent years. The Cavaliers and the Hawks seem to be the most likely teams to succeed them and become the new Eastern Conference hegemons. Thank you. I hope you have a good holiday, Kellyanne said politely. At this time, James in the court also let go of Paul and walked towards Kellyanne, and the two of them chatted for a few words. Originally, Kellyanne also wanted to show off and say, "The future is yours." But considering that he seemed to be a young Marshall, it was really inappropriate to say this, so he gave up. After a period of chaos, everyone finally calmed down a little. Under Kellyanne's instructions, the players lined up to applaud the fans on the sidelines and thank them for their support for the team. This move aroused a warm response from the fans, with applause and cheers. After a brief interaction with the fans, the players returned to the locker room to take a shower and change clothes, while Kellyanne was stopped by reporters for an interview. When Kellyanne returned to the locker room, the players' initial wave of excitement for victory had passed. The players no longer gathered in the middle to cheer each other on, but took a shower or changed clothes as usual. After Kellyanne came in, he first chatted with Joe Johnson, Posey and others. After the players who were taking a shower came out, he shouted and began to speak. "Well, anyway, we have made it through the first round of the playoffs. Everyone did a good job." Kellyanne took the lead in applauding, and the players followed suit, but those who were familiar with Kellyanne's speaking style knew that this was just the beginning and there would definitely be a turn later. "We have worked very hard tonight, and I'm sure that some of you are too excited and can't sleep at night. But the playoffs are not over yet. There is still a second round after the first round, so don't relax too much. You still have to gather at the training hall on time at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Don't do any warm-up activities. Let's watch the Pistons game videos together and conduct targeted research. Okay, that's all I have to say. Chris, you will go to the press conference with me later. 55 wins in the season, 2 rounds of the playoffs, best rookie, most improved player, and the best coach at your fingertips. It can be said that this season is perfect enough for the Hawks. As for the opponent in the next round, the Pistons, they are not only stronger than the Hawks in strength, but also the natural enemy of the Hawks in terms of playing style. In other words, Kellyanne's style of play has never taken advantage of the Pistons. Since he took over as the acting head coach of the Lakers last season, Kellyanne has played against the Pistons 5 times and lost 5 games in a row. The main reason is the lack of strength. Although the Lakers ranked 6th in the West last season and the Hawks ranked 3rd in the East this season, in terms of performance, this all depends on the tactical system and on the spot dispatch created by Kellyanne. Without Kellyanne, what kind of results can this lineup achieve? Just look at the Lakers this season. But Kellyanne is not afraid of the Spurs, the Suns, and even the Heat. The only thing is that it is difficult to match the Pistons, which is also a black spot of Kellyanne. Kellyanne doesn't care what others think. Anyway, Kellyanne himself hopes to win a game against the Pistons head on. If he can't win any of the 4 games, it means that Kellyanne will lose 9 games in a row against the Pistons. How can he still be treated as a protagonist? This is also one of the reasons why he did not celebrate happily after defeating the Cavaliers, but led the whole team to watch the Pistons game video the next day. To be honest, the probability of winning the series is slim, but this Pistons team is not invincible. They are not as strong as in the previous 2 seasons. After watching the video and the players left, the coaching staff gathered for a meeting, and Snyder gave his own analysis. This season, the league has strengthened the penalties for hand movements during defense, and offensive teams have gained greater advantages. The defense that the Pistons are proud of has been greatly reduced. Under normal circumstances, Sanders changed from man-to-man defense to full-court offense, which improved the team's offensive and defensive efficiency, but at critical moments, Sanders couldn't control the team well. Psychologically, the Pistons are also beginning to waver. Before winning the championship, everyone will be of one mind, but after winning the championship, some people will definitely waver. Rasheed Wallace got a big contract, and the Pistons are having a hard time dealing with Ben Wallace's contract issues. Combined with what Quinn said, the league's changes to the defensive rules have a great impact on Ben Wallace, and the Pistons are likely to give up Big Ben in the summer. Kellyanne added, also, Philip Saunders is a great tactical board coach, but his on-the-spot command is relatively average, which is also a relative sore spot for the Pistons. In this round of the series, psychological warfare is also a top priority. On May 11th, the second round of the playoffs between the Pistons and the Hawks finally kicked off. Before the game started, the league announced the winner of the regular season's best coach. Kellyanne was elected as the first Chinese best coach in NBA history. At the same time, at the age of 26, he became the youngest best coach winner in all sports leagues. There was almost no doubt. The selection of the best coach mainly depends on 5 criteria. First, the team's final record. Second, the improved record compared to the previous season. Third, the use of players. Fourth, whether there are any milestone breakthroughs. Fifth, whether the team's reconstruction has been completed. Generally speaking, if a season scores high in 2 of the 5 criteria, it can basically be included in the candidates for the best coach of the season. If it is highly praised in 3 of them, and there are no other monster coaches in the season, it can basically lock in this honor. And Kellyanne is a monster. He directly fill up the 5 dimensions, and all the evaluations are above 90 points. Unless it is the same year as Phil Jackson in 1996, no matter which year he is put in, he is 100% the best coach. The press conference for the award will have to wait until we return to Atlanta. Before that, let's play the Pistons first. In the Eastern Conference semifinals, every game will be broadcast live across the United States. ESPN sent a team consisting of Mike Breen and Mark Jackson to the Palace of Auburn Hills to do a live broadcast of this game. Mike Breen spoke quickly and clearly about the 2 teams. There is no doubt that the Pistons and the Hawks are 2 extreme teams in the league. The Hawks are the team with the strongest offensive firepower in the league. In his first season with the Hawks, Kami did what D'Antoni didn't do. They even double killed the Spurs in the regular season. The Pistons are the strongest defensive team in the league. Their defensive strength is at a historical level. I have a special respect for this strong team composed mainly of blue-collar workers. They don't have superstars, but everyone is doing the toughest thing. The most correct defense. No one can become a superstar in front of the Pistons. In the regular season, the Pistons defeated the Hawks 4 times, with the difference of 22 points, 17 points, 12 points, and 5 points in overtime. As time goes by, the gap between the 2 teams is slowly getting smaller. Perhaps after experiencing a round of playoffs, the Hawks are more mature than in the regular season. I don't think the gap will be as big as it seems. Mark Jackson used data to maintain the suspense between the 2 teams so that fans would not think that the Pistons had a sure win, but from the perspective of professionals, he was more optimistic about the Pistons. Okay, the game is on. While Josh Smith beat Big Ben to jump the ball successfully, and the Hawks got the first attack, the ball came to Paul. Under the watchful eyes of Mike Breen, Paul dribbled across half court and organized the team's offense. Joe Johnson and Josh Smith were on the left, Posey was in the right corner, and Dio picked and rolled outside the 3-point line in the middle, helping Paul get rid of Billups. Paul dribbled the ball to the left, Ben Wallace switched defense and followed. Dio went down to the free throw line. Billups clamped him firmly, fully trusting Ben's defensive ability. Paul paused slightly when facing the basket, dribbled the ball between his legs, and changed direction to the baseline with his left hand. No matter how agile Ben was, he couldn't keep up with the small point guard, and was smothered in one step. He could only turn around and block the shot, based on his experience. Paul made an emergency stop, leaned on Wallace with his back, and missed the shot by leaning forward, but caused Ben to foul. This foul was really disgusting. Ben had a hard time saying it. He really didn't expect Paul to play this trick. However, these tricks are common in the Pistons games. Billups is an expert in this area and often plays some tricks. Paul made 2 free throws and the Hawks took the lead. Ben Wallace served the ball from the baseline. Billups dribbled the ball across half court, came to the top of the arc, and used his big butt to push Paul away with his back. The Hawks suffered a great loss against the Pistons. In addition to being restrained in their own playing style, their star players were also restrained by the Pistons' attributes. Paul was most afraid of Billups. Joe Johnson hated Prince, a long-armed ape. Dio basically lost his offensive ability when he met Ben. If the star players in their hands were really better, no matter how they were restrained, they could at least win a game, right? After carrying Paul away, Billups came to the 45-degree position outside the right 3-point line. Ben came up to cover him. Prince slipped to the bottom line, and then Rasheed Wallace's screen ran to the opposite corner, and the strong side was instantly cleared. Ben's screen was very solid, blocking Paul firmly behind him. Dio gave Billups a step away, and the latter directly pulled up and threw a 3-pointer. Dio stretched out his hand as hard as he could, but he couldn't interfere with Billups' shot at all. Swish. Billups' offensive ability is not top-notch, but his data and efficiency are good, mainly because he optimized his shot distribution and shot a lot of 3-pointers. Good shot. Dio only gave Billups a little space to shoot, and Billups caught it. He has a good touch. The Hawks are not easy to play against. The Hawks served the ball, and the Pistons suddenly pressed the whole court. Billups and Rasheed Wallace suppressed Paul in this point, forcing Paul to lose the ball. Then Billups easily scored a layup. 5:2. The camera was turned to Kellyanne, and the fans also noticed that he was covering his mouth and saying something to Snyder. The Hawks attacked. Joe Johnson took control of the ball and cooperated with Dio in the middle. He shook off Prince's defense by running back, rushed to the penalty area line, made a fake shot to shake off Rasheed Wallace, and then played a time difference and scored a close-range shot. 5:4. There was a mistake on the defensive end. Rasheed gave Hamilton an off-ball screen on the left. After the latter received the ball, he did not take a mid-range shot and passed the ball to Rasheed Wallace. The latter carried Joe Johnson and easily made a jump shot. 7:4. The Pistons' offensive efficiency at the beginning of the game was unexpectedly good, which surprised Kellyanne. However, this was also a relatively comfortable rhythm for Kellyanne. The Hawks played a V-shaped offense in the positional battle. Josh Smith cut into the inside line and attacked the basket. He carried Rasheed Wallace's defense and forced the ball into the basket. On the sidelines, Sanders frowned slightly after seeing Josh Smith score, then stood up and shouted a few words to the players on the court. Billups then slowed down the offensive rhythm. Rasheed Wallace held the ball in the high position and cooperated with Hamilton, who missed the mid-range shot. Looking back, Billups led the defensive pull throughout the game. After the pick and roll, Rasheed Wallace switched to Paul and tightly covered his shooting space. Paul used his speed to break through his defense. Facing Ben Wallace's defense, he did not go to the basket. He shot a mid-range jump shot and the basketball bounced out of the basket. There are 3 lines of defense from front to back. What's even more exaggerated is that despite putting so much effort into targeting Paul, the Pistons' defense was not in chaos and did not allow Paul to find a comfortable passing route. This is what makes the Pistons' defense so terrifying. Chapter 179, Breakthrough or Burn Hills Without Any Regrets. The Pistons' defensive system restrained the Hawks' offense. Paul was not strong enough to fight against Billups, and his breakthroughs were not as destructive as those of James and Wade, so the Hawks' offense was not favorable. Looking back, on the defensive end, Kellyanne began to play dirty tricks. Ben Wallace set a pick and roll for Billups, and Dio and Paul resolutely double-teamed Billups. The latter skillfully broke through to the left and hit the ground to pass the ball to Ben Wallace, who received the ball and bombed the basket directly, but was intercepted by Josh Smith from behind. Beep. The referee decisively called a foul. This foul was intentional, and Josh Smith did not refute it. Kellyanne directly arranged the Ben cutting tactics to target Ben Wallace, whose free throws were worse than O'Neal. Ben Wallace's career free throw shooting percentage was basically around 40%, and his peak was 49% in the 2003-2004 season, the Pistons championship season, which was still the point targeted by opponents. The Hawks have a solid record this season, and they have been in the 4th place in the Eastern Conference for 80% of the time. Therefore, Kellyan rarely uses foul tactics against the opponent's center in the game, and he doesn't even cut Howard. Against the Pistons, the Hawks had a hard time, and Kellyan had to use his killer move again. Fortunately, Kellyan lowered his posture to cut people, and the effect was quite good. Ben Wallace missed 2 free throws. After Poole received the ball, Billups tried to grab the ball but failed, and instead got a foul. The Hawks served the ball in the half court. Poole chose to pick and roll with Josh Smith this time, and after the mismatch, he passed the ball to Josh Smith, who took advantage of Billups, elbowed him to open the way, and forcibly opened up space for a layup. 7:6. In the last regular season matchup, the Hawks dragged the Pistons into overtime, relying on Poole and Josh Smith's resolute breakthrough to the inside, which made the Pistons feel uncomfortable. However, in that game, Poole and Josh Smith also fell badly, and Kellyan forced them to rest in the next game. When the Pistons attacked, the Hawks still double-teamed the ball handler and let go of Ben Wallace. The attitude was very clear. Wallace fouled directly when he rushed into the inside. Billups hesitated for a moment and handed the ball to Rasheed Wallace, who faced Josh Smith and took 2 steps to open up space and made a fadeaway jump shot, but missed. Big Ben actively tried to grab the front court rebound but failed. His movements were a bit big, and he almost fouled. All the players on the Hawks complained, but the referee gave Big Ben face and didn't blow the whistle. The Hawks' offense was still the pick and roll between Poole and Josh Smith. This time the Pistons did not choose to switch defense. Poole's timing of passing the ball was very good. Josh Smith took the ball and took off directly to complete a slam dunk. 7:8. The team's offensive ideas were clear, and the efficiency was improved. Looking back, Billups and Rasheed played pick and roll, picked up Dio who was helping out, and drew up to cheat a foul, which was a response to Poole's foul on Ben. Billups plays very cunningly, and many players have suffered from him. On the offensive end, Ben has become a burden to the team, and Ben has tried his best to perform on the defensive end. He is the inside player with the strongest switching ability in the league, and his mobility and defensive awareness are all maximum doubt. Even though Poole is a first-class expert in the league, he can't take advantage of him. Looking back, the threat of the Hawks' cut Ben tactics has also put the Pistons' offense into trouble. As long as the Pistons call a pick and roll, the ball handler will definitely be double-teamed. In addition to Billups, the Pistons do not have a top ball handler. The team's strongest singles player is Rasheed Wallace, who has a comprehensive offensive means, but does not have a superstar-level killer move. Both sides have done enough work on the defensive end, and the offensive end is more difficult. The Hawks mainly rely on Poole, or play pick and roll to create mismatch opportunities, or directly single out Billups. The Pistons have a relatively advantageous point in the point guard position. Billups used his big, but to push Poole, which was very uncomfortable, with a look of life and death on his face. From time to time, the Pistons would pass the ball to Big Ben to play a steal. However, the Hawks were determined, we can lose in team battles, but Big Ben must die, and they decisively fouled and pulled Big Ben down. Compared with many blue collars in later generations who were blindly confident and had to have the ball in their offensive blood-sucking, Big Ben was very capable, doing all the dirty work on the defensive end and listening to the coach and Billups on the offensive end. It's just that his temper is a bit too much. Whether it's pick and roll or position blocking, his movements are getting bigger and bigger. At the end of the first quarter, the Pistons led by 2 points 26:24. At the beginning of the second quarter, both teams changed their rotation lineups. The main lineups of both sides were greatly consumed, and they lacked the ball handlers who could lead the substitutes in the original rotation lineup, making the scene more boring. The Hawks encountered the Pistons' iron bucket formation. Whether it was David Lee or Eddie House, their hit rate was not high. Without Hamilton's help, Arroyo and McDyess on the Pistons side also had difficulty scoring, and the score continued to stalemate. In such a scene, the Pistons obviously had more advantages. They dragged their opponents into a quagmire of no points from each other and then defeated them with rich experience. This was the rhythm that the Pistons were more accustomed to. At the critical moment, the fake second pick Milicic became the Hawks' surprise weapon. Facing the Pistons, that almost ruined his career, Milicic vented his grievances accumulated for more than 2 years in a correct way. Trusted by Kellyanne, he stayed on the court and played with the main players. First, he gave Big Ben a big cap on the defensive end, and then played a high pick and roll with pull on the offensive end. Facing Billups' switch defense, he passed Billups with a large change of direction and scored a layup. It is unbelievable that a 2.11 meter tall man could pass the defensively famous Billups with such a light move. Mike Breen exclaimed in the commentary booth, "OMG. Friends, what did I see? What did I see? The last big man who could pass like this was kilograms, right? Or it would be more accurate to say young Garnett, because in recent years, Garnett's violent attributes of face-to-face singles have also decreased, and he has adopted more strong breakthroughs after leaning on his opponent in turnaround jump shots, after backing up to complete the offense. The Palace of Auburn Hills was once Milicic's sad place, but this game also became the beginning of Milicic's new journey. In the next round of offense and defense, Milicic once again became an important figure for the Hawks. He first defended Rasheed Wallace's singles and protected the backcourt rebounds. Then he sent a key transfer ball on the offensive end, giving Josh Smith the opportunity to bomb the basket. Although the latter's charge did not score the ball, it successfully caused Ben Wallace to commit his third foul. Seeing Big Ben replaced by McDyess, Kellyanne stood up excitedly and shouted a few words of encouragement to the players on the court. Although the Pistons are still strong without one of the 5 Tigers, the key to the Pistons' obvious suppression against the Hawks lies in Big Ben and Billups. With him off the court, the Hawks' pick and roll offense is much more threatening. With Ben Wallace off the court, the Pistons gradually couldn't suppress the Hawks' offense, but McDyess was not a pushover. The former All-Star and Dream Team member was still at the end of his peak. He could play as a starter in half of the teams in the league. He chose to join the Pistons as the 6th man, completely for the championship. His appearance made the Pistons lineup tend to be balanced in offense and defense, and the offenses of both teams came alive. With Ben Wallace off the court, all 9 people on the court could breathe normally on the offensive end. This is the influence of Ben Wallace on the game. Billups continued to control the tempo of the game, not allowing the Hawks to increase the speed of the offense-defense transition, but he alone was unable to suppress the Hawks' offensive hit rate, and the offensive efficiency of both sides was improving. At the end of the game, the Pistons were 53-54 behind by 1 point. During the halftime break, Kellyanne mainly gave chicken soup. First, he praised Milicic's outstanding performance. The Serbian made 4 of 6 shots in the first half, scored 8 points and 3 rebounds, and was the team's second scoring point. His sudden performance was the reason why the team was able to break free after the game was included in the Pistons' game rhythm. As encouragement and as a first-hand adjustment of the change of formation, Kellyanne arranged Milicic to be the starting player in the second half, and Dio was placed on the bench. With Dio leading the bench, Kellyanne also adjusted the team's offensive thinking in the second half, not letting Paul and the inside pick and roll, but letting Paul and Joe Johnson play pick and roll instead. Ben Wallace is a problem we can't solve. In this case, we will bypass him. Through the pick and roll, Paul and Joe Johnson quickly opened up the distance. Paul faced Prince. If you have a chance, you should go boldly. If you don't have me, give the ball to Joe and let him single out Billups. The space must be opened up. Paul and Joe Johnson are both strong in shooting ability. The Pistons can only choose to follow up. If they switch defense, there may be more loopholes. At the beginning of the second half, the return of Big Ben immediately gave the Pistons defense a backbone. Some people say that Big Ben is a king-level blue-collar worker, which is not an exaggeration at all. Fortunately, Kellyanne made adjustments in advance, and this adjustment had a miraculous effect. Sanders trusted Billups' offensive ability without thinking, but he didn't know that the gap in size and strength was the most difficult to make up. Billups couldn't carry Joe Johnson. The key was that Joe Johnson was as steady as a dead dog. When he got the chance, he could press Billups to play 6 times and scored 5 goals, which helped the Hawks to open the score difference to 8 points. Sanders immediately called a timeout to adjust and asked Billups to use the method of returning to his position after a strong delay to avoid the embarrassment of being chased by Joe Johnson. Sanders' adjustment strategy is not a big problem, but this move was already calculated by Kellyanne. Paul got more space after the pick and roll. His mid-range shot is a killer move, and his three-pointer is not a shortcoming. His hit rate this season is 36%. The Pistons adjusted the focus of defense to Joe Johnson. Paul raised his hand and hit a three-pointer, successfully widening the score difference to 11 points. This is the first time that the score difference has reached double digits in this game, and it is also the first time that Kellyanne leads the Pistons so much. The rounds are changed. The Pistons attack. Rasheed Wallace attacks from the low post and hits a turnaround jump shot to help the Pistons stop the bleeding. The Hawks attack. Paul finds Joe Johnson again, but before the pick and roll is completed, he suddenly passes the ball to Milicic in the corner. Milicic passes the ball directly to the baseline without stopping. Joe Johnson, who goes directly after the fake pick and roll, takes the ball and occupies a favorable position. He hits a mid-range jump shot before Ben Wallace comes up to defend. The Hawks were so good at passing the ball that they could only create such an opportunity, which shows the toughness of the Pistons defense. On the other hand, only after being tempered by such a Pistons team can the young people of the Hawks grow better. In the remaining time of the third quarter, the two teams continued to stage a defensive battle. The Hawks could only rely on the backcourt double guns to score points and tried to find opportunities to kill Big Ben, but did not find any opportunities, while on the Pistons side, Hamilton and Rasheed Wallace took on more offensive tasks and shared the pressure on Billups. After 3 quarters, the Hawks led by 7 points with 78-71. The original double-digit advantage was slowly eroded by the Pistons inadvertently. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, the Hawks suddenly accelerated to run and gun. Dio, who was adjusted to the substitute lineup, became a surprise soldier. As an inside player, he is the ball holder of the Hawks substitute lineup. He can directly advance or send long passes after grabbing rebounds, and can also organize the team's offense in positional warfare, and send exquisite passes inside. With the advantage in hand, House and Kittle shot more resolutely, and the Hawks played a 9:2 attack wave, widening the score difference to 14 points. Good shot. Kittles made a three-pointer, and Zhang Heli in the CCTV broadcast room was also excited. Not to mention Kellyanne's special attribute, that he is one of us. Just the fact that everyone thought that the Hawks could not beat the Pistons was enough to make people excited. The 14-point difference is a bit difficult for the Pistons, who are strong in defense, but weak in offense. After the timeout, the Pistons returned to their positions, and Sanders advanced the game to the decisive battle state in advance. Kellyanne continued to fight with the substitute lineup, grabbing rebounds and advancing to the front court as soon as possible. Whoever had the opportunity would shoot, and quickly return to defense after shooting to ensure defense. If he couldn't defend, he would directly cut Ben and send him free throws. Even though Sanders was usually elegant and easygoing, he was almost speechless when he saw Kellyanne playing such a hooligan. You are a basketball scientist and L of lightning. You are playing dirty when you can't beat them. If Kellyanne could hear Sanders' criticism, he would definitely reply to him, I'm still a disciple of old Nelson. What's wrong with using the tactics invented by my teacher? The cut-down tactics effectively slowed down the Pistons' counterattack. Seeing that the team was catching up slowly, and he was frequently attacked by the Hawks, after being fouled intentionally again, Ben, who finally couldn't control his emotions, pushed Eddie House to the ground, almost causing a conflict between the two sides. At this time, if a fight broke out, it would be a 1-for-1 exchange between the Hawks substitute lineup and the Pistons substitute lineup. Maybe the Hawks could even take advantage. However, the Hawks did not have a player with a bad temper, like Artest on the court. After Eddie House symbolically rushed over and was stopped, this conflict did not evolve. Ben was sent off for a second-level flagrant foul, and McDyess came on as a substitute. The Pistons had one less point to be targeted. After House hit the technical foul free throw, the main lineup of the Hawks also returned to the court. With a 10-point lead and the upper hand in terms of physical strength, the opponent's defensive backbone blew himself up and left the court. If they can't win again, Kellyanne will probably have a psychological demon against the Pistons. Fortunately, this did not happen. McDyess is better in offense, but he does not have the ability of Ben to change the game. The Pistons' offense is no longer restricted by the cutting down tactics, but the defense has one less barrier and cannot close the score. The final score was fixed at 97:104. The Hawks defeated the Pistons away and led the Pistons 1:0. After the red light came on, Mike Breen concluded, "We all like the Pistons, but what I want to say is that in the Western Conference regular season last season, the Spurs swept the Lakers 4:0. But in the Western Conference semifinals, the total score was 4:3, and the guarantee center was breached 3 times by the Lakers. That was the beginning of Kimmy's fame. Don't underestimate Kimmy in the playoffs, just because he advocates an offensive style of play. He is a very good coach in the playoffs. I'm also optimistic about his future, and that he will really be able to win a championship trophy with offense. This is my expectation." After the game, the focus of the media interviews was naturally the Hawks' cutting tactics and Ben Wallace's second-level flagrant foul. If Ben Wallace was suspended for 1 game because of a second-level flagrant foul, the Hawks would return to Atlanta with a big score of 2:0, and the psychological advantage would be too great. I don't know why you want me to respond to the foul tactics. We didn't use unsportsmanlike actions to hurt Ben Wallace. It was just a game strategy. I think the best way to respond to the foul tactics is to practice free throws. Duncan was also troubled by the foul tactics before, but you see last season's playoffs, we fouled Duncan. How did he respond to me?" Kellyanne asked. As a senior Deng fan, Kellyanne often cues Duncan, "If you have the ability, you can beat me like Duncan." In response to the malicious foul, Kellyanne's attitude softened a little. "Frankly speaking, I understand that this is a venting action under passion, without too much malice, and the action itself is not very dangerous. I think what should be severely punished are the tripping, elbowing, and some other dangerous actions that go after people instead of the ball. As for the problem of Ben Wallace, I believe the league will make the right deal with it. Unless the two sides really fight and the matter becomes a big deal, the league will not suspend Ben Wallace for this matter, and Kellyanne does not need to be a villain. On the other hand, for the sake of viewing pleasure, the league may be more dissatisfied with the Hawks' cutting tactics, which is really disgusting to fans, so it is not a bad thing for Kellyanne to admit defeat appropriately. In any case, it is worth celebrating that he defeated the Pistons for the first time in his career. For Kellyanne, there is no regret in his first season as head coach. Thanks to the book Friend Go to Yours, you can't have characters for the 1,500 point reward. Chapter 180 Jiang Wei dies, the Han Dynasty falls. G1 game, the Hawks used strength to overcome strength, which brought back suspense to this round of confrontation that was originally regarded as a one-sided crushing, and also made many Hawks fans into Aksha fans full of confidence that Kellyanne would continue to create miracles. However, the reality is cruel. The gap between the Hawks and the Pistons is all round. There are many reasons why the Hawks were able to win the G1 game. Milicic's sudden outbreak, Paul and Joe Johnson's backcourt pick and roll, Big Ben's failure to control his fouls in the first half, and the poor performance of Hamilton, the Pistons' main scoring point. In fact, in this team known for its defense, any player may have a bad touch. When you put too much energy on the defensive end, it is difficult for you to maintain a stable touch on the offensive end. Harden fans and James fans know this best. You can't ask a 30-year-old man to support the team's offense and clean up his teammates' butts on the defensive end. He scored 40 plus, so what's wrong with him being distracted on the defensive end? Of course, it's not just the two of them. Even Kobe, a player known for his offensive and defensive capabilities, frequently directed traffic on the defensive end 11 years later. In this game, Hamilton was ashamed and brave, and frequently used his running position to disrupt the Hawks' defense. The Hawks first let Posey, the best perimeter defender, defend him, but Posey's size and running ability made it difficult to keep up with Hamilton's rhythm. When Joe Johnson came to defend, he still couldn't defend. Compared with offense, Joe Johnson's defense is only average. His confrontation is not bad, and he can even help James in the rotation, but his speed and flexibility are not very good, and his biggest weakness in defense is the habit of giving up. When running without the ball, as long as the opponent is a body distance away from him, he will not be so fierce. After playing for 5 minutes, the Pistons took the lead 14:8. Killian applied for a timeout and adjusted the tactics. Let's change the defensive matchup. Paul will defend Hamilton, Joe Johnson will defend Billups, and the defense will expand outward to limit Billups' shooting. Others should pay attention to the blockade of Billups' breakthrough line. Killian understood that the entire Pistons team covered Hamilton and launched an attack around him. Joe Johnson and Posey could not keep up with him, and Hamilton shot as soon as he received the ball. There was no extra movement at all. It was too late for other Hawks players to come to help defend. Billups has a strong shooting ability, but his breakthrough threat is relatively average. In the case that the Hawks can free up some defensive resources to fill in the position, Killian's defensive strategy is not a problem. With the Hawks lineup configuration, this is the best arrangement. However, the strategy is not a problem, which does not mean that the Hawks can limit the Pistons' offense. The Pistons do not want to go to Atlanta with a score of 0:2. The players played more resolutely and rationally than in the first game. Although Billups' ability to break through is average, he plays smartly. He used a fake move to get Josh Smith up and then approached him to commit a foul. This trick worked every time and easily sent Josh Smith off the court. Facing opponents like the Pistons, Paul's threading and Josh Smith's charge were the key to the Hawks' offensive compression of the opponent's defense. He was troubled by the foul crisis and went off the court to rest. The Hawks' already difficult offense became even more difficult to launch, and they fell into a very passive situation. 26:18. In the second quarter, Killian made a desperate move. While retaining the backcourt double guns, he replaced Eddie House and pushed Joe Johnson to the small forward position to confront the Pistons. Facing the Pistons' substitute lineup, the Hawks hit hard and directly wiped out the score difference. But when the Pistons' main lineup returned to the court, Paul and Joe Johnson, who were seriously exhausted, found it even more difficult to keep up with the opponent's rhythm. In the second half of the second quarter, Killian called 2 consecutive timeouts, not to adjust tactics, but to restore the physical strength of the main players. This ingenious idea also impressed Barkley, who was in charge of the commentary. This is the first time I've seen a timeout used like this. If Mike Brown knew how to let James recover his strength in the first round of the playoffs, maybe the Cavaliers could win one more game. If it was a evenly matched matchup, Killian's little trick might have a miraculous effect and change the situation, but in a completely unfavorable situation, it just gave netizens something to talk about after the game. The score was gradually pulled apart, and Killian tried every way to turn the situation around, but in the end he returned in vain. 97:83. The Pistons pulled back a game. The series score came to 1:1. Back in Atlanta, Killian received his first Best Coach trophy in the team's press conference room and held a press conference. When I was confirmed to win this trophy a few days ago, I was thinking about who had the greatest influence on my achievements today. It might be my parents. Because in China, it is very rare for someone like me who is not in the sports circle to enter the sports industry. With my academic performance, I should take a more stable path. They promised me to pursue my dream, go to college in Germany, further my studies, and become a coach. It might also be old Nelson. I have said countless times that it was he who showed me that basketball can be played this way or that way. If he hadn't brought me the joy of basketball, maybe I would have made football my lifelong career. When I was young, I would have become a football coach, and now I'm receiving the FIFA Best Coach award. And then I'm talking nonsense with Jose Mourinho, Rudy Tomjanovich. He cannot be left out anyway. The United States is a very inclusive and diverse country, but even so, it is still not easy to integrate into the NBA. Without his support, I would not have been so smooth. Mr. Jim Buss, thank you for your support, which allowed me to devote my mind to work and concentrate on the team itself at the beginning of my coaching career. It is very important for a coach. I have a deep understanding of this. My boss, Anthony Ressler. I will never forget the day you came to Milwaukee to find me in person. It might be difficult for me to do this. Thank you. And my team, Frank Hamblin, Quinn Snyder, and Jeff Hornacek, I will accept this honor on your behalf. But there are 4 people's names on the trophy. If you need it, I'm willing to cut the trophy into 4 parts. Paul, Josh Smith, Dio, and other players. You always say that I changed you. What I want to say is that you also changed me. We are changing each other. Kellyanne summarized a lot and thanked a lot, which is also the basic routine of most acceptance speeches. Kellyanne also wanted to show his personality. I know I'm a good coach, so I also give great affirmation to the NBA for giving me the award. But his status in the NBA is far less than Wang Jingwen, and saying this will only bring him criticism. He is not the kind of person who adheres to the principle of black and red are also red to attract traffic for himself, and he prefers to be a normal person. If there is anything special about Kellyanne's acceptance speech, it is that he did not thank Gu Jia first. However, he is not an athlete or coach within the system, and his popularity in China is very high. Except for Liu Ziyang, Yao Ming, and Ding Junhu, no one can suppress him. Winning the honor is also a glory for the country. Therefore, no leader came out to criticize him. Kellyanne mentioned the players in the team in his acceptance speech, hoping to motivate them and hope that the team will show better performance in the G3 game. However, the progress of the game was not as expected. The away Pistons played a finals level defensive intensity. They expanded their defense to the maximum intensity against the Hawks' overly outside-oriented offensive methods. Paul's performance was greatly reduced under the highest intensity confrontation. This was not his fault. In order to ensure Paul's health and future development, Kellyanne did not arrange for Paul to gain a lot of weight in his first season of adapting to the league. He only gained 8 pounds compared to when he entered the league. His speed and agility were not affected, but the confrontation seemed a little insufficient. In fact, it was enough to deal with most opponents. The main reason was that the Hawks were able to push the Pistons to this extent, which was beyond Kellyanne's expectation. Paul couldn't break through the Pistons' blockade. The Hawks could only shoot from mid-range and long distances helplessly, and their hit rate was also average. Even if the referee blew the home whistle today and favored the Hawks, it couldn't change the Pistons' defensive formation, let alone the result of the game 88:106. 6 Pistons scored in double digits and broke through the Phillips Center. In the whole game, Billups scored 17 points, 7 assists and 5 rebounds. Lynch Hunter scored 17 points off the bench. Rasheed Wallace scored 14 points and 8 rebounds. Hamilton and McDyess scored 13 points each, and Prince scored 11 points. On the Hawks side, Joe Johnson scored a game-high 19 points. His efficiency of 7 out of 17 was not high, but he was the only one on the Hawks who could get the ball into the basket. David Lee made 4 of 5 shots in garbage time and scored 14 points with 6 of 9 shots in the whole game, making him the second highest scorer on the Hawks. The 2 crushing defeats in G2 and G3 have fully exposed the gap in strength between the Hawks and the Pistons. When Kellyanne was interviewed after the game, he was asked by reporters about the team's current dilemma of losing 2 games in a row. He answered helplessly, "The players have given their all, and I have nothing to blame them for. The Pistons are indeed stronger, and we can only use our own efforts to fight the opponent and force them to make mistakes." Unfortunately, the Pistons' performance was impeccable, making our efforts in vain. Especially Ben Wallace. I really miss the time when he was fouled in G1. In the eyes of some people, Kellyanne's response was a bit cowardly and not tough. He emphasized Ben Wallace's suppression of the Hawks and lacked a never-give-up spirit. But in fact, Kellyanne was playing a psychological game with the Pistons. He tried his best to exaggerate the role of Ben Wallace and tried to differentiate the relationship between Ben Wallace, who did not get a contract extension, and Rasheed Wallace, who got a big contract. At the end of the Three Kingdoms period, Jiang Wei did not hesitate to sacrifice his personal honor and pretended to surrender to Zhang Hui, instigating the other side to make a last effort for the restoration of Shu Han. Although the chance was slim, even almost zero, it was also the last effort made by a general for his country. Until the end, Jiang Wei died, and the Han dynasty fell. Kellyanne's situation is similar. Not to mention that the Pistons are aiming for the championship. They would not have a conflict at this time. Even if his strategy is successful, can it really divide them for a game? And can they win the series again and again? But Kellyanne still did it. Some things can only be done by human efforts and leave it to fate. On May 18th, the Hawks and the Pistons played G4. For the Hawks fans who came to the Phillips Center to watch the game, this game is definitely not a good one. Although the Hawks have never fallen behind the Pistons by more than 10 points, the Hawks have not had a 1-minute lead since the first minute of the game. Until the end of the game, the Hawks were suppressed by the whole court until the final whistle. As the series progressed, both sides knew each other well. The Pistons firmly controlled the situation. Kellyanne tried to change the formation many times to break free from the Pistons' restraint on the Hawks, but still couldn't reverse the situation. Not being as strong as the opponent is one thing, but the tactical system and personnel configuration were completely restrained by the opponent, which was the key to Kellyanne's helplessness. Even if he was good at on-the-spot scheduling, he couldn't turn the tables into multiple unfavorable situations. In the end, the Hawks lost to the Pistons by 8 points with a score of 89-97 and fell behind 1-3 in the series. The separation plan did not succeed, and the Hawks were doomed to fail. Kellyanne could only shout like Jiang Boy who drew his sword and committed suicide in the performance. My plan failed. It was fate. 2 days later, at the Palace of Auburn Hills, G5 of the Eastern Conference semifinals was staged as scheduled. The process is not repeated here. Although Kellyanne and the Hawks played their best and even used the band cutting the book tactic to compete with the Pistons, the Detroit Pistons once again showed the strength of a strong team. Rasheed Wallace, who had 5 fouls, stepped up at the critical moment of the fourth quarter and scored 4 points in a row, helping the team to surpass the score. He made 2 free throws in the end and led the Pistons to beat the Atlanta Hawks 88-82 at home, eliminating the Hawks with a total score of 4-1 and entering the Eastern Conference Finals again. In the eyes of others, the Hawks should be satisfied with ending the season of rebuilding the team in this way. Before the start of the season, Kellyanne was told that he could lead the Hawks to the Eastern Conference semifinals, and he should be happy to accept this result. Before the start of this game, he also did enough psychological preparation. This game may be the last game of the Hawks season. However, when the red light came on and the Hawks season really ended, Kellyanne was still a little at a loss. Suddenly, he didn't know what to do. Last season, the Lakers lost to the Spurs, but Kellyanne's mood was affected by Phil Jackson at that time, and his dissatisfaction with the Lakers reached a peak. His emotions included some anger, expectations for the future, and even some pride in leading the Lakers to the Western Conference semifinals, but he did not hesitate at this moment. After a moment, Kellyanne sorted out his mood and gathered the players to the bench. Your performance is great. I'm very satisfied. Everyone makes mistakes. No one is a god. You are still very young. Some of you are in your first year in the NBA, and some have never entered the playoffs. So I'm very satisfied with your performance this year. We lost, but we did not fail. This season is over. We can only look forward to the next season. As long as we can improve ourselves, we can go further next season. Anyone may deceive you. Only the sweat you leave behind will not deceive you. This summer, remember to make yourself stronger. Whatever doesn't kill us will make us stronger. Kellyanne quoted classics and shouted various inspiring slogans to encourage these players. The faces of the young players gradually glowed. At the press conference after the game, Kellyanne faced the defeat calmly and smiled. There is nothing to be depressed about. Everyone did very well. We were third in the regular season and third in the playoffs in the Eastern Conference. We won one more game than the Wizards next door. I think the team has proved that we are a new force in the Eastern Conference that cannot be ignored. In the middle of the season, you often said that my goal of 39 wins was too conservative. Now, I will set a goal for next season. Next season, we will become a candidate for the championship. The reporter asked, which team do you think will win the championship among the remaining teams? I think it's the Mavericks. After losing the game, the Hawks had no intention of staying in Detroit. The team flew back to Atlanta on a chartered plane overnight. It was already past 4 a.m. when the Hawks returned to Atlanta. This summer is over. After getting off the plane, Kellyanne still couldn't help but feel a little dazed. But when all the Hawks walked out of the airport, they found that the airport was surrounded. There were dense crowds outside the airport. After seeing Kellyanne and the players, all these people shouted. For a while, cheers and shouts rose and fell. At this moment, Atlanta, which had been silent, became noisy again with the return of a hero. The next day, sports news and major media reported the Eastern Conference semifinals between the Hawks and the Pistons. Almost every media and every expert repeatedly emphasized one point: offense wins fans, defense wins victory. This is the cruelty of competitive sports. Victory means everything. On the contrary, in China, more voices support the Hawks. Zhu Yi published an article in his column, summarizing the Hawks season. This season is over, and the Hawks playoffs have come to an end. That is not perfect, but makes everyone feel relieved. A year ago, the Hawks were at the bottom of the league with 13 wins and 69 losses. A year later, this number became 55 wins and 27 losses. At the beginning of the playoffs, fans thought the Cavaliers were very strong, and the Detroit Pistons in the second round were the Hawks' nemesis, but later the team easily defeated the Cavaliers and won a game from the Pistons. Although they eventually lost to the Pistons, I think this team is full of hope. They are still young and the future belongs to them. As long as they can continue this state, this group of players will become more mature and their skills will be more honed. If the Hawks can become more perfect, they will surely be able to go further at that time. The Hawks have many problems. There are obvious problems with their defense, and more importantly, they need to improve their strength in stages. The team's inside line is relatively biased, and they need the outside line to lead the offense. The team lacks a substitute ball handler, and in many games they can only split one of the two backcourt guns, letting them take on more responsibilities with the substitutes. These are all problems that need to be solved by Kellyanne. But the point is that they have completed the contract renewal with Kellyanne, and Kellyanne will continue to lead the Hawks in the next 3 years. I look forward to him bringing surprises to the fans again this summer and next season. Kellyanne smiled off the outside world's disturbances. Coming out of the shadow of losing, Kellyanne organized a dinner for the whole team, celebrated this successful season, and announced the disbandment of the team. Next, it's the uniform team's turn. Chapter 181, the #1 trading chip in history. The season is over, but the awards are still being presented. On May 24th, the NBA officially announced the list of the best team of the season. Nash, Kobe, James, Nowitzki, and O'Neal occupied the first team of the best team with their outstanding performance. Paul received 373 votes in the selection of the best team, and ranked 4th in the selection of guards, surpassing Wade, Iverson, and Arenas to be selected for the second team of the best team. He is also the first player after Duncan to be selected for the best team in his rookie season. He was selected for the second team of the best team with Billups, Ben Wallace, Brand, and Duncan. Iverson, Wade, Anthony, Marion and Yao Ming were selected for the third team. For the Little Giant, this is a regrettable season. From a personal performance point of view, the destructive power and dominance he showed in the restricted area this season have reached the highest peak of his career so far. Just based on his performance on the offensive end, he has been able to touch the edge of supergiant. However, frequent injuries and dismal team records have only earned him the honor of a third team. However, this is also due to the overall decline of the center position. Garnett, a forward, who also did not enter the playoffs, was awarded the best team for. There is nothing you can do about it. Although there are various reasons, leading the team to fish in the peak season is always a big black spot, and it is reasonable that Garnett missed the best team. Arenas, who led the team to 6th in the regular season and made it to the top 4 in the Eastern Conference in the playoffs, also missed the best team, which is somewhat controversial. After the selection, Arenas also questioned the selection mechanism at the first time, believing that his performance deserved a place in the best team anyway. This topic was detonated, and Billups, who had an excellent record and average personal data, and Iverson, who had only data, but led the team to fish, became the object of media questioning. ESPN pulled the three of them out for comparison, analyzing from various dimensions which of the three people deserved a best team more. The results of the analysis came out, and it seemed Iverson's third team really took advantage of it in the MVP selection. Nash defeated Nowitzki, who had better data and results, and won the MVP again, which also caused a lot of controversy. The Mavericks ranked third in the league, only 2 games behind the Spurs. Nowitzki averaged 26.6 points, 9 rebounds, 2.8 assists, and 1 block per game. Not only did he reach the peak of his career in personal offensive data, but he also had a significant improvement on the defensive end. His advanced data was in the lead in all aspects. In the end, he only ranked third in the selection, even behind James, who led the team with average results. Nash also has his own advantages. The team renewed Stoudemire's contract with a maximum salary. After resting for most of the season, he played and barely returned to play 3 games, and was reimbursed for the season. In the case of giving up Joe Johnson and Richardson, because of money problems, the team only had him and Marion in the starting lineup last season. The introduced center Kurt Thomas was reimbursed in the middle of the season, and the team's original 8-man rotation was left with 7 people playing. In this case, Nash led the team to 54 wins. James Jones, who can only shoot 3-pointers, and Tim Thomas, who was cut by the Bulls, had played well beside him. His ability to lead his teammates is top in history. It can only be said that Nowitzki's German identity is definitely a disadvantage, but Nash will not have a big problem getting the award. If you let Kellyanne vote, he will definitely give Nowitzki his first vote. The attributes are exposed more and more obviously. It's just Kellyanne, not the author himself. The playoffs are still in full swing, but Kellyanne has entered the working state ahead of schedule after a week of rest. After communicating with Timberwolves general manager McHale on the phone, he and Larry Sander went to Minnesota in person to try to win the Timberwolves' only valuable player, Wolfgang Garnett. Missing the playoffs for 2 consecutive seasons, and the team's performance has shown a downward trend, falling from the 9th in the West last season to the 12th in the West this season. After many years of stability, the Timberwolves have entered a relatively embarrassing stage. The team has Garnett, a top 10 player in the league, but they don't have the ability to build a team around him. Garnett is very versatile, but the Timberwolves management can't find the right helper for him. The team's first lottery pick in many years was finally transformed into McCann. His performance can only be described as mediocre. It seems a little short of qualified combat capability. It seems that there is no potential. It's so embarrassing. The team's record is not good. Garnett, who is infinitely loyal to the Timberwolves, also has conflicts with the team management. Garnett regards Philip Saunders as his mentor. The relationship between him and the team owner Taylor and the general manager McHale is average. With dissatisfaction with McHale, Garnett's attitude towards head coach Cassie is also average. In a sense, the current situation of the Timberwolves is similar to that of the Lakers. The difference is that the Lakers are located in Los Angeles, and their appeal to free agents is not comparable to that of the Timberwolves. Jerry Buss is willing to spend money on the team, as long as it can improve the team's competitiveness. The luxury tax is just a number. Kobe's younger than Garnett, and the Lakers can still squeeze into the playoffs. Trade Garnett and enter reconstruction? McHale has this idea. The key is the bargaining chip. There are rumors that Garnett will go to the Lakers and the Suns, but that is really just a rumor. The Lakers have no bargaining chips. If the Suns are willing to take out Stoudemire, they can talk, but the bargaining chips of Marion plus Harrington plus draft picks have no appeal. McHale is an inside player, and he has his own evaluation criteria for inside players. He really doesn't think much of these players. Whether it is Larry Sander or Kellyanne, they are not big names in the industry. The Timberwolves did not pay much attention to their arrival, and only arranged a staff member to pick them up at the airport. Arriving at the Timberwolves office, Larry Sander and Kellyanne also waited for nearly half an hour before McHale and Cassie took time to meet with them. Everyone introduced themselves to each other, and then the trade negotiation began. Kumi, I'm very grateful that you are so sincere in coming to Minnesota to discuss KG's trade with me, but what I want to say is that Kilograms is a top 5 superstar in the league and the core of the Timberwolves. Subjectively, we have no intention of trading him. McHale said. Come on, you have no intention of trading, so why do you ask me to come to Minnesota to discuss it in detail? Kellyanne complained in his heart and said seriously, Kevin, McHale, Devin, Cassie, I think you need to understand one thing. What? Kilograms can no longer support the Timberwolves, and conversely, the Timberwolves can't keep Kilograms forever. Mikhail and Cassie fell into a temporary silence. Killian's words pointed out the current problem of the Timberwolves. Randy Foye, who the team picked in the draft, is a good player who can fight immediately. He may grow into the core player of the team and help the team enter the playoffs quickly. But what will happen next? Garnett is already 30 years old. This season, he has already shown that he is unable to carry the team alone. Can the team still hope that he will grow up again next season? Garnett's contract still has 3 years left. After 3 years, Garnett will be 33 years old. By then, he will not renew his contract anyway and fight for a championship ring of his own, right? The 2007 draft was the highest quality since 2003. Greg Oden and Kevin Durant, one of them can bring peace to the world. Al Horford is a mature player who can fight immediately. I have no doubt that he can play in the NBA now. And Yi Jianlian of Huaxia, his physical fitness and technical characteristics are very similar to Kilograms when he was young. Killian said, Kevin, you are a professional manager. You should know how important it is to promote reconstruction at the right time and select a suitable core player to build a team. This was very attractive to Mikhail. After a bad year, if they get Oden or Durant, the Timberwolves can get rid of the current dilemma of being neither good nor bad and complete the reconstruction around one of them. Tell me your offer, Kimmy. Mikhail stretched out his hand to stop Cassie, who was about to protest, and gestured. My plan is to use Josh Smith and David Lee as the main body, the Rockets' number 8 pick this season, the Hawks' first round pick in 2007, and the right to swap the first round pick in 2008, and then add some balancing contracts to complete the deal. Killian said. The first round swap in 2008 is unlikely to be successful, but the trading chips offered by the Hawks are still generous. David Lee is a player in the second team of the best rookie team this season, and the trading value is at least a lottery pick. Mikhail looked at Killian. Where is Joe Johnson? According to Mikhail's idea, Joe Johnson is on the list of transactions anyway. From the salary matching, he should also be on the trading list. Joe Johnson is not on the trading list. Besides, I think if the Timberwolves target is Oden or Durant, you don't need Joe Johnson. Killian reminded. You can't say that. Joe Johnson can be a perfect match for either Oden or Durant, right? Mikhail continued. Kimmy, I'm not satisfied with the offer you made. The bright prospects you described are based on the Timberwolves playing badly next season and then getting Oden and Durant, not on your efforts for this deal. If you don't change your offer and can't provide us with players with real core potential as bargaining chips, I will re-examine your trade request. What about Bynum? Killian suddenly asked. I wonder if you recognize his potential. As a former top inside player, Mikhail certainly saw the potential in Bynum, and his mind was immediately opened. You want the Magic to be the third party? Mikhail was a little skeptical. You don't need to intervene. I will negotiate the trade. I just want to confirm with you whether you are willing to push forward the trade. If I can include Bynum in the trade. Maybe the trade has reached this point, which is somewhat beyond Mikhail's expectations. According to his original plan, it was Joe Johnson plus David Lee plus number 8 pick plus extras, and the core of the Hawks trade should be Joe Johnson. Unexpectedly, the other party did not intend to include Joe Johnson in the trade. After the negotiation, Mikhail immediately called up the Hawks player list and draft picks in hand, and made an analysis. If the Hawks traded for Bynum without Dyer, and then included Bynum in the trade, this team is very likely to form a starting lineup of Paul plus Joe Johnson plus Posey plus Garnett plus Dyer. With this lineup, Mikhail wanted to shout Hawks champions directly. But looking back, and analyzing what Killian said during the negotiation, it is not unreasonable. When making a deal, it is not only about how much the Hawks can get, but also about your own benefits. If everything goes well, with Bynum plus Josh Smith plus Durant, the Timberwolves can complete the reconstruction in 2 to 3 years. By then, Garnett's huge contract of more than $20 million can be converted into more reasonable contracts for 3 new players, and the Timberwolves configuration will be more reasonable. This Kimmy is really amazing. Killian is indeed amazing, but most general managers in the league are not vegetarians. Many transactions, from the perspective of fans, will feel ridiculous, but when you are in this position, and in a complex environment, what you can see, and the judgment you get are completely different. For the Magic, Bynum is a very chicken rub existence. This center who is less than 19 years old can score 6.4 points and 5.5 rebounds in an average of 18 minutes of playing time per game in his rookie season. You know, he is not the team's main offensive point, and he often appears on the court with Howard, standing in a twin tower position. From this point of view, his potential is really good. With the Magic's positioning as a weak team, Bynum should have been trained most carefully, and the Magic is also the best at training centers for the Lakers. However, Bynum and the Magic are more like meeting the right person at the wrong time, and the tragedy that happened in the end in a relationship between men and women. The Magic already has the more talented Howard, who is better at playing center, and Bynum can only be a substitute. The tactical core of the team's outside line is the Turkish Turkoglu, and the main way to launch an offense is pick and roll, but Bynum is not suitable for pick and roll. Simply put, when Bynum is on the court, Howard and Turkoglu both play uncomfortably. The plan of the team's new head coach Van Gundy is to check for leaks and fill in the gaps in the team's lineup. He prefers to fully develop Howard's potential and equip the lineup around Howard. Bynum's potential is also one of the chips he wants to use to strengthen the team's strength. After discussing with Stan Van Gundy about the Hawks' trading intention, Wiesbrod gave the negotiation conditions. Josh Smith. This power forward with explosive athletic ability and excellent offense and defense can effectively strengthen the team's weak links. On the defensive end, he and Howard can defend the Magic's basket, making the Magic's restricted area a no-fly zone. And on the offensive end, the impact of the Magic's inside combination is also amazing. With a lineup of Nelson, Stevenson, Turkoglu, Josh Smith, and Howard, Stan Van Gundy is confident that he can lead the team into the playoffs. Even if the lottery is good, it will not be a problem to replicate the Hawks' miracle this season and make it to the second round. Perhaps it was ridiculous to exchange a unpolished center for Josh Smith, and even the Magic themselves found it absurd. They chose to raise the stakes. The team's 11th pick this season or the first round pick in 2007, the Hawks can choose one to take away. Turning around, Killian and Larry Sander took the Magic's offer to McHale to restart the negotiations. Bynum plus David Lee plus number 8 pick plus Hawks 2007 first round plus Magic 2007 first round plus Jerome James plus Darko Milicic. Killian gave the final offer. If the deal is reached, it will be the first 7-for-1 big deal in history. Compared with the deal between the Timberwolves and the Celtics in 2007, there is no doubt that the Hawks have a richer bargaining chip. But their lineup is more balanced than the Celtics' lineup. Just as McHale thought, the starting lineup of Paul plus Joe Johnson plus James Posey plus Garnett plus Dio can almost lock the championship in the East next season. The team's only opponent is the King of the West. But Josh is also someone we want. McHale showed a cunning smile. In our team building plan, Josh will be our starting small forward. The key is that we don't need so many inside players. Let Josh Smith play small forward. No wonder you are a perennial bad team. Killian cursed in his heart. Kevin, this is already the best bargaining chip we can give. If you still want more, maybe our deal can't go on. But the Timberwolves really don't need so many inside players. McHale said toughly, we need to strengthen the team's small forward position. James Posey? Absolutely not. Larry Sander stood up to express his objection. As compensation, I don't want the Hawks' first round pick in 2007. McHale smiled and looked at Killian. In addition, I can put Hassel in the trade. Haha, thank you. Hassel is the defensive stalwart of the Timberwolves. His defensive attributes are relatively balanced, his strength is decent, his footwork is okay, and his speed is not slow. In other words, he is mediocre. Except for some players with poor physical fitness, if most players put all their energy into the defensive end, the effect will not be much worse than him. He plays hard, even if his style of play is not Killian's cup of tea. Just based on this point, he should be able to play as a substitute in the Hawks. After all, the Hawks will appropriately reduce the head-only offense next season and appropriately approach offensive and defensive balance. His problem is that there are still 4 years left on the contract, with a total price of $17 million. This is a garbage contract. It means that the Timberwolves helped eat Jerome James' garbage contract and gave the Hawks a hassle. I also want your 2 second-round picks this year, the 35th and 36th. Kellyanne said. The second-round pick obtained from the Pistons is the 60th pick, which is not enough to help the Hawks eat PJ Tucker or Millsap. Please, Kimmy. I've already given you a first-round pick. I can give you one more at most. McHale shook his head. You don't want to trade because a second-round pick can't be negotiated, right? Please, Kevin, you can't train so many newcomers at once. Kellyanne insisted. I have to choose 2 suitable substitutes, right? After struggling for a long time, McHale finally agreed to Kellyanne's request. Although Garnett was sent away, the team's goal has basically been achieved. In one go, they got an 8th pick this season, a first-round pick next season, a young center with great potential, a young inside player who entered the second team of the best rookie, and a high-quality wing. It's exaggerated to sell Garnett at this price. This scientist is really a fool. P.S. Some book friends may question that the Hawks paid too much chips for this deal, but I would like to remind you of a few points. First, Garnett just turned 30, is still in his prime, and has 3 years left on his contract. Second, the deal neither touched the core configuration of the Hawks nor affected their future. Third, the protagonist agreed to pay so much for the deal, and he had other intentions. Chapter 182, 2006 Draft. Although it was Garnett, didn't we pay too much? Larry Sander reminded Kellyanne when he returned to the hotel at night. For transactions involving other players, as long as the general managers of the 2 teams reach an agreement, the transaction can be completed. However, Garnett is not other players. He is one of the few players in the league who has the trade veto power, so the transaction documents must be approved by him before they can be made. In other words, if you are shameless, you can still withdraw the transaction now. Larry, did we pay a lot? Kellyanne asked. I know it was Garnett, but this deal seems to have really drained us. Larry Sander worriedly. Not only were the high-quality young players robbed by the Timberwolves, but they were also forced to take on Hassel's 4-year, $17 million contract. As a result, the Hawks' hope of strengthening in the free agent market has been greatly reduced. Garnett can certainly attract some veterans to hug his thighs at a low price, but Kellyanne seems to be a player who is not very good at using veterans. Just think of Jerome James' 4-year, $24 million contract as Hassel's 4-year, $17 million contract. Wouldn't that make you feel better? Kellyanne asked. Josh Smith plus David Lee plus Posey plus number 8 pick for Garnett. Can you accept that? We have 2 more second-round picks after this analysis. Larry Sand looked better. The most important thing is that no team can match the price we offer. Kellyanne said. Do you know what this means? I don't know. It means that the market has been completely disrupted by us. If other teams want to follow our example and exchange for superstars, it's out of reach. Kellyanne said, gesturing with his hands. Larry Sander seemed to understand. For example, now Kobe has applied for a trade with the Lakers. Let's not talk about superstar swaps. How many teams in the league can accumulate enough chips to exchange for him? Paul plus Joe Johnson, at most add a draft pick. Larry Sander said. 1. You make a lot of sense. I was speechless. Either the Nuggets bring Anthony to negotiate, or the Magic bring Howard to negotiate. Anyway, you don't have a superstar embryo of this level, so I won't talk to you. Larry Sander put himself in the role of the Lakers general manager and said, you should go to the Lakers to be the general manager. Kellyanne complained. He originally wanted to use the rumored trade between Kobe and the Bulls in 2007 as an example. At that time, the Bulls' offer was Noah plus Noshani plus Ben Gordon plus Terrence Thomas, which was only one Luol Deng away from the Lakers' requirements. Now that the Hawks have disrupted the market, I'm afraid that, even if the Bulls are willing to trade Luol Deng, the Lakers will have to increase the price. Garnett is worth so much, Kobe's younger, and no worse than Garnett. Why is he only given so little? In this case, the possibility of other super teams emerging in the short term is greatly reduced. The Hawks' strength is far ahead in the East and there is almost no threat. All they need to do is wait for the opportunity and wait for the numerous Han team to come out of the mountains of swords and seas of fire in the West and deliver their heads. Well, perfect. Soon, under the arrangement of Mikhail, Kellyanne and Garnett met. Hello, KG. The premise for the completion of the transaction is that Garnett himself gives up the use of his trade veto, so the next hurdle for Kellyanne is to convince Garnett himself. Hello, Kimmy. Garnett's mood is a bit sad. Since entering the league, Garnett has played for the Timberwolves. This team has no history. All the honors it has achieved are directly linked to Garnett. Garnett has naturally become the totem of this team. In all the relevant data lists, Garnett is the first in team history, and it was still the case until the day Kellyanne crossed over. Just like when Kellyanne was eliminated after the season ended, he did some psychological preparation. The team might start rebuilding in advance, and he might be traded. The destination might be Los Angeles, Phoenix, or somewhere else. Anyway, it must be a team with championship competitiveness, otherwise he will exercise the right to veto the trade. Atlanta Hawks. To be honest, Garnett has never thought about it. Focusing on offense over defense, a young Lanoop, and a coach with a prominent personal style, in the eyes of Garnett, who has always been educated in old school basketball thinking, these are contrary to the characteristics required by a championship team. He left the Timberwolves, but for this championship. Garnett's interest in the Hawks was ignited after he knew about the bargaining chips between the Hawks and the Timberwolves. The Hawks did not give up Paul. They did not give up Joe Johnson, and even did not give up Dio, who played a key role, but they took out the chips that the Timberwolves could not refuse. This is a team that ranked last in the league in the 2003-2004 season, and the whole team combined could not get Garnett. How did they accumulate so many chips to promote the transaction in just 1 year? Kilograms. Have you ever thought about how well you fit with the Hawks? Kellyanne began his deception. If we use the bombardment tactic, you replace Josh Smith in our formation. Although you're running and jumping, maybe slightly worse than Josh, you have a higher basketball IQ, a better shooting threat, and you can even pass the ball, so the effect may be better. Pick and roll is our main offensive routine in positional warfare. The combination of you and Paul reminds me of Stockton and Malone. There are many exquisite cooperations that come to my mind. If you two play together for a few more years, you should be able to compete with Stockton and Malone for the best PG/PF combination in history. It's not that you should, but you can definitely surpass them. They have accumulated data but no championship. Based on your mobility and defensive assistance ability, I also plan to design a defensive system for online double teaming. The opponent initiates on offense, immediately form a double team at the free throw line, forming a local 2-on-1 or 3-on-2 defense, which puts huge pressure on the ball holder to shoot and pass the ball. Either force a shot against the defense or choose to pass the ball. If you choose to pass the ball outside, continue to put pressure on the new ball holder. If you pass the ball to the inside, the defender above the free throw line needs to come back to defend. You are our defensive hub. Because you move fast, you can both double team and retreat to assist defense. Finally, when the team's offensive tactics are strangled, you can still bring us low post lethality. Garnett's singles ability is relatively weak among superstars, but that is judged by the standards of superstars, and the Timberwolves have always had a bad offensive environment, which has more or less affected his efficiency. When he came to the Hawks, he was surrounded by Paul and Joe Johnson. The former is a master of organization, averaging 9 assists per game in his rookie season. Although he benefited from the convenience of run and gun tactics to brush data, his efficiency in positional warfare is still not discounted. The latter is a single hitter with organizational ability. His big heart attribute is the perfect complement for Paul and Garnett, who are relatively not good at attacking. So my inside partner will be Boris Diaw. You mean, I want to play center? Garnett is famous for not liking to play center. For this reason, he even reported his height lower during the draft. No, the team's tactical arrangement is that you replaced Josh's position last season. Of course, we would like you to do more. Kellyanne said, I know that the defensive tactics of double teaming on the line are difficult to sustain for 48 minutes, so in the regular season, I will only suddenly increase the intensity at a certain stage of the game to catch the opponent off guard. Most of the games are still mainly offensive. After speaking, Kellyanne's face changed, but in the playoffs, everyone needs to serve the team's victory. When the team needs it, you have to play center. There is nothing to say about this. Garnett knows this very well. No matter which team he joins, it's all for the championship. In a championship team, everyone has to make sacrifices. On the other hand, Kellyanne also knows this, so he spared no expense to make this deal. Garnett is a man with faith and roots, unlike some people. How do we solve the problems in other positions of the team? Garnett asked. After saying this, Kellyanne knew that the other party had agreed to join the Hawks. In the Lakers, I found Matt Barnes, Eddie House, Diop, and Anderson to help the Lakers. When I came to the Hawks, I also made good use of Milicic and Kittles. I dare not brag about other abilities, but I'm very good at matching the core players with the right role players. Kellyanne paused and continued, besides, with you, we are more competitive in the free agent market, aren't we? Garnett laughed, showing his white teeth. Of course. The Celtics in history sacrificed 80% of their assets to form the Big Three, but the role players were not weak at all. In addition to Ainge's long sleeves and good dance, a large part of the reason was that many veterans saw the hope of the championship and joined the Celtics. Castle, PJ Brown, Posey, etc. all made great contributions on the stage of the finals. Clearing his throat, Garnett stood up and said to Kellyanne, I hope that this time next season, we will still be fighting side by side. Is there any suspense? Garnett nodded, and the deal was basically completed. However, the season was not over yet, and Kellyanne and McHale reached a consensus to wait until the day of the draft to announce the trade. In order to avoid being caught by the media, Kellyanne returned to Atlanta as soon as possible, and Wang Lifan also returned home after the end of the semester, and the long-distance relationship life of the two finally ended. With Kellyanne's reputation in Atlanta, Wang Lifan could choose any medical school in Atlanta. In the end, she became a student of Professor Jaya Fulin of the Medical College of Georgia, and she could often appear at the Phillips Center to watch the game in the future. Kellyanne boasted about himself, and Wang Lifan rolled her eyes at him. Do you think medical schools follow your NBA? I became a student of Professor Jaya Fulin, and my relationship with you cannot be said to be negligible, but it can only be said that I have no relationship with you. It is not without human relationships. As the head of the cardiothoracic department of the largest public hospital in Atlanta, Wang's IAO has transferred a lot of benefits to the other party through various channels. This is the key to Wang Lifan's successful stay in Atlanta. After staying at home for 2 days, Kellyanne and Wang Lifan made plans for the summer. After Kellyanne handles the draft, the next step is to recruit players with Garnett. They are busy until June 28th. After the lineup is finalized, the two go to Germany to watch the semi-finals and finals of the World Cup. Then they go back to Sussex to meet Kellyanne's parents and go to Beijing to record Basketball Park, which is estimated to take 2 weeks. After that, I will adjust my plan based on my mood. I can go to Sapporo to watch the Basketball World Championships or return to Atlanta earlier. I feel that this will be a very fulfilling summer. Kellyanne watched the finals with Hamblin, Snyder, and Hornacek. Although Kellyanne listed 8 reasons for favoring the Mavericks and found 18 referees who took bribes to be biased and helped the Heat's penalty, it still did not change the fact that the Heat defeated the Mavericks 4-2. O'Neal won his 4th championship ring, and he had the upper hand in the comparison with Kobe, while Wade, who had always been placed behind James and Anthony in the 0-3 generation, overtook them and won the championship and FMVP. The name of Flashman was feared by all. However, in the finals, he would shoot free throws whenever he broke through, and basically all the whistles that could be given were given, including many body hair fouls. Mavericks fans were not convinced and called him Body Hair Man. First he lost in the selection of regular season MVP, and then he was blackened on the stage of the finals. Nowitzki may be the most miserable existence this season. Kellyanne also felt a little unfair for Nowitzki and planned to correct his name in the program so that fans can examine Nowitzki more objectively and not call him a soft egg. Have you noticed that in this finals, O'Neal's power has been greatly reduced, and Dampier and Diop took turns to defend him? Laymen watch the excitement, while experts see the doorway. Kellyanne had no intention of watching the Heat win the championship. He watched the game with the coaching staff to observe the opponent in advance. Averaged 13.8 points and 10.5 rebounds per game. Snyder immediately reported O'Neal's data, expressing his recognition of Kellyan. Pat released devilish training, can squeeze out the potential of players in a short period of time, but in the long run, there will definitely be hidden dangers. Kellyan said, in addition to the Heat's championship, many veterans have fulfilled their wishes and may not work so hard anymore. This is hard to say, right? There are also teams in the league that can dispel this complacency very well, such as the Spurs. Duncan has 3 championships in hand, but they still compete for the championship every year. Kellyan raised his eyebrows and didn't take the benefits of being a time traveler to show off. The season officially ended, and Kellyan and Larry Sander flew to New York together to participate in the 2006 draft held at Madison Square Garden on the 23rd. In the draft last season, the 2 rookies selected by Kellyan played well, and this season, naturally, he will be the leader. The Hawks have second-round picks, so the specific payment must be flexible. David Stern gave a speech as usual, and the New York audience booed in response. In an awkward atmosphere, the draft officially began. Italian center Andrea Bargnani became the number 1 pick, and was selected by the Raptors. Nowitzki has been performing better and better in the past 2 years, and players of the same type have become more and more popular. Bargnani has strong shooting ability, ball control skills comparable to guards, and outstanding tactical awareness. It seems to be a very safe choice. For the Raptors in Toronto, international players are more loyal. They are not like American players who want to run away after playing. In fact, this is true. International players are indeed more loyal in the NBA. They know how difficult it is for them to be loved in a city as outsiders, and they are more likely to regard the team as their home. Except for Pau Gasol, who was traded, most of the other players gave their peak period to one team. Aldridge was selected by the Bulls, which was a good choice, but the Bulls' target was not Aldridge, but Terrence Thomas. The reason for taking Aldridge is just to control the team behind and make some money. Perhaps because he knew he would not play for the Bulls, Aldridge looked average after he took the stage, not as excited as the number 1 pick. As always, Joe learned from Lei Feng's good example and chose Adam Morrison, a white forward who was modeled after Larry Bird. Basically, those who were modeled after Nowitzki and Larry Bird can be regarded as parallel imports, not to mention that Morrison has diabetes. The Bulls took a fancy to Terrence Thomas, who was picked up by the Trail Blazers. This is an inside player with excellent physical talent and strong athletic ability. The Bulls saw the shadow of Tyson Chandler in him and planned to trade him with Aldridge and get something from the Trail Blazers. Kellyan also had the opportunity to do this last year, to snatch Darren and then control the Jazz, but he didn't dare. Because of the butterfly effect, the Hornets failed to get Paul and their record continued to be poor. They selected Sheldon Williams with the 5th pick, and they can continue to rank in the top 5 to snatch players next year. Next, it was the Timberwolves' turn. McHale personally handed over the envelope, and the staff handed it to Stern. The player selected by the Minnesota Timberwolves with the 6th pick is Brandon Roy. At the same time, Kellyan and Larry Sander received a call from McHale in the box. Take Randy Foye with the 8th pick. In the previous life, the Timberwolves had their eyes on Randy Foye, but it was not worth it to choose Foye with the 6th pick, so they reached a deal with the Rockets, exchanging Roy with the 6th pick for Andy Foye and Lutherhead. As a result, the Trail Blazers with the 7th pick took Foye first, and the Timberwolves immediately changed the trading partner and reached a Roy for Foye deal with the Trail Blazers. The Rockets with the 8th pick were also caught off guard and were manipulated by the Grizzlies in the subsequent trade negotiations, using Gay, who had extraordinary potential, and Swift, who had a garbage contract, to exchange for Battier. Wearing the Timberwolves cap, Roy was already imagining that he could lead the Timberwolves into the playoffs with Garnett, not caring at all that the Trail Blazers took Randy Foye at the 7th pick. Oh my god, what should I do? The Timberwolves won't cancel the deal, right? Larry Sander was caught off guard by this change. The deal should have been announced earlier. McHale dares. Will Garnett agree? Kellyan said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang, and Kellyan picked up the phone. Kimmy, the plan has changed. We choose Rudy Gay. Okay, Kellyan said. After the selection, we will announce the deal. Okay, he gestured to Larry Sander, who then wrote Gay's name on a piece of paper, and Kellyanne took it out and handed it to the staff. In the 2006 NBA draft, the Atlanta Hawks selected Rudy Gay, a small forward from the University of Connecticut. He was selected at the 8th pick, after falling from the predicted 3rd pick. Even though the prospect of joining the Hawks was exciting, Gay still looked unhappy. He put on his hat with a straight face, then walked up to the podium and shook hands with Stern. Wow. After walking down the podium, Gay was not greeted by the Hawks management. Instead, he heard a sudden commotion at the scene, with many people's eyes focused on him. In the corridor, only Gay's agent quickly walked towards him. Rudy, I'm sorry to tell you that your destination is not Atlanta, but Minnesota. You've been traded by the Hawks. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183. You cut me off. I cut him off. Three-way trade. The Wolf King goes south. A trade that is enough to shake the entire NBA and even the American sports circle. The Hawks, Timberwolves, and Magic have completed the largest trade in NBA history. Hawks, trade, Josh Smith, David Lee, Rudy Gay, James Posey, Jerome James receive, Garnett, Trenton Hassel, Timberwolves number 36 pick, number 37 pick Timberwolves. Trade, Garnett, number 36 pick, number 37 pick receive, Bynum, David Lee, Rudy Gay, James Posey, Jerome James, Magic's 2007 first round pick Magic. Trade, Bynum, 2007 first round pick receive, Josh Smith. The trade involves 8 players, plus 3 draft picks, including the superstar Garnett. Everyone's focus is no longer on the draft, everyone is structuring this seemingly complex trade. First of all, the Magic's thinking is very clear. Bynum has potential, but he is not suitable for the Magic. Taking advantage of the good market, they traded him out to get ready to play players who can help the team to make the playoffs. Josh Smith can fill the team's weakest power forward position, and can also play pick and roll with Turkoglu. He and Harwood are brothers who have been drinking beer together since childhood. The two of them are the long-term core of the team. As for the transaction itself, everyone believes that, as long as the Magic can make the playoffs next season, they will not lose money. As the two young people grow up, they will definitely be able to go further. But it is difficult to clarify who is making money, and who is losing money on both sides of the Hawks and the Timberwolves. The 2 garbage contracts of Jerome James and Trenton Hassel are crossed out, which means that the Hawks use 3 potential stocks plus a high quality starter to exchange for Garnett and 2 second round picks. If you use the chips that only used to go to the Heat last season as a standard, it is obvious that the Hawks paid more. But the Hawks did not play any of the backcourt double guns, and they also retained D.O. The hard power immediately rose to the first tier of the league, and the improvement was even more obvious than the Heat who got O'Neal. This is also a fact. The experts didn't know how to analyze it for a while. Under the sensation of this transaction, the real magical operation of the Timberwolves, Roy Foy plus $1 million, was ignored. What's more magical is that it was not the Trailblazers who begged the Timberwolves to make the deal, but McHale took the initiative to call the Trailblazers management and negotiated the deal. The overall quality of the 2006 draft was indeed average. The only all-star player in the subsequent list, Rajon Rondo, was selected by the Suns and then sent to the Celtics. It is just unknown whether the Celtics can form another big 3 without Garnett and the market is disrupted by the Hawks. Whether Rondo can still play smoothly. Entering the second round of the draft, Kellyanne wrote 2 names on the paper, selecting Millsap at the 36th pick and PJ Tucker at the 37th pick. Although the former is not tall, he is strong and has comprehensive skills. In his rookie season, he served as the first substitute in the Jazz's interior and caused a lot of trouble for the Rockets in the playoffs. In contrast, the latter's career has been turbulent. He played in low-level leagues and European leagues for many years before returning to the NBA. It is not easy for him to provide help to the team in the short term, but he plays a small forward position, which is the weakest position of the Hawks. Just treat it as a lottery ticket. There is also barrier in the undrafted draft. This can be picked with the Pistons' 60th pick at the end. There is no rush. The choice of the Toronto Raptors is PJ Tucker. He has always been the one who intercepted others, but was suddenly caught off guard by others. The Raptors picked Tucker at the 35th pick. Before Kellyan came to his senses, the staff came to the door of the box and waited for them to hand over the envelope. Millsap. The Hawks' plan did not change, and Millsap was selected at the 36th pick. Kellyan's reserve list has 3 people, namely Daniel Gibson, Craig Smith, and Leon Bowie. After a brief analysis of the situation, Kellyan quickly made his choice, Daniel Gibson. Atlanta Hawks selected Daniel Gibson with the 37th pick. This is a shooter-type point guard who is good at singing, basketball, and rap. After retiring from his 7-year career, he turned to the music industry and became a rapper. There are 2 representative works in his career. In his first year as a rookie, he made a big splash in the Eastern Conference Finals Game 6, shooting 5 of 5 from beyond the 3-point line and scoring 31 points, becoming the second hero of the team's promotion to the finals. In his second year of his career, he participated in the All-Star Rookie Game as a substitute, shooting 11 of 20 3-pointers in a single game, scoring 33 points, not only winning the Rookie Game MVP, but also breaking the Rookie Game record. With his shooting skills and combat effectiveness, he should not have fallen to this position and been picked up. In fact, according to the rookie report before May, his ranking has always been at the end of the first round. However, Gibson seems to have reached some kind of pie deal with the Cavaliers and only tried out for the Cavaliers, rejecting the tryout invitations of other teams. Generally speaking, only popular rookies dare to do this, and they will not try out with only one team. The representative figure is Pierce. The arrogant Pierce only tried out with the top 3 teams in the draft that year and ignored other teams. In the end, he was selected only when he was the 10th pick. A player who is in the late first round and early second round dares to try out with only one team, which means that he has received a promise. Unexpectedly, the Hawks broke up the couple and snatched him halfway. I was waiting to put on the Cavaliers uniform and take a photo, but I was suddenly notified that I was selected by the Hawks. Gibson's statement on Facebook is worth pondering. Hawks, okay with to helpless expressions. It seems that he is not willing to accept this reality. Don't want to come? You can. Just don't play in the NBA for the rest of your life. The Hawks weakened the Cavaliers with a 2nd round pick, so it's not a failure. If you come, don't delete this statement and wait to be beaten by Garnett. Anyway, Garnett has a history of beating rookies. After picking up Daniel Gibson, the Hawks won the 60th pick and took down a mountain in Puerto Rico, Jose Barria. In this way, the Hawks' not so complete lineup already has 5 point guards, and it is obvious that there is some excess talent. Of course, this is true on the surface. In fact, Eddie House is likely to opt out of the contract and seek a higher share of the contract, and Jose Barria cannot be regarded as a combat force for the time being. The Hawks can only use Paul and Daniel Gibson, and the latter may not be a member of the Hawks. As soon as the draft ended, Danny Ferry, general manager of the Cleveland Cavaliers, contacted Larry Sander to seek a trade for Daniel Gibson. Whether he is really optimistic about Gibson's potential or not, Danny Ferry must do this. During the tryout, he made a promise to select Daniel Gibson, so that Gibson gave up the opportunity to fight for the 1st round pick contract and came to the Cavaliers, sacrificing certain economic interests, and now, he must make a gesture to get Gibson from the Hawks. Otherwise, who will care about Ferry if he makes similar promises in the future? I'm sorry, Danny. In the new season, Daniel Gibson is a very important choice for us in Kimmy's plan. Larry Sander said, I suggest you consider other candidates. We can send Damon Jones, who is similar to Daniel and has more experience, or Eric Snow, and use an experienced veteran as a substitute for Chris Paul, which is more in line with your needs to compete for the championship. Danny Ferry said, sorry, you also know the salary pressure of our Hawks. We need the operating space brought by Daniel's rookie contract. Kellyan wrote salary pressure on a piece of paper and put it in front of Larry Sander. He immediately understood Kellyanne's intention and replied. After repeated communication, Larry Sanders still couldn't convince him. Danny Ferry had to hang up the phone, knowing that the other party was sure that the Cavaliers were determined to get Daniel Gibson and wanted to manipulate him. However, for the Cavaliers, it was important to show a gesture to Daniel Gibson and his agent that they had tried their best, but the Hawks just refused to agree. Kellyanne can be tough with Danny Ferry and Daniel Gibson, but he showed his tender side to Eddie House, who followed him from the Lakers to the Hawks. Eddie, if I remember correctly, you are almost 28 years old. Eddie House nodded. I will be 28 in August. Before I met the boss, I didn't do much. Kellyanne laughed. Yeah, there are too many players like you in the NBA. In your own story, you are a figure like Jordan, but when you really enter this league, you don't meet the right coach, the right system, the right teammates, and gradually you are covered by time. Eddie House raised his head and looked at the coach he respected. He vaguely sensed what Kellyanne wanted to say. From my perspective, I certainly hope you stay with the Hawks. Daniel Gibson is not interested in the Hawks. He is dreaming of going to the Cavaliers. Joe Spurrier and Lucas do not have the strength to be the team's second point guard for the time being, and they don't have the shooting skills like you. Kellyanne said, if you stay with the team, maybe we can win the championship, and then you can fight for a bigger contract. But I can't do that. This is your first chance to fight for a big contract, and perhaps the only time. I can't guarantee that the Hawks will win the championship next season, and I can't guarantee that you will not be troubled by injuries. If there is any accident, the Hawks may not provide you with retirement. Kellyanne said very realistically, but these are very practical problems in themselves. Eddie House was basically displaced in the early stage of his career. It was really only after he met Kellyanne that he settled down. He got a 2-year basic salary contract, and the money he saved might not be enough to provide for his retirement. Taking advantage of the good data last season and the rising market this year, make money early and put it in your pocket so that you will have a guarantee for the rest of your life. As for the championship ring, this is what a great player should strive for. What House has to do first is to ensure that his family will live a stable life in the future. Boss, I understand what you mean. Thank you. This is Eddie House's sincere words. Although he has been receiving a minimum salary under Kellyanne for the past 2 years, for a player like House, this is something he would not have dared to dream of 2 years ago. Not to mention that he has fully played up his worth in the past 2 years and has the opportunity to get a big contract. He truly regards Kellyanne as his benefactor. The next day, Eddie House's agent announced on his behalf that Eddie House had opted out of the contract and became a completely free agent. After House gave up the player option, the salary situation of the Hawks' current lineup was clearly laid out in front of the Hawks. PG, Paul, $3.8 million. Lucas $800,000. SG, Joe Johnson, $13.5 million. SF, Trenton Hassel, $4.3 million. PF, Garnett, $20 million. DO, $2.5 million. C, Milicic, $3.6 million. The total salary of the 7 players on the Hawks has reached $48.5 million, while the salary cap for this season is only $50 million, and the luxury tax threshold is only $60 million. In the second season that Kellyanne took over the team, the Hawks have the strength to compete for the championship, but also have salary pressure. Even the current operation has great limitations. They cannot offer contracts above $11.5 million in the free agent market, nor can they use space to eat junk contracts at will, including the fact that they have not signed with 3 rookies yet. It is also because they cannot waste the reinforcement space of the undercap team at will, and signing with rookies should be put last. This has to say that Garnett's $20 million contract has a huge impact on the team's salary space, not to mention that the Hawks were forced to take on Hassel's $4.7 million contract. The contracts of the two of them alone directly account for half of the salary cap. Gibson aside, Millsap and Berrier have no objection to the Hawks and can be included in the roster for the new season, which means that the Hawks already have 9 players, among which the point guard position is the richest, with 3 players already. However, Paul is still young and Berrier is a rookie. As Danny Ferry said, it may be more reliable to trade for an old bird. Kylian is more inclined to trade Lucas Jr. At the shooting guard position, Joe Johnson is definitely the top 8 or even top 6 in the league, and he prefers mid-range and long-range shooting. He is not keen on killing the inside line. His style of play is very healthy and the probability of injury is not very high. If Gibson joins, he can also swing to the second position. In addition, Kylian plans to persuade the Mosquito shooter Kittles to play for another year. This veteran really helped the Hawks last season. Kylian also hopes that he will retire with the glory of the championship. The small forward position is the hardest hit area of the Hawks. Kylian's tactics cannot tolerate the team's small forward being an offensive black hole. Although James Posey's hit rate was average last season, no one dared to let him go. Hassel. He hurts the team's offensive space on the court. Unless there are specific circumstances, he can only play as a substitute. If Gibson really doesn't want to come, Kylian plans to control the Cavaliers and find an opportunity to go through a three-way trade to get a usable small forward. In addition, there is also a small forward in Kylian's plan in Europe. Kylian has already contacted the other party's agent and will discuss joining the Hawks with him when he goes to Germany to watch the World Cup. We don't need to be too strong, but at least we can't make this position a weak point for the Hawks. As I said before, the stage of the playoffs is not about who has the longest strengths, but who has the longest weaknesses. With Garnett plus Millsap, Dio plus Milicic, the Hawks inside line is definitely enough. It's nothing more than signing one or two substitutes to enrich the lineup, and then looking for opportunities to trade or pick up leaks in the middle of the season. Overall, the Hawks already have the strength to impact the championship, especially when the Eastern Conference is in decline. This is also a season that further tests Kylian's coaching ability. The NBA free agent market will not open until July 1st, but this is only the day when the signing can be announced next year. In fact, since the end of the draft, each team has begun to hook up with major agents to negotiate the joining of players. With the joining of Garnett, the Hawks have become a hot team for the championship in the new season, and there are no shortage of veterans willing to join in the own player market. Super substitute Bobby Jackson became the first veteran to hook up with the Hawks. The Kings starting lineup played the Princeton offensive system at the time, and Bobby Jackson was a force that could not be ignored on the bench. The veteran signed a full middle-class contract with the Kings during his career. After earning enough, he wanted to fight for a championship ring with the Hawks, regardless of money. After repeated consideration, Kylian agreed to accept the veteran, just as an insurance for the team's backline. $1.5 million a year can just ensure that the Hawks are still a cap team with more room for operation. Jim Jackson, who has been displaced in recent years, also expressed his hope to join the Hawks to hold ties. In terms of position, he is more in line with the needs of the Hawks, but his ability has declined significantly, which is not Kylian's dish. After being rejected by the Hawks, Jim Jackson saw no hope of mixing rings and chose to retire directly. Finally, it was Kittles. Under Kylian's repeated persuasion, the Mosquito shooter decided to postpone his retirement plan and fight for another year. In addition to the championship hope that is within reach, a relatively healthy body is also the key to Kittles' determination to play for another year. Compared with the championship, he cares more about enjoying the fun of basketball. In any case, this is the last year. After this season, I really want to retire. Kittles confirmed. You can't retire, then come directly to my coaching team and be a shooting coach. Kylian encouraged him. Well, that's fine. Kittles was stunned and accepted Kylian's appointment. After keeping Kittles with a minimum salary contract, the Hawks signed Mavericks center Benga with a one-year contract of $2 million, which improved the height of the team's inside line. After the three signings were completed, the Hawks already have 10 players on the roster. Counting the one Kylian interviewed in Europe and 3 rookies who have not yet signed, the team already has 14 players. Okay, I'm going to Germany to watch the World Cup. Wait for your good news. Chapter 184. Life is like chocolate. Sea of people. This idiom is the most appropriate to describe Germany now. Even though the World Cup has reached the semi-finals and most countries have already gone home, the whole of Germany is still overcrowded. The streets of Dortmund are occupied by fans of the host German team. Occasionally, you can see some fans wearing Italian team uniforms. The semi-final between the two teams will start tomorrow night. The streets are full of fans singing, and from time to time there are some football hooligans making trouble and fighting. This scene makes Wang Lifan, a fake foreign girl who grew up in the United States, a little uncomfortable. Although American sports are developed, fans have more of an appreciation and entertainment attitude towards the game, unlike European sports, which have given competition in various aspects such as religion, region, culture, belief and even race. Mockery, swearing, fists and feet, and even picking up bottles of wine to swing at each other are commonplace. In the Los Angeles Derby, it was nothing for Lakers fans to sit among Clippers fans. In the Rome Derby, Roma fans dared to sit among Lazio fans, and the end was only to be crushed to ashes. This is absolutely not an exaggeration. Football hooligans can do anything. After studying in Germany for many years, Kylian definitely supported the German team besides the Huaksha team. For this reason, he went to the fan store to buy a number 11 jersey of the German team. Marrying a chicken follows the chicken. Wang Lifan also changed into a German team women's jersey with the number 7 printed on it, which is her lucky number. 711. The white color of the German team's jersey plus these two numbers reminded Kylian of the future Nets team's Durant plus Irving combination. That is really a speechless combination. But before 711, the Nets was also a team that Musk and Atkins pulled up from the trough. Russell, Dinwiddie, Levert, Joe Harris, Allen and others helped the Nets enter the playoffs, and the whole team was thriving. Later, they got the opportunity to introduce Durant and Irving, but gradually lost their team culture in the indulgence of superstars, went astray on the road of team building, and finally failed. This is a warning for Kylian and the Hawks. The team has become more competitive, but it also tests Kylian's management talent. Wearing the German team's jersey, Kylian met the European superstar Anthony Parker, who was waiting for him in the hotel in a suit. Anthony Parker, 31 years old, one of the members of the '96 Golden Generation, has no place to stay in the NBA. He was abandoned by the team before his rookie contract was completed. After that, he left the United States and came to Europe, completing the conquest of the European FIBA system by American players. In his first year in Europe, Anthony Parker led Maccabi to win the Israeli League Championship, the Israeli Cup Championship and the European Champions League Championship, averaging 14.1 points and 4.3 rebounds per game in the Israeli League. In the European Champions League, he averaged 16.5 points and 5.2 rebounds per game. In the tactical system of European team basketball, it is not easy to cut this data. In the next 5 years, Anthony Parker continued his journey to conquer Europe. In the 6 years in Europe, he won 6 league titles, 4 domestic cup titles and 2 Champions League titles. Not only was he named European King, he was also selected as one of the 50 greatest stars in the European League. Long before the team went all in on Garnett, Kylian had already planned to bring in Anthony Parker. At that time, he had made preliminary contact with Anthony Parker through his classmates in Europe, and Parker was very interested in returning to the NBA. After James Posey was included in Garnett's trading list, Kylian had greater confidence in convincing Anthony Parker that he could provide Anthony Parker with more playing time and even a starting position. For Anthony Parker himself, returning to the NBA was a big challenge. After all, his previous NBA experience was not pleasant. Otherwise, an American would never choose to come to Europe, where the basketball atmosphere is average, to fight. Kylian's meeting with Anthony Parker went smoothly. Parker was cautious about returning to the NBA. After all, he had already established a foundation in Europe. But Parker was very confident in joining the Hawks. At the beginning of the season, I plan to let you be the team's starting small forward. Your shooting is very accurate and your skills are comprehensive. You can play a key role in our running in for the new season. Kylian said, on the defensive end, we have kilograms, and his defensive ability can make up for your weaknesses very well. Players who can conquer Europe are not bad at basic skills, and the same is true for Anthony Parker. On the offensive end, whether it is a fixed point shot, after receiving the ball or a shot, after holding the ball, and finding a screen, Parker has a good level. Why didn't he play well in the NBA? In addition to injuries, it is mainly due to the deviation of dynamic talents, especially as a shooting guard. His lateral movement ability is weak, and it is easy for opponents to break through the first line of defense. After so many years of training in Europe, Anthony Parker's defense has improved. Limited by his physical talent, his mobility is still average, but his positioning is more experienced, and his defensive movements are more standard. With Garnett helping him fill in the position, it is also more conducive to him to play his strengths. Kellyan's analysis actually has some summaries from his previous life, and some of them come from his own understanding of basketball. The analysis is very logical and reasonable. Anthony Parker plus Kittles plus Hassel. This configuration is not very strong, but the three players have their own characteristics, and they can also pull the strength of the Hawks' small forward position to a level above the well-off level. Unless a team has all the right time, right place and right people, it is difficult to have the opportunity to form a lineup with top players in 5 positions. Take the Warriors as an example. Curry's child labor contract plus the sudden surge in salary space plus Green and Thompson's early contract renewals. All kinds of coincidences come together to welcome Durant's joining. This opportunity only comes once in a century. It is not easy for the Hawks to have a fairly competitive rotation lineup under the Big Three configuration. Anthony Parker agreed to join the Hawks, and he quickly informed his agent of the decision, and even the price was negotiated. The 2+1 contract with team options is worth $13.5 million, which is very generous. Whether it is worth the price or not, we have to wait until the season starts to see. I've never fought such a rich battle in my life. After completing the signing, Larry Sander called Kellyan to report the good news. Next, it was the turn of the 3 rookies to sign. How is Gibson? Kellyan asked with concern. It's still being dragged on. We are counting on the Cavaliers to rescue him. Larry Sander was very dissatisfied. How can a second round pick have the confidence? He's actually quite good. He can probably be ranked in the top 20 among this year's rookies. Kellyan said, we've actually picked up a big bargain. Then I can't let him go. A forced melon is not sweet, but it quenches thirst. Larry Sander trusts Kellyan's vision very much. He said that Gibson is worth a first round pick, and he is worth a first round pick. The Hawks don't have a particularly suitable candidate for backup point guard, and Kellyan is more likely to use this kind of shooting point guard. Gibson is really promising in the Hawks. Therefore, it is puzzling that he keeps wanting to assist James. Anyway, the Hawks have already signed Bobby Jackson, so it's not a big problem for him to play as a backup point guard. Gibson's problem, let's leave it alone for now. If Kellyan really loses his patience one day, he won't play in the NBA in his life. On July 1st, the free agent market opened, and the first news was not the signing news, but a deal completed by the Bucks and the Raptors. The team traded the team's point guard TJ Ford to the Raptors, and got their promising power forward Villanova and some cash from the Raptors. Mo Williams has emerged as a dark horse, and TJ Ford is no longer of much value to the Bucks. The Spanish point guard Calderon on the Raptors side is decent in organization and shooting, but overall mediocre. The team needs TJ Ford to strengthen the backline. This is a deal that both sides need. Subsequently, the Magic completed a blockbuster signing. The team signed PJ for 5 years and $63 million, greatly improving the team's outside firepower. With the trade of Bynum plus draft pick for Josh Smith, the Magic formed a starting lineup of Nelson plus PJ plus Turkoglu plus Josh Smith plus Howard. In terms of strength, it is possible to hit the top 4 in the Eastern Conference or even higher goals. Seeing this deal, Kellyan was also scratching his head. The Magic's team building plan has completely changed, but it seems to be stronger. In the future, they may not have the space to pursue Lewis, but they have enough space to keep Turkoglu. If PJ can stay healthy, and with Howard's threat in the interior, this Magic team may grow into a rival of the Hawks in the East. The Chicago Bulls exchanged Chandler for PJ Brown and Junior Smith of the Hornets, and at the same time, signed Ben Wallace for a high price of $60 million for 4 years. Obviously, this is a short-sighted personnel change. Ben Wallace is already 32 years old, which is a relatively dangerous age for a short inside player who relies on athletic ability. But the Bulls are eager to achieve results. They have enough young talent in the team. A veteran with championship experience can help the team make a difference in the playoffs, and the experience of the playoffs can help young players grow quickly. Without Ben Wallace, the Pistons' 5 Tigers have become a thing of the past. The team signed the Spurs' Muhammad as a supplement in time, but in the eyes of the fans, the decline of the Pistons' strength is irreversible. Perhaps the team has really passed its championship window. Rockets general manager Dawson made another stupid move. They signed Mike James, who had a good data in the Raptors last season, with a 4-year $20 million contract. Rockets fans have never been satisfied with Alston, but the fact is that no matter Mike James or Brooks later, they did not do as well as Alston in passing the ball to Yao Ming. Without Battier, the Rockets' prospects for the new season may not be as good as in the previous life. This is also the butterfly effect derived from Kellyan's time travel. The situation of the entire league is slowly changing. On July 2nd, at the Westfalen Stadion, Kellyan and 76,000 fans witnessed Grosso's fatal blow and Pirro's first show of strength on the World Cup stage. The German team finally fell in front of the reinforced concrete defense of the Italian team. The German fans at the scene were saddened in tears. Wang Liffen took out a tissue and handed it to Kellyan. Although he looked unhappy, he didn't cry for the German team. It's not that the Chinese team lost. I'm just studying in Germany. Kellyan smiled bitterly and reached out to rub Wang Liffen's hair. Ha, I thought you were a die-hard fan. Wang Liffen stuck out his tongue and asked, will you cry if the Eagles win the championship? You study neurosurgery. You should know that there is an amygdala in the human brain. I have done an MRI, and my amygdala is 1% smaller than that of ordinary people. Kellyan thought for a while and said, maybe because of this, my emotional fluctuations are smaller than those of ordinary people. So I'm calmer than ordinary people. You still have problems with the amygdala? Wang Liffen looked at Kellyan with interest and shook his head. When we get married, I will have to do another MRI for you and re-examine your brain. When? Kellyan asked in surprise. When we get married. Wang Liffen was fooled by Kellyan and said casually, be more specific. When? Kellyan continued to ask. Just when we get married. Wang Liffen's eyes were blurred, and he continued to tease Kellyan's appetite. Kellyan reached out and embraced Wang Liffen, kissing her on the face. I have to make some achievements as soon as possible, and then I will propose to you. Wang Liffen wrinkled her nose, turned her head away, and stopped talking about this topic. Germany's defeat in the semifinals meant that Kellyan had no home team in the finals, and he only needed to watch the last dance of the football masters at Ain with an appreciative attitude. Kellyan went on vacation early and lived his own life in Germany with Wang Liffen, while NBA teams continued their reinforcement plans. Eddie House followed Kellyan's proposal and signed a 4-year, $16 million contract with the Bucks to serve as the second point guard. Mo Williams and Michael Reed are both guards with strong shooting ability. House is joining can continue their shooting firepower on the bench. Moreover, Michael Reed is a glass man and is easily injured. House has the opportunity to get more opportunities. After the signing was completed, Kellyan also expressed his blessing to him. The Suns, who lost the battle for House, then signed Banks as a supplement, with a total contract price of 5 years and $18 million. This floor flow point guard is capable, but his off-ball skills are not very good, and his shooting ability is average. He is indeed not suitable for the Suns, who mainly play run and gun. Kellyan is not optimistic about D'Antoni's signing. After the Suns signed Banks, Kellyan also wanted to take advantage of the situation, and asked about Barbosa. If the Brazilian Lightning can be introduced, the Hawks will really have nothing to worry about the bench lineup next season, and they will be guaranteed to be in the top 3 in the league. As a result, D'Antoni scolded him and pushed him back. Last season, the Suns lost Stoudemire, and their hard power was lower than that of the Spurs and Mavericks, making it difficult to break out of the West, and the Hawks had just risen from the trough. It was difficult for the two teams to form competition in terms of positioning, and they were in the East and West respectively. The Suns were happy to send Joe Johnson to the Hawks when they could not keep Joe Johnson, so they cooperated with the Hawks to complete the sign and trade. But this season, the Suns are about to welcome back Stoudemire, and the championship is their only goal. The Hawks have also received Garnett's joining, and their strength has reached the top of the Eastern Conference, and they have the strength to impact the championship. There is more or less some competition between the two teams, and it is not easy to reach a deal under such circumstances. What's more, Barbosa himself isn't in Tony's team building plan. In the new season, he will be an important ball holder for the Suns' second lineup. Compared with the sensation on the draft day, there is not much movement in the free agent market as a whole. In addition to the Magic's signing of PJ, which has significantly improved the team's strength, other major events that have not changed the league's pattern have occurred. The strong teams are all adjusting themselves in an orderly manner, and the midstream teams are also moving towards their season goals. However, the calm surface of the lake may also have undercurrents, but no one has noticed it yet. On the stage of the World Cup final, Zidane wrote the last chapter of his career with his Marseille dance steps. His performance in the first 112 minutes almost locked him in the Golden Globe Award. Everyone believed that, even if he lost the final, Zidane would still be the winner of the Ballon d'Or. However, Materazzi's foul language led to Zidane's shocking moment, and Zidane ended his World Cup journey and his career in an incredible way. The scene of him passing by the World Cup has also become an eternal classic of the World Cup. The other protagonist of the incident, Materazzi, became a hero of Italy. In this World Cup final and even the entire World Cup, Zidane was a hero of the French team, playing the role of angel, but became a devil in the second half of overtime. Sometimes, there is really only a fine line between angels and devils. Life is like a piece of chocolate, you never know whether the next one will be bitter or sweet. Just when Kylian was enjoying the joy and touching moments brought by the World Cup in Berlin, Larry Sander called unexpectedly. Kerry is in trouble. What? Kylian was shocked. Kerry is in trouble. Chapter 185 to Breadwinners. Kerry Kittles, a player who has suffered from knee and abdominal injuries throughout his career. Because of his easy injury, even Kylian only regarded him as a substitute and a spare tire at the beginning, and then he was conquered little by little with his outstanding performance. Mosquito Shooter is a joke about his appearance, and also refers to his body shape. He is as thin as a mosquito, and has no flesh. But when Barnes left, and the Hawks were short of manpower on the wing, Kittles took the small forward position without saying a word. Even if he couldn't stand the opponent, and was knocked to the ground again and again, he resolutely insisted on staying in this position. This is the blood of old school players, and it is also the reason why Kylian did not even consider staying with Christie, but repeatedly persuaded Kittles to stay with the team and strive for a championship ring next season. Under Kylian's repeated persuasion, Kittles agreed to stay with the team, but he did not intend to get a championship ring. He knew that the team needed his contribution on the road to the championship, so this summer, he was still training to make the most thorough preparations for the last season of his career and the season with the most hope of winning the championship. However, after yesterday's training, he felt pain in his knee. Just now, he underwent an MRI examination, and the results showed that his right knee patellar tendon was partially torn, and the torn part also affected the meniscus. He is expected to miss 3 to 4 months of games. This injury is not the most serious injury in Kittles' career, but it is indeed the biggest blow to him. Last season, he played 76 times, the season with the highest attendance rate in his career. As a substitute, he finally found his rhythm to play healthily. But just when he was happiest, fate played a joke on him again. This time, Kittles really wants to retire. What the hell? Kylian cursed. Then take a break for 3 to 4 months. We have Anthony Parker, Hassel, and other players in the free agent market. We can also sign someone to fill in. I know, I advised him. Larry Sander said, but compared to the knee injury, the bigger blow is psychological. A player who is often injured and takes the team's salary for nothing will be denounced by fans as a glass man, paid without working, VIP viewing seat, ward VIP, specializing in teasing young nurses. Little do they know that in many cases, the players themselves are the ones who suffer the most. Not only do they have to face a double blow on the physical and psychological levels, but they also have to be criticized by public opinion. Why don't you persuade him? He trusts you the most in the whole team. Larry Sander said. In the United States, the boss has no right to ask employees to work overtime, let alone the general manager. Larry Sander can only seek Kylian's opinion and cannot force him to come back. I'll go back to Atlanta right away. Kylian agreed without saying a word. This incident disrupted Kellyanne's plan to take Wang Lifen home to meet his parents. The recording schedule of Basketball Park on CCTV has been set, and it is difficult to change. After Kellyanne has dealt with things in the United States, he can only fly directly to Beijing to record the program. After that, Wang Lifen will return to Atlanta to start his doctoral course. It may be difficult to squeeze out time to go to Suzhou again. Who could have thought that this accident would happen? There are 8 out of 10 things in life that are not satisfactory. This should not be valid for time travelers. But some things cannot be avoided by time travel, such as Kittle's situation. Kellyanne sacrificed his vacation to return to Atlanta and promised him his position in the team. Wang Lifen asked his father Wang Ziniao to come forward and invite the most famous sports medicine expert in the United States to help deal with his situation. The Hawks covered all the treatment expenses, but still could not change Kittle's decision to retire. Boss, you are a great coach, but since you have never been a player, it is difficult for you to personally understand the troubles that injuries bring to me. The average career of an NBA player is only about 5 years. I'm very satisfied that I can play for 10 years. But are you really willing? The team is only one step away from success, and I can really give you a championship ring. Kellyanne emphasized again, isn't it good to retire as a champion? If possible, of course I hope so. I also hope that when I'm old, I can proudly show off to my sons and grandchildren that I once played in an NBA championship team. Kittle said, but I also hope that after I retire, I can still do some simple exercises instead of even finding it difficult to walk. Boss, my knees can't hold on. It's not just Kittle's. Fans all hope that veterans who still have gas in the tank will continue to play for the team year after year. Little do they know that professional sports are extremely physically demanding on players. After retiring, many players' bodies are close to being scrapped. In his previous life, Nowitzki once said after retiring, I regret not retiring a year earlier. If I had retired a year earlier, I could have played tennis, football, and done some simple exercises. Now it hurts to walk. Kellyanne looked at the thin man in front of him, saw the determination in his eyes, and gave up his words, because he knew it was useless to say anything. I will let the team cut you, and then you can announce your retirement. In this way, at least you can get this season's salary. Kellyanne said. $1 million US. This is also Kellyanne's last gift to the veteran. Kittle's accident has left a vacancy in the Hawks lineup that is tending to be complete, and it is the team's weakest small forward position. The team must dig for gold in the remaining list of the free agent market to supplement the lineup. It is already July 12th, and all the popular free agents on the market have been snatched away. Those who are still unpopular in the free agent market are either bottom level players in the league or veterans in declining form. Players who can play have basically found a new team, right? On July 13th, Kellyanne and Larry Sander met in the manager's office. Larry Sander smiled bitterly and said, Kimmy, I'm really sorry that I asked you to come back during the holiday. I'm also surprised that Carrie had such a thing. It doesn't matter. It's not your problem. The key is that we need to find someone to fill Carrie's vacancy, especially since we have to be responsible for the team's budget. Kellyanne said. The team paid for Kittle's treatment and spent $1 million to buy out Kittle's contract. These were all real money spent for Kellyanne's sake. For this reason, Kellyanne had to find a way to help the team avoid taxes this season and save some money for the boss. You treat me like a great man, I will repay you like a great man. Larry Sander asked, how is it? Do you have any candidates you want to bring in? There are 2 candidates, but not now. We have to wait for them to come. Kellyanne smiled and said, and you don't have to worry about overpayment. They won't be very expensive. Bonzi Wells, a tough guy who averaged 23 points and 12 rebounds against the Suns in the first round of the Western Conference playoffs last season, had outstanding data in his contract year. He asked the Kings for a 3-year, $24 million contract in the offseason, but was rejected by the Kings and is currently unemployed. Deshaun Stevenson, the first-generation junior brother, is famous for fighting James. He played 82 regular season games for the Magic as a starter last season, averaging 32.3 minutes per game, scoring 11.0 points, 2.9 rebounds, and 2.0 assists. He is a defensive player with outstanding physical fitness. He has participated in the dunk contest and is also developing his 3-point shooting. He will be a high-quality 3D player in the future. They won't be cheap, will they? Larry Sander expressed doubts about Kellyan's opinion. The two men have great abilities, but the former is too self-righteous and asked for a full middle-class salary of $8 million. The latter is also true. He originally wanted a 4-year contract of about $16 million, but the Magic team didn't expect to free up salary space to sign Stojakovic without saying a word and directly laid him off. To put it simply, they are two family breadwinners. If the salary is too low, the family can't even open the pot and have no food to eat. We should make an appropriate offer first to let the other party know our attitude. When the other party lowers the price, we can follow up immediately, Kellyan said. Historically, after Bonzi Wells failed to get a big contract from the Kings, he signed with the Rockets for 2 years and $5 million. This signing also made the whole of China excited that the team found the third scorer. However, his ball-holding style of play obviously did not match the Yeo-McGrady combination, and Van Gundy did not make any useful adjustments, which directly made the emotional Bonzi Wells return to the thorny state of the Trailblazers period, with a surge in weight and low efficiency. In the 2007-08 season, Adelman took charge of the Rockets, and McGrady's injury gave Bonzi Wells more ball possession, and the efficiency of the stick recovered. Seeing that he was getting better and better, the Rockets used him to take away Mike James's garbage contract in order to avoid taxes and threw him to the Hornets. Next to Paul, Bonzi Wells once performed well, averaging 9 points, 3 rebounds and 1 steal in 20 minutes per game. Later, it was the CBA years. Unlike the wandering Bonzi Wells, Deshaun Stevenson is much more stable. The first-generation junior brother who failed to seek a big contract first signed a minimum salary with the Wizards and served as the team's starting shooting guard. This season, Deshaun Stevenson played well and got a 4-year, $15 million contract from the Wizards in the following summer. To sum up the characteristics of these two people, they don't have Spruill's fate, but have Spruill's disease. They failed to blackmail the team for a big contract, so they can only sign a short contract to find an opportunity to prove themselves. The Hawks' prospects are pretty good. If they really can't get a big contract, they should give priority to us. As long as one of them is signed, Kittle's vacancy can be filled. It's almost time to sign contracts with the 3 rookies and let them play in the summer league. Kellyan said, I have agreed with Quinn that he will lead the summer league in preseason, and maybe he can bring us surprises. Well, okay. After explaining everything, Kellyan took Wang Lifan back to China, but the destination was no longer Suzhou City, but Beijing. Wang Lifan lived in Guangdong province until he was 5 years old, and then he went to Atlanta. Over the years, he has returned to China only a few times, and basically went to Taiwan, Hong Kong Island, and Guangdong province. On the contrary, he has never been to Beijing. However, due to the serious traffic jam, the first impression was not good. There is no way. For the 2008 Olympics, we must build a lot of buildings. Kellyan said. The venues need to be built, the roads need to be expanded, and the greening needs to be done. Don't we have to sacrifice people's livelihood temporarily? Of course, although the transportation is not very convenient, the prosperity of Beijing still exceeds Wang Lifan's cognition. There are far more high-rise buildings in Beijing than in Atlanta and Los Angeles. On the first night back, Kellyan took Wang Lifan to Quanju to eat roast duck. Under the reputation, it is actually not worthy. The roast duck of this old brand does not seem to be as delicious as described in the book, which makes Wang Lifan a little regretful. If you haven't been to the Great Wall, you are not a true man. If you haven't eaten roast duck, it's a pity. This is just a sentiment. Kellyan said, I'll take you to drink soy milk and eat fried dough sticks tomorrow morning. Forget it, I'd rather eat noodle tea. Before coming to Beijing, Wang Lifan made a travel guide. On the internet, various recommendations for rolled Beijing soy milk said that the taste is the same as hot pot water, which is not drinkable by humans. She didn't want to ask for trouble. Ha ha ha. When Kellyan came to CCTV to record the program, he specially wore a white long stuck shirt today. The cuffs were casually turned up to the armpits. It seemed casual, but it even revealed a natural and fashionable atmosphere. The collar on his chest was specially unbuttoned to the third button, revealing his chest muscles that he insisted on exercising and maintained in good condition through the tight shirt. He wore a pair of casual jeans, a leather belt, and a pair of casual shoes. He looked so casual and natural, which was very different from his usual suit and tie. Wang Lifan chose this outfit for him. He wanted to dress more formally, but Wang Lifan said that it was a rare show, so he should not look exactly the same as he usually did in the coaching booth. He should look different. When interviewed after the end of last season, Kellyan was still an acting head coach who had just achieved good results in the NBA, and his next club had not yet been determined. But when he came back this season, he was already the first NBA best coach in China, and also the youngest best coach in the history of major sports leagues. What's more exaggerated is that he easily formed a team that could compete for the championship in the summer. These achievements are enough to allow Kellyan to have freedom of dress on CCTV. In addition to Meteor Shower, the host of this episode of the program is also a beautiful host Liu Yuxi, who was later called Squid Liu. When recording the show with Kellyan, Liu Yuxi also wore the Hawks jersey. I wonder if Squid Liu will curse the Eagles' performance in the new season. Ma Fanshu is still pretty, Kellyan thought to himself. The topic of the show has been focused on Kellyan from the beginning, especially his transformation of the Eagles last season. I have always held a view that a team can be weak, but it cannot be chaotic. A weak team can be strengthened through training, drafting, and signings, but if the team is chaotic, it is difficult for me to deal with the complicated relationships. So when I accepted the Hawks, I was confident that I could lead the team well. I didn't expect 55 wins in the Eastern Conference semifinals, but I was really confident about 40 wins in the playoffs. Kellyan said, on the contrary, I had doubts when I took over the Lakers at the beginning of last year, because at that time, the team was really in trouble both internally and externally. But at that time, the Lakers ranked 5th and 6th in the Western Conference. Liu Yuxi said, and the lineup was pretty good. So, how is the Lakers this season? Among the players who stayed in the team, except Kobe, they are all declining. Among the players who left, only Butler is steadily rising, but he did not leave on a free transfer, but was traded away. Kellyan said, well, everyone heard that he was belittling Phil Jackson. Is it also because of Anderson's suspension? Liu Yuxi seemed to be a fan of the Lakers or Kobe, wearing an Hawks jersey, trying to save the Lakers' reputation. Handling emergencies well is also what an excellent management and coaching staff should do. Kittles was suddenly injured 3 days ago and chose to retire, but the Hawks have already made a plan. Kellyan said, we have targeted some players and are ready to fill this vacancy through trades. No matter what, results are the hard truth. Kellyan led the team to 6th in the Western Conference in the regular season and made it to the Western Conference semifinals in the playoffs, losing to the Spurs 3:4, and the fans were satisfied, while Phil Jackson barely ranked 8th in the Western Conference when the Rockets suffered from historical injuries and was swept out by the Spurs in the first round of the playoffs. If the results are not comparable, it's useless to find any excuses. It is actually a great explosive point to discuss the Lakers, a traffic-heavy team, especially Kellyan's firing. But CCTV is more conservative, and Meteor Shower skipped this topic and turned to discuss this year's draft. If I were to choose the best team in the 2006 draft, I would choose the Trail Blazers, Kellyan said without hesitation. Aldridge has the most comprehensive offensive skills among the new generation of inside players, and his shooting touch is very soft. Roy is also an excellent ball-handling core guard. The Hawks got 3 second-round picks in the draft. What do you think of them? Meteor Shower asked. Millsap and Daniel Gibson are both players who can help us immediately in their respective positions. Barrier, he still needs time to grow. Chapter 186. Let's buy an Eagles jersey. Because Kellyan participated in the recording, this episode of Basketball Park has attracted a lot of attention. Kellyan's sharp words have allowed many fans to see the professionalism of a top coach. After the game, his remarks criticizing the Lakers and praising the Trail Blazers draft results caused some controversy online. Some fans think that he is proud of his achievements and overly belittles the Lakers lineup at the time. Some fans think that he speaks his mind, unlike other public figures in China, who talk for a long time and are full of nonsense. Some fans think that he is too obsessed with his own set and is a bit extreme. Some fans like his explanations and think that he is more professional than domestic sports people. In fact, in the United States, this is not a big deal at all. It is not news that Phil Jackson and Kellyan have a rift. Kellyan's attack on his team's performance is not as good as his own is not a problem in itself. As for praising the Trailblazers draft results, that is even less of a problem. Many experts in the United States point fingers at other teams on a daily basis, not to mention that Kellyan said all good things. Kellyan's participation in the show has made it more controversial, and the show itself has also gained greater popularity. This is only the first episode, and there will be better ratings in the future. Following Kellyan's suggestion, the Hawks closely followed Deshaun Stevens' situation, and finally made a move when the other party lowered the price to $2 million, and reached a one-year contract with the other party. Stevens' main purpose of lowering his price, to choose the Hawks when there were no big contracts on the market, was not to win the championship, but to hope to get more playing time on the relatively weak wing line of the Hawks, so that he could fight for a big contract in the future. After completing the signing, Kellyan also called Stevens in person to talk about his plans for the new season. He planned to build a defensive system of online double teaming around Garnett, and Stevens, who has excellent athletic ability and defensive awareness, is an ideal executor. If you can practice a 3-point shot, you will get more playing time. Kellyan promised Stevens. Compared with Hassel, Stevens' shooting is hopefully developed. I will contribute my own strength to the team's competition for the championship. Personal performance and striving for the championship do not conflict. With a championship ring, you are more likely to get a big contract. In addition to Stevens, 3 second-round picks, Millsap, Berrier and Gibson, also reached contract agreements with the team. The latter deleted his Facebook post as soon as possible after signing, which was regarded as a tacit agreement to play for the Hawks in his rookie season. In the final analysis, the arm cannot twist the thigh. Unless Gibson doesn't want to play in the NBA, he can only admit defeat to the Hawks. However, after such a thing as a rookie, Gibson's days in the Hawks may not be easy, and it is unknown what attitude the team will use to treat him. For other young players, this may also be a deterrent to not make an agreement with a team casually in the future. Some remarks made by popular rookies may also affect the team's choice. After all, no one wants to waste a high draft pick in vain. If low-ranked rookies dare to go somewhere, then be prepared not to play in the NBA in the future. So far, the Hawks have basically determined the lineup for the new season, and the 14-man roster is as follows. Center, Dio, Benga, Milicic. Power forward, Garnett, Millsap. Small forward, Anthony Parker, Hassel. Shooting guard, Joe Johnson, Deshaun Stevens, Bobby Jackson. Point guard, Paul, Daniel Gibson, Berrier, Lucas III. Kellyan is relatively satisfied with the team's lineup. In the Garnett trade, the team lost too much blood, but fortunately, Millsap and Gibson, who were signed in the second round, can fill some of the vacancies in time. The joining of Anthony Parker and Deshaun Stevens can also be regarded as a reinforcement of the team's wing strength. The only regret is that there is one more point guard and one less small forward. But Lucas has no trading value. No one wants him, even if he is given away for free. He can only be sent out as a bonus in the mid-season trade. The Hawks have the strength to compete for the championship. In addition to the big three, Dio also needs to work hard for his big contract. Milicic will also get more playing time. After all, when the team needs to strengthen its defense, Milicic is a more ideal candidate than Dio. Whether it is to continue to play run and gun or slow down the pace and play more pick and roll, the Hawks are at ease in tactical choices, and the defense must be greatly strengthened compared to last season. The Pistons, the two original top teams in the East, lost Ben Wallace, and the era of the Five Tigers came to an end. Neither McDyess nor Muhammad, who came off the bench, had Ben Wallace's defensive influence. Compared with the Hawks, the lineup was already at a disadvantage. The Heat's lineup was further aged, and the team's lack of 3-point shooting would be more obvious. The Bulls lineup with Ben Wallace was close to being balanced, but the top offensive player was only Ben Gordon, who was generally good at physical confrontation and seemed to be slightly lacking in deterrence. There were still opponents such as the Magic and the Cavaliers, but it seemed that the gap with the Hawks was even more obvious. Dominating the East seemed to be really no pressure for the Hawks. Kellyanne and Wang Lifan couldn't make time to return to Suzhou, so Kejinghu and Yuan Yu took annual leave respectively and came to Beijing to see Kellyanne, and more importantly, to see Wang Lifan. The two elders prepared for this trip to Beijing for a long time, thinking that it was the first time for his son to bring his girlfriend to meet his parents. As an elder, he could not lose his manners. He prepared the best song brocade for Wang Lifan and the best Baluchan tea to give to Wang Lifan's parents. Dad, this way, as a coach, he needs to be aware of what is happening on the court at all times. Kellyanne has developed an excellent vision and waved to Kejinghu and Yuan Yu at the first time. Then, Kejinghu saw Kellyanne, Wang Lifan beside him. Wang Lifan was wearing a black long skirt today. Her hair was deliberately done, and her makeup was neither thick nor light. She looked very natural and delicate. Compared with her usual coquettish look, her dress today was more mature and intellectual. It was impossible to be pure. Wang Lifan didn't have that kind of appearance. Hello, uncle and aunt. Wang Lifan said with a smile. I'm Wang Lifan. You can just call me Fanfan. Fanfan? Kellyanne glanced at Wang Lifan. He had never called him that before, but it was normal. If he was not sure whether Kellyanne's parents knew English, asking them to call him in Chinglish would make it difficult for them and himself. Besides, I will have to visit Kellyanne's other family members in Suzhou in the future. There will always be some who can't speak English, right? Hello, Fanfan. Knowing that Kellyanne and Wang Lifan have a stable relationship, Yuan Yu is no longer polite and accepts this title. This is just given by never. I have never called her that before. Kellyanne said to his mother. This is my nickname before, but no one calls me that after I went to the United States. Wang Lifan smiled and looked at Kellyanne, popularizing science. All good, all good. Kejinghu also nodded. Just for this action, the first impression gave Wang Lifan a high score. You must have been tired on the plane. Why don't you go back to the hotel to rest first? Wang Lifan automatically put on the identity of a good daughter-in-law and suggested. Let's go back to the hotel first and put the things down first. Kellyanne drove the two elders back to the hotel. Along the way, Yuan Yu had already started chatting with Wang Lifan. Although they had roughly known about Wang Lifan's situation before, they still felt that Kellyanne had made a big profit by finding Wang Lifan after confirming some information from Wang Lifan himself. In China, doctors do not have as high a social status as in the United States, but even so, they are still the most sought after in the marriage market. T0 level. To be frank, if you are a single intern, you can start working in a hospital today, and someone will match you up with someone tomorrow. Wang Lifan was born in a medical family, an only child, and passed the doctoral exam. She is also very beautiful, and she is top-notch from the inside out. Isn't she the hexagonal daughter-in-law? The only bad thing is that Wang Lifan is still in school, and after graduation she will have to spend time working hard on her career, so it is unlikely that she will have a baby in the short term. Wow, I just met Wang Lifan for less than an hour, and he is already thinking about having a baby. After returning to the hotel to put down their luggage, the four of them went to the tea house for tea. Kejinghu made tea himself, and his skillful movements were exactly the same as Kellyanne. My dad also likes to drink tea, and he often tastes tea with Kellyanne when he is free. Wang Lifan said. Really? That's great. Next time we visit the United States, we will definitely discuss this with Dr. Wang. He doesn't brew tea as well as you do. You can teach him more when the time comes. Wang Lifan said modestly. Don't say that. Maybe Dr. Wang's way of brewing tea is healthier and more nourishing. Oh, Dad, never is a family member. Don't talk like that at work. Brewing tea is nothing more than tea leaves, tea sets and fire. When the time comes, you can customize a set of good tea sets and bring some good tea leaves. Kellyanne really doesn't like official language, so he said directly. Ada okay. Kejinghu smiled. This kid is just impatient. Fanfan, you should be more tolerant of him. Wang Lifan smiled. It's okay, we adapt to each other very well. Wang Lifan showed his sensible side and gave himself a lot of points. Continue recording Basketball Park to discuss the NBA. In this episode, the program team invited Yang Yi to discuss the situation of the East and West next season with Kellyanne. As for the West, I personally still favor the Spurs and Mavericks. Compared to last season, the Spurs lineup has actually declined slightly, but Parker's maturity may cover this decline and even have a surplus. He will enter his peak period and become a more reliable offensive starting point. As for the Mavericks, I think their hard power is the best in the league, and Nowitzki is an MVP level player. They also have Terry, Josh Howard, and Evan Harris, all of whom are great players who can play great basketball around Nowitzki. In his words, Kellyanne is relatively not optimistic about the Suns. After O'Neal's trip to the East, the battle between the Mavericks and the Mavericks has become the main theme of the West, but I think the healthy Rockets will have a stronger impact on them in the new season. In the 2004-2005 season, the Rockets dragged the Mavericks into a tiebreaker with a very unbalanced lineup. This season, their lineup is much more balanced than it was then, and the Rockets can at least break through the first round. Yang Yi continued to choose the argument with the largest traffic and the most correct. Remarks that praise the Rockets always get the most support. No matter what level the players are, the media will give them the title of strong reinforcement and then find highlights from their careers to praise them. What if they still can't beat their opponents with so many strong reinforcement? Blame the injuries, blame the referees for being biased, exaggerate the strength of the opponents, and blame the Rockets for being in the West. If they were in the East, they would definitely get good results. It's all this routine, and Kellyanne is almost tired of it. Kellyanne expressed a different opinion. If the Western Conference has to choose a spoiler, I'm more optimistic about the Jazz. I still stick to my view that the improvement of the lineup does not only depend on lineup adjustments, but the improvement of the existing lineup is also crucial. Coach Sloan has found the new Utah duo for the Jazz. They were already in 9th place in the Western Conference last season and are not far from the playoffs. And their lineup is very balanced, with no obvious shortcomings. In my opinion, this is also the key to achieving good results in the playoffs. The Jazz are a starting 5 with strong lineups in all 4 positions, except the number 2 position. But when it comes to the playoffs, when the defensive intensity reaches the highest level, the role of the stars will be very obvious, and the Rockets have absolute advantages at both the number 2 and number 5 positions. Yang Yi said, players will perform differently when facing different opponents. The advantage of a 95-point player against an 80-point defender is not as good as the advantage of a 90-point player against a 60-point player. It has nothing to do with whether he is a superstar or not. Compared with other commentators who only focus on the Rockets, Yang Yi can be considered to watch the game and have his own understanding of the game, so he can keep up with the conversation with Kellyanne. Although he still can't win the argument, sometimes he can only use his own words to avoid the sharp edge of the discussion, but more or less, he can form a back and forth discussion. The overall discussion of this episode is also a relatively professional one in the Basketball Park program. Even the program team encountered trouble when doing post-editing, because they didn't know which part to cut out would affect the overall discussion effect. Immediately, many popular science about Bonzi Wells appeared in newspapers. Bonzi Wells played 23+12 in the playoffs against the Suns last season. In the media's writing, he has become a player at the level of career average 23+12, which is exaggerated. However, without Battier, it is hard to say what Bonzi Wells' prospects will be in the Rockets. Maybe Van Gundy can't use him well out of helplessness. Kellyanne was eating the melon of the Rockets, but he didn't expect that the Hawks were involved in a trade rumor. Basketball World suddenly exposed a 15-minute video shot by a fan of Kobe. In the video, Kobe spit out foul language and expressed his dissatisfaction with the Lakers management. When the filmer asked, "Will you still be in the Lakers next season?" Kobe's reply was surprising. "Go buy an Hawks jersey, go buy an Hawks jersey." Does this mean that Kobe forced the team to trade him to the Hawks? For a time, the Lakers, the Hawks and Kobe himself were all caught in the storm. The media immediately surrounded Kobe's home and asked about the authenticity of the video. Kobe's agent Robert Pelinka also became the target of media interception. That is, Kellyanne is not in the United States now, otherwise he will be monitored by the media 24 hours a day. Well, even in China, Zhu Yi also called to seek Kellyanne's first-hand information. You don't have a phone recording? Kellyanne confirmed. Of course not. I still understand the principle of eating one meal and being full every day. Playing the role of Kellyanne's mouthpiece and mastering his first-hand information for a long time, Zhu Yi's development is smooth, and of course he will not destroy this relationship for a revelation. So far, I personally have not contacted Kobe, nor have I talked to the Lakers management. Kellyanne said. What about the other people on the Hawks? I'm not sure this is the first time that Kellyanne has doubted the support given to him by the Hawks management. The reason is very simple. This time the rumor is about Kobe. If it was someone else, Kellyanne was sure that the team would let him take the lead, but the target was Kobe, who had the strongest scoring ability and super high popularity. Which boss would refuse his joining? Are you willing to discuss this deal? Zhu Yi asked. This was the key to the problem. Kellyanne hesitated. This question was difficult to answer. Zhu Yi did not speak. She was waiting for Kellyanne's answer and then decided how to write the manuscript. I haven't thought about it yet after a long while. Kellyanne spoke. Now this matter is very mysterious. I feel that the information is not symmetrical. I need to contact the team first. The United States has just updated the manuscript, which is not very favorable to you. Zhu Yi was refreshing the page at this time, saw a piece of news, and immediately informed Kellyanne. It was probably a few feasible plans for the Hawks to trade Kobe, and the core chips were naturally the Hawks backcourt double guns Paul plus Joe Johnson. MD. Kellyanne cursed. I'll hang up first. I have to call the players too. From this sentence, Zhu Yi could probably see Kellyanne's inclination. Subjectively, Kellyanne probably didn't want to make this deal. Interesting, Zhu Yi said, after hanging up the phone. This summer is really wonderful. My friend held a Chinese wedding, with all the Chinese procedures. I only slept for 4 hours from the day before yesterday, to last night, before going to bed. Yesterday, I was exhausted from rehearsing plus welcoming guests plus going on stage. I'm completely exhausted today. Sorry for the late update. Chapter 187, 600 minutes of decision. After hanging up the phone with Zhu Yi, Kellyanne fell into deep thought. After a while, he called Larry Sander first to understand the management's thoughts. What a coincidence. I was just about to call you to find out the situation. Before Kellyanne could speak, Larry Sander said, did Kobe say anything to you? Kellyanne was speechless for a while. If I had contacted Kobe, would this happen? Kellyanne always did things in a planned and methodical way. For example, in the Ghana deal, he made full preparations, so the deal negotiations were very fast, and almost no time was wasted before entering the substantive discussion stage. If it was someone who liked to argue and take advantage, they would not be able to reach a deal without dragging it out for 5 or 6 rounds. It was a waste of time and affected efficiency. To make a little more money, the deal led by him must be a quick deal, and it would never be delayed until late July, let alone such rumors. Okay, now we also want to hear your opinion. Should we participate in the deal offer? Larry Sander asked. You mean? Kellyanne asked. Anthony, he respects your opinion 100% about the trade. Larry Sander said, if you want Kobe, we will start the trade negotiation. If you think our current lineup is strong enough, I will call Paul and Joe Johnson now and promise them that we will not trade them. Although he said that he respected Kellyanne's opinion 100%, from Larry Sander's tone, Kellyanne still heard what the other party meant, that the team wanted to discuss a trade with the Lakers. That's Kobe, the first weapon in the world, who doesn't want him? To be honest, if this news broke before the draft, or even before July 10th, I would have considered pushing forward this deal. If we form a combination of Kobe and kilograms, with the right role players, we may be able to create our own dynasty, which would be the most glorious moment in the history of the Hawks, Kellyanne said. But now, we no longer have enough spare energy to reorganize the lineup around them. And, from the perspective of interests, I'm not optimistic about the Lakers trading Kobe to us, Kellyanne said. It would be too embarrassing for them. Kellyanne was forced to leave for Phil Jackson, but Kobe ran away with him. Could there be anything more embarrassing than this? But the chips we can offer should be the best, said Larry Sander. If the Lakers want to maximize their interests, we are the most suitable choice. A point guard who was selected to the second team of the All-NBA team in his rookie season and a shooting guard who can provide first-class singles ability. The chips that the Hawks can offer are very competitive. It's 10 PM Beijing time now. I'm resting now. Just pretend I don't know about this. We have 10 hours to work on this deal. Either the deal is done or the negotiations are terminated. Kellyanne said after a moment of silence. This is a best of both worlds approach. If the deal is done, the boss's goal will be achieved. The team will have a Call-in-oop of Garnett at the end of his peak and Kobe at his peak. Kellyanne can continue to build the team around the two superstars. If the deal fails, Kellyanne will call Paul and Joe Johnson immediately to stabilize people's hearts, and at the same time, give Zuyi information to reject Kobe's overtures. 10 hours? That's difficult. Larry Sand hesitated. Just 10 hours. I won't rest tonight. You can tell me the progress of the negotiations at any time. If you can't complete all the procedures within 10 hours, terminate the negotiations immediately. In his previous life, there was also a rumor about Kobe go buy a Bulls jersey, but this rumor directly destroyed the spirit of the Bulls' young guards. The lineup that made the top 4 in the Eastern Conference last season actually fell to 12th in the Eastern Conference that season. Although he got the number 1 pick and selected Rose as compensation later, this situation was still something Kellyanne didn't want to see. The Hawks are different from the Bulls. The Hawks are a team that aims to win the championship and don't have time to play with the Lakers. Okay, I'll listen to you. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Kellyanne's attitude, Larry Sander could probably understand Kellyanne's good intentions. He chose himself out in this matter, not to win over the players, to fight against the management, but to protect his prestige to the greatest extent, so that he could control the team in case of an accident. After hanging up the phone, Kellyanne rubbed his temples, then took the hotel room phone, called room service, and sent a bunch of food. Tonight is destined to be restless. Wang Lifan finished his shower and came out wrapped in a bathrobe. Seeing Kellyanne sitting in the living room with a computer, he knew it was another team issue and asked softly, what happened to the team again? Well, Kobe suddenly said he wanted to come to the Hawks. Anthony has changed his mind and the team is working. Kellyanne handed over a strawberry. The next 10 hours are crucial. Kobe actually plans to follow you. My god. Wang Lifan couldn't help shaking his head, feeling incredible. Even if you don't pay much attention to basketball, you know what Kobe means to the Lakers. How can he follow me? It's just that O'Neal won the 4th championship ring, and the Lakers management is not doing a good job, so he can't see the hope of winning the championship. Kellyanne has a clear understanding of himself and Kobe. He may be one of the reasons for the change of jersey from Bulls to Hawks, but it is definitely not all. The temptation of joining forces with Garnett, the good living environment in Atlanta, and the thriving prospects of the Hawks may be more important factors. In the same situation, if you were in Orlando, Milwaukee or even Portland, Kobe probably wouldn't consider it. As for the negative effects of applying for a transfer, as long as you win the championship, all of this can be washed away. Kobe has won a lot of honors such as the first team and the first defense, and he has already won 2 scoring titles, which are not new. His current goal is a higher level MVP, championship ring and FMVP, surpassing that fat guy. Kellyanne turned into a keyboard warrior, typing away in front of the computer, integrating all the relevant information into a document for neat deduction. In his previous life, after Kobe revealed that he hoped to go to the Bulls, there were 4 teams that negotiated a deal with the Lakers, namely the Bulls, Mavericks, Pistons and Cavaliers. Among them, the Mavericks and the Cavaliers have the same attitude. Except for the star players, now it's Key and James, they can pick any other players at will, and then they are directly eliminated. The only teams that have in-depth negotiations are the Pistons and the Bulls. Kobe holds the right to veto the trade and has made it clear that he does not want to go to the Pistons. The Pistons are eliminated. Finally, the Bulls are left because Kobe asked the Bulls to keep Luol Deng as his Pippen, while the Lakers insisted on Luol Deng and gave up. Obviously, the Paul plus Joe Johnson chips that the Hawks can offer are more attractive than the Bulls. The team will keep Garnett, which is attractive enough for Kobe. But there are also unfavorable factors. One is the relationship between Kellyanne and the Lakers, and the other is the market that Kellyanne himself has disrupted. Garnett is worth so many chips, isn't Kobe worthy? Kellyanne can imagine that after Kupchak opened his mouth, he would use such words to criticize Larry Sander. Is this considered shooting himself in the foot? Why don't you go and rest first? I guess I won't sleep today. Kellyanne worked for a while and said to Wang Lifan, who was sitting opposite him reading the documents, "I'll accompany you, it's okay." Wang Lifan shook his head. "Staying up late is very harmful to your health. Don't discuss it with a doctor." Wang Lifan was halfway through his words when Kellyanne's cell phone rang. Kellyanne gave an apologetic look and answered the call from Larry Sander. The Lakers made their first offer, Kobe plus Kwame Brown in exchange for Paul plus Joe Johnson plus Dyer plus Milicic plus the Hawks' 2 first-round picks in 2007 and 2009. While taking away all the chips, except Garnett from the Hawks, they also dumped Kwame Brown's garbage contract to the Hawks. With this chip to complete the deal, the Hawks will be like the Heat in the 2004-2005 season. Except for the core duo, the role players are all flawed. What's worse is that the team's 2 future draft picks have also been poached, making it difficult to make a fuss with the draft picks. Considering the salaries of Kobe, Garnett and Hassel, it may be very difficult for the Hawks to strengthen their team. Dio and Milicic can only be given 1 at most. 2 draft picks can only be given 1 at most. The Lakers asked for a sky-high price, and Kellyanne paid it back. Although I'm not very friendly to you, I still want to say that you are the most handsome when you are working. After Kellyanne hung up the phone, Wang Lifan couldn't help but praise him. This is the fact. There is nothing impolite. Kellyanne rolled his eyes at Wang Lifan and then said something proud. Larry Sander was only given 10 hours to operate, and Kellyanne was not optimistic that the deal would be successful. However, to his surprise, the deal was really moving in the right direction. Kellyanne calculated in his mind and probably guessed the possibility of the deal. It was already a fight among the top executives of the Lakers. A detailed analysis shows that it should be the deal promoted by Jim Buss plus Kupchak. Jeanie Buss plus Phil Jackson forced Kellyanne away, and Phil Jackson came out to take charge of the Lakers and got the team's trading rights. However, in the past season, they failed to build a competitive lineup, and the team's record fell instead of rising, which led to Kobe's departure. Putting this hat on Jeanie Buss is undoubtedly a heavy blow to her. In this way, an obstacle has been cleared for Jim Buss to take power in the Lakers in the future. The world is so big, there are all kinds of things. Kellyanne never thought that Kobe could become a victim of the internal struggle among the top management, and the brother and sister were not afraid of playing the Lakers to death. The time came to 6 o'clock in the morning in Beijing time. Kellyanne, who had not slept all night, got the fastest progress of the transaction from Larry Sander, and the 2 sides reached an agreement in principle. The Hawks sent Paul, Joe Johnson, Milicic, the first-round pick in 2007 and the right to trade in 2009, and got Kobe plus Kwame Brown from the Lakers. Communicate with Kobe immediately and let him give up the right to veto the transaction. Then complete all the procedures for the transaction as soon as possible. If the transaction documents cannot be reported to the league within 2 hours, I will come out to terminate the transaction. Kellyanne's attitude was very strong, urging Larry Sander to promote the transaction. Larry Sander, who had been busy all day, was also in a state of panic. The deal had been agreed upon, and it was only a matter of time to complete the remaining procedures. Was there any need to rush? If the NBA had a power list, Kellyanne would definitely be ranked before Larry Sander, so he had to cooperate with Kellyanne's work. He contacted Kobe as soon as possible to discuss joining the Hawks. "I'm sorry, Mr. Sander. Maybe I need some time to explain this to my wife and daughter." Kobe had made sufficient preparations to leave Los Angeles. But as a man who has already started a family, married and had daughters, he still needed to tell his wife and daughter before making a decision, especially after the handsome incident caused Vanessa to have a miscarriage. Kobe felt even more guilty towards his wife. "I know your responsibility to your family, but we have taken some risks in this deal. I've been advised that we need to complete the deal today," Larry Sander said. "Maybe you need to make a decision as soon as possible. Must it be today?" Kobe asked curiously. "I don't think it's urgent. This is a joint decision made by our management. I hope you can understand. After hanging up the phone, Larry Sanders suddenly realized why Kellyanne set a 10-hour deadline. The video was exposed, and Kobe's request for a trade to the Hawks was indeed his true idea, but whether it was just an impulse or the result of careful consideration, others don't know. Kellyanne's decision was, first, not to give Kobe time to think carefully and avoid harm. Second, to absolutely not let the atmosphere of the Hawks be affected by this rumor. Come if you want, forget it if you don't want to. Want to play fish pond management? Sorry, no talk. 90% of the work has been done, and the next step depends on God's will. Subjectively, Larry Sanders still hopes that Kobe can come. From the perspective of his career, this deal is enough to go down in history, and as the main executor, didn't he make great contributions to the Hawks? Last season, the Hawks won a lot of season bests, but he didn't win the best general manager. Everyone attributed the credit to Kellyanne. This season, Garnett and Kobe were brought in one after another. We have to face up to his contribution as a general manager, right? Of course, after making himself a cup of coffee to refresh himself, Larry Sanders watched his men prepare the transaction documents. As long as Kobe agreed to give up the right to veto the transaction, the Hawks would sign the transaction documents with the Lakers as soon as possible to reach a deal. 1900 hours 19:15-19:20 time passed by, and there was no news from the Lakers. The ecstasy on Larry Sanders' face turned into anxiety. At this time, Kobe called Kellyanne. Kellyanne didn't answer, and the ringing of the phone woke up Wang Liffen, who was in a deep sleep. Wang Liffen looked at Kellyanne, but saw Kellyanne shook his head. In any case, Kellyanne didn't intend to participate in this transaction. If you need me to convince you to come to the Lakers, then you may not be suitable for the Lakers. This is what Kobe said later, which was very pretentious. Kellyanne can also return this sentence to Kobe. If you want me to convince you to follow me, then you may not be suitable to play under me. The phone rang for 16 times before being hung up. Kellyanne went to the refrigerator to get a cup of iced black coffee, gulped down half a cup, and the cold and bitter feeling filled Kellyanne's brain, and he instantly sobered up a lot. The time came to 8 o'clock. Kellyanne woke up, and then called Paul. Hello, Chris. This is Kimmy. Yes, I'm in China. As soon as I woke up, I saw the news about Kobe. What I want to say is that I don't have the idea of using you and Joe Johnson as bargaining chips to trade Kobe. In the Garnett trade, I have explained to him in detail my tactical ideas for the new season. In my tactical system, you have a very important position, so you don't need to worry about being traded away. Kellyanne said the same thing when he was talking to Joe Johnson. Compared with Paul's fortunate, Joe Johnson was much calmer. Maybe he didn't care where he played at all. Kellyanne called Kobe on his third call. Hi, Kobe. I just woke up and saw your call on the trade rumors. Well, I originally planned to ask for your opinion, but now it's not necessary. Kobe said, I still plan to stay with the Lakers. What are you doing? Kellyanne pretended to be ignorant and complained. You don't need me either, don't you? Kobe said seriously. Kellyanne paused and said, to be honest, if you had proposed a trade before or after the draft, I would have pushed for the deal. This is not the right time. Kobe knew that this was not the right time, but he wanted to see what the Lakers could do with the limited operating space in the summer window before making a decision. Facts have proved that Kobe overestimated the operational capabilities of the Lakers management. Jerry Buss is old, and Jeannie Buss and Jim Buss can't make any big moves. He also overestimated his own appeal, missing the best time for a trade. Even he would be rejected by Kellyanne. Good luck this morning. My body hasn't recovered yet. In the afternoon, my body slowly recovered. If nothing unexpected happens, the update time tomorrow can go back to the afternoon. Chapter 188. Long time no see. New season. In August, Wang Liffen packed his bags and set off for Atlanta. Kellyanne originally planned to go to Sapporo to watch the World Championships and witness Wang Shippeng's historic moment of defeating Slovenia, but after thinking about it, he finally decided not to go and returned to Atlanta in advance. On the first day at the training hall, Kellyanne met Millsap, Berrier, Anthony Parker and Stevens. After the summer league, Millsap and Berrier stayed in the team for training, while Anthony Parker and Stevens also came in advance to prepare for the new season. The former needs to adapt to the NBA's three-point line, while the latter also practiced three-pointers. Kellyan's advice to him was to practice hard in the 3D direction. Practicing three-pointers and defense well will help him get a big contract in the future. Millsap was very excited about joining the Hawks, on the one hand, because the rookies Kellyan selected in the 2005 draft were very good, and on the other hand, he had the opportunity to learn from Garnett. The first reason is very reliable, and the second one. Kellyan wanted to ask, "Are you serious?" Kilograms is a very strict person, especially when he is furious. His language will be very excessive. You have to be mentally prepared. Kellyan's face was a little playful. The key is to observe and learn by yourself. Don't ask him everything. It doesn't matter. I'm not afraid. Millsap has not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. I'm afraid you will be scolded and cry. Kellyan was laughed at by the stubborn Millsap. This matter is almost over here. If it goes deeper, it will become the head coach provoking the relationship between the players. After observing the training for a while, Kellyan also got a basic understanding of Millsap's current technical characteristics. Millsap, under the intensity of NBA confrontation, is one of the four monsters on the wild court, the short and strong rebounding monster. As a rookie, his confrontation can completely keep up with the intensity of the NBA. The offensive end has a soft touch, especially the second offense, after grabbing the rebound, and he can steadily send the ball into the basket after the confrontation. The weakness is that he is only 203 in height and his speed is not dominant. Although the rhythm of playing is good, Millsap does not have the possibility of swinging to the third position. Compared with David Lee last season, his immediate combat effectiveness is definitely not enough. But in places where the data cannot be reflected, his role may be slightly greater than David Lee, which is also the trait needed by the Hawks. A team aiming for the championship needs someone to do the dirty work. In addition, Millsap has a strong learning ability. In the past life, Chinese fans had a filter for Rockets players. At first, they thought Landry was no worse than Millsap, but judging from the salary earned by the two in their careers, Landry earned less than a quarter of Millsap, and the gap was very obvious. Millsap entered the league a year earlier than Landry, and there was no advantage of the times. In the final analysis, Millsap was constantly improving his skills and polishing himself into a versatile existence on the offensive end, while Landry could only play with impact. Once his body declined, he would become a barbecue after the training. Kellyan walked out of the training hall and was stopped by reporters from the local media in Atlanta to ask questions. Kobe, the Hawks brought in Garnett in the summer and have the strength to compete for the championship. Do you have the confidence to lead the team to win the championship? I'm excited about KG's arrival. The age structure of our lineup is very reasonable, and Kilograms can lead the team. I think we can be the strongest contender for the championship. In addition to Kilograms, we have also introduced some outstanding young men who will also contribute to our victory. In the third season of his coaching career, Kellyan finally has a lineup that is strong enough to compete for the championship, and he is no longer low-key when being interviewed. The reporter was interested. Do you think the Hawks are the strongest team in the East? In terms of strength, it is true. But the results achieved in a long season do not depend entirely on the strength of the team. Many factors will have an impact. So we all need to do our best, and I also need the cooperation of various departments. Anthony Parker created his own foundation in Europe. After returning to the NBA, will he be the team's starting small forward? Of course. His shooting ability is a great supplement to the Hawks' offense. With him embedded in our offensive system, I think we will be more threatening on the offensive end. Compared with Posey, Anthony Parker has more accurate three-pointers, but he is definitely inferior on the defensive end. Kellyan's words basically expressed this meaning. Whether he was ordered to take over the Lakers in a critical moment, or chose to rebuild the Hawks from a low point, Kellyan fulfilled his promise to the fans and even exceeded his task. But leading a weak team to the semifinals and truly leading a strong team to compete for the championship are two different things. How to properly handle the pressure of a championship contending team is a real test for Kellyan. The rumors about Kobe's trade gradually died down. After the Hawks withdrew from the trade, the Lakers management had no way to get a better bargaining chip. The trade proposal given by the Bulls was thrown into the trash before they finished speaking. After a long talk between Jerry Buss and Kobe officially announced his intention to stay with the team. I always believe that Mr. Jerry Buss can lead the Lakers to the right goal and bring glory back to Los Angeles. For this, I will do my best. It was after Kobe announced his intention to stay with the team that rumors of a trade between the Lakers and the Grizzlies came out. However, the trade target was not Gasol, Kobe's destined good friend, but Battier, who was supposed to go to the Rockets. After making the playoffs for 3 consecutive seasons and being beaten 4-0 by the Suns, Mavericks, and Spurs, the Grizzlies felt that the team needed more talent. It was too extravagant for them to pay $8 million to support a 3D small forward who had no independent scoring ability. The Grizzlies planned to trade Battier to obtain potential rookies and draft picks and build a team around Gasol and Mike Miller. NBA is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. Kellyanne would never believe that Jerry West did not assist his old club. The trade rumors surrounding Kobe Bryant have died down, and Iverson, another symbol of the '96 golden generation, has also had a rift with his own kingdom. Last season, Iverson averaged 32.5 points and 6.6 assists per game, but the 76ers missed the playoffs with the 10th record in the Eastern Conference. The fairy tale between the 76ers and Iverson that lasted for 10 years finally had to face the reality of missing the playoffs. Last summer, Iverson expressed his dissatisfaction with the 76ers management in interviews several times, and even said that he didn't want to stay in the 76ers for one more minute, which finally made the 76ers management kill him and traded Iverson at the cost of affecting the team's ticket sales. Compared with Kobe's cards, Iverson's market is slightly worse. After all, his low efficiency and self-willed personality have always been a headache for the 76ers management. No one believes that Iverson will reform after leaving the 76ers. Of course, Iverson is still a superstar in the league. The Kings, Bulls, Grizzlies, and Nuggets are still chasing the answer. On September 1st, the Men's Basketball World Championship reached the semifinals. Spain narrowly defeated Argentina by 1 point, shattering the opponent's dream of defending the title, but also changing the situation of the NBA next season. In this bloody battle, Argentina's core Ginobili injured his left wrist and needed surgery. He is expected to miss 2 to 3 months, and may even say goodbye to the rest of the 2006 game. The Spanish team was even worse. Gasol injured his ankle at the last moment of the game. After examination, it was found that the metatarsal was fractured, and he needed to rest for 3 to 4 months. Without Ginobili, the Spurs can still survive by gritting their teeth, and the worst result can be maintained in the upper half of the Western Conference. Without Gasol, the Grizzlies are afraid that they will have to give up. Under pressure, West stopped the trade of Battier and planned to reintegrate the team's resources and set new goals. Without the team leader, everyone was optimistic that the Spanish team would enter the finals and give the Greek team a head. However, the progress of the finals was surprising. Papaloukas and Spanoulis, who played against the American team, had no touch in the game against Spain and were beaten throughout the game. Gasol, who had not performed well in the previous games, became the core of the Spanish team. He played low post singles and long-range three-pointers. He scored 19 points and helped the team beat the Greek team and won the World Championship. Although he performed poorly in the finals, Spanoulis performed very well in this World Championship, which also made Rockets fans look forward to his performance in the new season. However, Chinese fans are destined to be disappointed. Spanoulis is a guard who needs the ball very much, which is contrary to the needs of the Rockets and Van Gundy's tactical system. At the same time, Spanoulis is also a guard with very poor adaptability. This can be seen from the fact that after the Rockets lost, he was traded to the Spurs, which is suitable for international players, but he was unwilling to try for another year, but insisted on returning to Europe. Such a player, not to mention Van Gundy, can't use it well. Even Kellyanne won't want it. On September 15th, Chen Shijin came to Atlanta and found Kellyanne in the stadium and told him about Google's plan to acquire YouTube. When in Los Angeles, Kellyanne took advantage of the convenience of blocking Chen Shijin's house to inject a sum of money into YouTube and obtained a 15% stake. After 3 rounds of financing, This share was diluted to 6%, but even so, with YouTube's valuation of more than $2 billion, Kellyanne can also get more than $120 million. Congratulations, the original investment is profitable. Chen Shijin handed the acquisition agreement to Kellyanne, and his signature was needed for the acquisition to be completed. He solemnly signed his name on the agreement. After completing all the transfers, Kellyanne could get more than $60 million of Google stock and $60 million in cash. This money is enough for him to achieve financial freedom. I just happened to be here, and I don't feel much accomplishment. It's still good for you guys. You have realized your life value. Kellyanne signed several documents and shook his head. This is the truth. For a reborn person, making money really can't stimulate him, especially for someone like Kellyanne who doesn't have such a strong desire for material things. Although he also uses his advantages to make various investments, it is more like an instinct rather than a pursuit. Is your goal to lead the NBA team to win the championship? After getting Kellyanne's signature, Chen Shijin breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Maybe in the future, I will buy an NBA team." Kellyanne said $120 million is not enough 10 times. That's enough. That's right. Working for others is definitely not as good as working on your own. Chen Shijin didn't think it was unrealistic. With Kellyanne's financial resources and his rapidly accumulating reputation, if any NBA team is for sale now, Kellyanne is qualified to bring in a consortium. However, Kellyanne's plan is to buy a team himself. That night, Wang Lifan received a gift from Kellyanne in the restaurant, a Cartier watch. Wow, Wang Lifan was a little surprised to receive such a big gift. "It's not my birthday. Why did you suddenly give me such an expensive gift? I made an investment a few years ago and made some money. It may be in the news in a while, so I told you in advance," Kellyanne said. Huh. Wang Lifan was shocked. What a huge investment. YouTube was acquired by Google. It's about $2 billion. Kellyanne said calmly, "I don't mean to show off. I just don't want to hide it from you." US dollars? Wang Lifan regretted asking it. YouTube is American. Google is American. Could it be settled in RMB? Kellyanne responded, and suddenly felt that Wang Lifan's eyes had changed a little, so he quickly added, "I only have a small part, about 120 million. Wang Lifan put his hand on his chin, looked at Kellyanne with interest, and laughed. "Do you want to consider handing it over?" Kellyanne used laughter to cover up his embarrassment. "Okay. So arbitrary. Don't you consider it? As long as you are happy, it's enough for me." Although the love words said in love are no different from swearing, Wang Lifan was still very happy to hear these words, hugged Kellyanne, and started to chew. The two tossed all night and were exhausted. A few days later, Chen Shijin took care of all the formalities, and Kellyanne earned a large sum of money. Counting the Google stocks transferred to his name, he instantly became a billionaire. And the Hawks also made a fortune with him. After finishing the World Championships and returning to Atlanta, the Frenchman immediately promoted the contract renewal negotiations with the team, lowering his asking price while making only one request, that the contract be signed for 5 years. Dio performed poorly in the World Championships, averaging 8.4 points, 5.2 rebounds, and 3.4 assists per game, which to some extent confirmed the media's evaluation of him as a system player. Cannot play without Kellyanne, and only Kellyanne has the instructions. In addition, Garnett's joining will also dilute his ball rights to a certain extent and affect his data, so Dio finally made the decision to lower his asking price. The Hawks did not take advantage of the situation and gave a 5-year, $45 million contract with an average annual salary of $9 million, which was very sincere and would not hurt the relationship between the player and the team. As a reward after the contract renewal, when shooting the Cormac photos on the team's media open day, Kellyanne included Dio and took photos with Paul, Joe Johnson and Garnett, indicating with his actions that Dio will still be one of the core of the Hawks in the new season. Dio completed the early contract renewal, which means that Milicic will hardly have any future in the Hawks. After all, the Hawks already have Garnett with an annual salary of $20 million. The team will have to pay a lot of luxury taxes when Dio's contract starts to be fulfilled next season, and Paul will have to renew his contract in the future. The Serbian felt a little disappointed, but Kaljan found an opportunity to talk to him and made a clear promise that he would not reduce his playing time in the new season and would give him ample opportunities to show himself and fight for a contract. Snyder, who has always liked Milicic, also talked a lot to Milicic. His words are more useful than Kaljan's. After talking to him, Milicic's face looked much better. The next day was an open training class, and the fans were full. The fans all wanted to see the strongest Hawks team ever. Kaljan did not arrange for the coaches to compete in groups, but directly divided them into the main team and the substitute team, telling the players to relax their defense and play as an all-star game, with more dunks and performances, and how exciting it would be. In the Hawks, Paul and Joe Johnson are members of the Dream Team 7. Although they are both substitutes, they followed the US team to Japan after all. Paul also had the task of carrying bags for James, Anthony, and Wade, which consumed a lot of physical strength. Milicic and Dia also participated in the World Championships. The team was the team that was most affected by the FIBA virus. Kaljan knew that there might be some problems with the players' physical reserves, and he didn't even plan to arrange these players to play in the preseason. Last season, the Hawks were eager to give fans confidence and help the team recover the bull market, so they performed more hard in the preseason. This season, there is no such requirement. With the popularity accumulated over a season and Garnett joining, the Hawks tickets are hard currency and there is no situation where they cannot be sold. The defensive intensity has been reduced, and the players have played beautifully. Street ball strongman Lucas 3 transformed into a fake Iverson, dribbling away Paul with agile movements and assisting Stevens to dunk in an empty cut. Looking back, Garnett and Paul's high post pick and roll cooperation showed its power for the first time. After the pick and roll, Garnett received the pass from Paul and completed an alley-oop dunk. The player that fans disliked the most was Daniel Gibson. After he was selected by the Hawks in the draft, his weird remarks on Facebook made the Hawks fans very upset. It took a long time for him to delete those remarks, which made the fans not take him as their own. In addition, his plain and unpretentious playing style was not very outstanding, so it was not surprising that such a scene occurred. It is not difficult to get rid of this situation and win back the fans' love. Just show a good performance in the game. After the media open day, the team's preseason training camp started. The training camp mainly focused on physical training and tactical training. The Hawks lineup changed drastically this season. New players need to familiarize themselves with the team's tactics as quickly as possible. The online double team defense system carved out by Kaljan also requires players to constantly cultivate tacit understanding in training and constantly practice in actual combat to truly play it out. Overall, the Hawks' tactics have not changed much, whether it is running and gunning or playing pick and roll. Garnett replaced Josh Smith, and the power has increased exponentially. Kaljan is full of confidence for the new season. Chapter 189 What defending champion? I'm fighting for the champion. In the preseason debut, the Hawks faced their old rival Indiana Pacers at home. This was also the first unofficial appearance of the new Hawks at the Phillips Center. Kaljan kept 4 players who participated in the World Championships in the cold. Paul, Joe Johnson, Dio, and Milicic all wore suits and sat on the sidelines. Although several people said that the problem was not big, Kaljan knew the importance of limiting playing time. There is a terrible injury called stress fracture, which is caused by fatigue. Chinese fans will be very familiar with this injury in the future. Yao Ming's career ended early because of this injury, which actually had nothing to do with Kobe's collision. As for why Yao Ming became ill due to overwork, it has nothing to do with the fans saying that the national team has many miscellaneous events and Yao Ming is exhausted. It is mainly because Van Gundy made him gain weight significantly to increase his lethality, and Adelman could not control his playing time, etc. This is also one of the reasons why Kaljan did not let Paul gain weight without thinking in his rookie season. In just the preseason, Kaljan did not need to take such a risk. Even at the beginning of the regular season, Kaljan also planned to manage the players' load and control their playing time. This season, the team's goal is to win the championship, so they cannot consume too much in the regular season, and at the same time, they must control the players' state, which is also a new test for Kaljan. After the Auburn Hills Palace incident, the Pacers' situation has continued to decline in recent years. In order to create a better growth environment for second-year player Danny Granger, Larry Bird adjusted the team's lineup in the summer. The team first let go of Serbian Stojakovic, who was incompatible with the team. Then they reached a big deal with the Warriors, using Marshall St. Stephen Jackson plus European King Jaskavicius plus Josh Powell to call Troy Murphy plus Dunleavy Jr. from the Warriors. To simply evaluate this deal, it is to use a very capable Thorne and 2 extras in exchange for 2 mediocre good guys. However, within one season, the team lost Artest and Stephen Jackson successively. The Pacers' immediate combat effectiveness declined obviously. Even if Granger was given more space, he could not fill 2 holes by himself, right? Facing the Pacers, whose strength declined seriously, the Hawks had 3 main players and still had the upper hand in the game. Enjoying the starlight of the home team alone, the high-spirited Garnett obviously suppressed the spiritless O'Neal. Returning to the United States, Anthony Parker showed the results of his return from learning in front of his hometown elders. The team's 2 rookies Gibson and Millsap also performed well after a short period of adaptation. This game was full of surprises for Hawks fans. 92-81. The Hawks won at home with a depleted lineup, and won in this informal debut. After the game, Garnett, who played for 23 minutes and scored 13 points and 7 rebounds, accepted an interview with the media and expressed his excitement about playing for the Hawks. "Yes, I'm very excited about the new season. This is the first time in my career that I will not play in the NBA as a Timberwolves player. I was a little uncomfortable at first, but I soon found the feeling of playing here again. Some of our players have been given a rest because they participated in the World Championships and need to rest. I look forward to fighting with them earlier, but I accept Kim's arrangement because our ultimate goal is the championship." It can be seen that Garnett is in a good mood and talked a lot to reporters. It is normal for a veteran like him to be looking forward to the new season. After all, this season is his best chance since entering the NBA. From the coach to the core, everyone is saying that if you want to compete for the championship, you must show the concentration that matches the championship. In the locker room after the game, Killian criticized the team's wing defense. "If there is any problem in this game, it is the defense on the wing position. Anthony Parker can't keep up with Granger's off-ball running. He watched the opponent shoot 7 out of 11 and scored a game-high 16 points. Although he has great potential, Granger is not among the top 10 small forwards in the league at the moment. If he can score in fancy ways in front of Anthony Parker, what will he do when he meets James? Will he explode on the spot?" In the second preseason game, the Hawks ushered in the Grizzlies, who were in a period of confusion. Gasol's injury in the World Championships disrupted the Grizzlies' team-building plan. Although they were reluctant, the management led by Jerry West knew that at the time point of the upcoming 2007 draft year, it would be better to give up fighting for a high draft pick this season instead of continuing to work hard this season. Getting Otton and Durant is certainly a promising future. Even if one of the peerless duo is not obtained, Horford and Yi Jianlian also have the hope of becoming Gasol's suitable inside partner. Without Gasol, the Grizzlies are full of flaws. The most reliable ball handler on the offensive end of the team is Mike Miller, and Battier, whose ball handling ability is quite miserable, is also forced to bear a considerable amount of ball rights. Although the Grizzlies did a good job on defense, it was really difficult for a team that was already poor in offense to lose its only reliable offensive point. In fact, if the Grizzlies had a good point guard now, they could play a run and gun tactic. The key problem is that their point guard is Atkins, a point guard with decent personal offense, but basically no organizational ability. With such an opponent, the Hawks practiced various defensive and assisting tactics around Garnett. Killian called all the timeouts and constantly explained the essentials of defense to the players. His professionalism shocked the commentator at the Grizzlies' home court. "Brother, you're wrong. This is a preseason game, not a playoff game. Tactical drills, regardless of occasion. Not only this game, but in the next few preseason games, Killian has been debugging the team's defensive tactics. Although the personnel are not complete, under the careful polishing of Killian and Snyder, everyone can see that the Hawks' defense is slowly taking shape. Under the premise of keeping the lineup, the Hawks achieved a record of 4 wins and 3 losses in the preseason. The backcourt double gun still won the game even when they rested. Several rookies also contributed their performances and brought surprises to the fans. Everyone is willing to believe that the Hawks' slogan of championship is not just talk. Before the regular season started, the NBA officially launched the first strength list. The Hawks ranked 4th, behind the Heat, Spurs, and Mavericks, and stuck in front of the Suns and Pistons. The Yao-McGrady combination returned, and the Rockets came to 7th. The Rockets' performance was poor last season, and Yao Ming and McGrady had minor injuries and were recovering. In the World Championships in the summer, Yao Ming's dominance remained, plus the team strengthened the point guard position with Mike James as the third scoring point, and Matt Barnes was trained as a small forward. After the bench, Bonzi Wells, the team's configuration was much more balanced. The only weakness was the power forward position. Carol Dawson deserves praise for being able to come up with such a lineup under limited resource allocation, which also brought back some impression points for him. The draft pick traded to the Hawks last season was converted into the number 8 pick, and Dawson was scolded a lot for this. On October 31st, the Heat's home opener, the Hawks were selected as witnesses for the Heat players to receive the championship rings. Under the leadership of Kenyan, the entire Hawks team stood around the bench, watching the fans cheering for the Heat players to receive the championship rings. Usually, during the home team's award ceremony, the visiting team players usually stay in the locker room and wait until the award ceremony is over before going out, but Kenyan did not do this. He let the players witness this scene in person to stimulate them and show better performance. The back of joy must be sadness, but next time, the championship trophy may have to change its owner. Successfully arouse the fighting spirit of the Hawks, and Kenyan encouraged the whole team again. This is not a casual remark. This season, the Hawks have the strength to win the championship. Players warm up. The game is about to begin. This season, the Hawks have received 16 national live broadcasts, ranking 4th in the league, second only to the Heat, Mavericks, Lakers, and the Spurs and Cavaliers. At the same time, in China, they have received 41 broadcasts, second only to the Rockets. Zhang Heli introduced the Hawks starting lineup. The Hawks used a lot of chips in the summer to trade for the Wolf King Garnett, which is a big upgrade to the lineup. They lost Josh Smith and James Posey in the trade. The team dug a player from Europe, Anthony Parker, who performed well in Europe last season. CCTV broadcasts the NBA and CBA, and although it also broadcasts the European Basketball Champions League, basically no one pays attention. Anthony Parker is almost a top 3 star in Europe. Zhang Heli only used the word performed well to describe him, which is obviously a bit unprofessional. The Hawks insist on using Dio as the starter in the interior. Neither he nor Garnett can fight against O'Neal in the interior. Maybe Coach Kenyan still wants to play against each other in the opening stage. Yoga said. Yes, we all know that Kenyan is a coach who has his own tactical ideas and will not change them at will. He would rather attack back against O'Neal's characteristics on the offensive end than use blue-collar inside players to defend against O'Neal. Zhang Heli continued. Whether it's football or basketball, this is also a problem of CCTV commentary. The characters are stereotyped. When talking about the crescent moon scimitar, it's Beckham. When talking about counter offside, it's Inzaghi. And when talking about Kenyan, it's small ball offense. He is the one who tortured Duncan with the 3 highs. O'Neal and Garnett, 2 inside superstars with completely opposite styles, had a jump ball, and Garnett won. The game officially began. Paul dribbled across half court and handed the ball to Garnett, who was on the free throw line. Then the whole team pulled away, with Paul and Dio on the left, and Joe Johnson and Anthony Parker on the right. Garnett faced the basket with the ball, one-on-one with Alm. Garnett took a step to the right, attracted the opponent's center of gravity to shift, and then dribbled the ball with his right hand to his left hand, flexibly moved a body position, and made a quick stop, and shot the first goal of the NBA season 2-0. The American Airlines Center erupted in boos, and they thought that such a meaningful goal should be completed by the home team. The Heat attacked, and the formation was pulled apart. O'Neal's solid pick and roll created a breakthrough opportunity for Wade, and the Flash forced his way into the Hawks' restricted area. Garnett switched defense in time, and Joe Johnson also bypassed the pursuit defense and formed a double team. Wade hurriedly passed the ball to the middle and gave it to O'Neal, who was left open. O'Neal received the ball at the free throw line, which was not his offensive area. When he was young, he could push the defense away with one step and attack the basket. Now that he is old, he no longer has the explosive power of his youth. He pushed Dio away with one step, and Garnett's double team followed. O'Neal hesitated and did not shoot, but passed the ball to Wade, who pulled out of the 3-point line to receive the ball. With little time left for the attack, Wade dribbled the ball to find the rhythm, and then he made a quick stop jump shot after forcing Joe Johnson, but missed. Garnett grabbed the rebound steadily, and Paul came back to receive the ball, but did not play a fast break immediately. Paul dribbled the ball across half court and passed it to Garnett, who was asking for the ball in the low post. The latter leaned against Hadlon with his back and pretended to make a few poses before completing a pass and run match with Joe Johnson. The latter shook off Wade's defense by running back, attracted Hadlon's defense, and passed the ball back to Garnett, and the Wolf King made a mid-range pull-up shot. Beautiful. This is Garnett's value, and this is the offense Kalyan wants. Yoga shouted excitedly. Playing pick and roll somewhat exposed O'Neal's weaknesses, so let him force Dio in the low post. Williams passed the ball to O'Neal, and Garnett's timely double teaming made the Sharks very uncomfortable. There was a good fight under the basket. Although O'Neal had the upper hand in every confrontation, O'Neal's own offensive rhythm was also greatly affected. In the finals last season, O'Neal averaged 13 points and 11 rebounds per game, which was not a good performance. Although there were two muscular men, Dampier and Diop, who were really strong, O'Neal had seen fewer muscular men. When he was young, he was beaten every minute. The only explanation is that O'Neal's decline was really great. It just happened that it was covered by Wade's progress. After brewing for a long time, O'Neal's forced shot failed to score due to interference. Garnett once again protected the rebound for O'Neal and sent a pass when he saw the opportunity. Paul received the ball, shook off Peterson's defense by changing the rhythm of dribbling, jumped early and leaned on Wade behind him, and made a mid-range shot 0:6. The Heat's attack around O'Neal's obvious advantage was frequently blocked, and the Heat had a bad start. In the next round, the Hawks suddenly double-teamed the line, but were just accelerated by Wade. After Wade attracted the defense, he passed the ball to O'Neal under the basket. O'Neal was about to lift the tripod, but his increasingly slow movements gave the Hawks an opportunity to foul. Dio hung one hand on O'Neal's arm. The dunk failed. O'Neal was angry and pushed Dio after landing. The Frenchman stumbled and sat on the ground, raised his arm, and gave O'Neal a French military salute. Everyone else surrendered, so the referee couldn't just turn a blind eye, right? O'Neal received a technical foul and watched Dio hit the free throw, feeling even more angry. Bang. Sure. O'Neal made one of two free throws, which helped the Heat break the embarrassment of 0 points. However, before O'Neal returned to the midline, the Hawks ball had already crossed half court. In the front court 4-on-4 opportunity, the cooperation of Joe Johnson and Garnett attracted the opponent's double team, and then passed the ball to Anthony Parker, who was unattended in the bottom corner. The European King hit his first three-pointer after returning to the NBA 110. For the Heat, this was a nightmare start. Even though Pat really knew that the Hawks would be difficult to play in the new season, and even thought about the possibility of losing this game, he never thought that the team would be beaten so badly. Especially O'Neal's condition. It was really too bad. Pat Riley on the sidelines was livid, and the Heat players felt his anger. Thinking of the terrible training volume of the team after Pat Riley was angry, the players on the court played 120% of their spirits. They would rather use all their strength to fight with the Hawks than accept the baptism of Pat Riley's training class. The Hawks continued the double teaming tactics. Whether it was Wade or Williams outside the 3-point line, there was one step of space. This was a deliberate arrangement by Kalyan. No matter whether it was Wade or O'Neal, they would face the Hawks' stronger defensive force in the interior, targeting the Heat's weakness of inaccurate 3-point shooting. Bang. Williams' attempt ended in an. Wade grabbed the front court rebound and dared to force the ball into the goal before Dio made up for the defense and caused Dio to foul. Wade got up from the ground and yelled twice and clapped his hands with his teammates one after another to show encouragement. But such a difficult way to score is not the way to win. Obviously, the Heat's offense is very difficult. The Hawks attacked. Paul played off-ball screens with Garnett on the left. He ran to receive the pass from Joe Johnson, attracted Helm to switch defense, and dribbled one step to pass to Garnett, who was cutting in the air. White Chocolate was unable to stop Garnett from cutting in the air and was completely squeezed away. Garnett took the ball and took 3 steps. Before O'Neal made up for the defense, he scored a one-handed dunk. 12:4. Pat Riley finally requested a timeout. In the first 4 minutes, the Hawks had no problem playing. If they didn't make some adjustments, the Heat would collapse at the start. On the Hawks side, Kellyanne stood up and took turns high-fiving the players to celebrate. Garnett was very happy. He had already scored 6 points and 3 rebounds at the start of the game. He had formed a tacit understanding with Paul and Joe Johnson. More importantly, he found that O'Neal had become so weak. The weather is cold, the workload has increased, and the update is late. Please forgive me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, No More Face. After the timeout, the score difference continued to widen. The commentators on the scene were all unbelievable. In the past, this kind of exclamation was only after Wade scored a wonderful goal, but this game was unbelievable about the game scene. The poor performance of the Heat at the beginning was just a microcosm of the whole game. This team has many problems. After winning the championship, the veterans have lost the spirit of last season. Whether it is training or playing, they have not been as focused as last season. The decline is very obvious. Wade, who is in his prime, participated in the World Championships in the summer. He did not have enough rest time and his physical condition was obviously not adjusted. Coupled with the slackness of other players, it was reflected in the game that the spirit and concentration of the game could not be compared with the Hawks. It has always been difficult to conquer the world, and it is even more difficult to defend the world. This is a reason, especially for veterans like this. Their desire for the championship before winning the championship is proportional to the decline after winning the championship. This is also the reason why there are very few dynasties in the NBA. Sometimes it is not just the opponent who defeats you, but more often, the fortress is disintegrated from the inside. Paul stole the ball from Wade, and then he drew Peterson's defense and passed the ball to the right side. Joe Johnson made a 3-pointer from the wing. Halmy was a little slow in chasing and made another one. The score was 12-27, and the difference widened to 15 points. The Hawks bench all stood up and cheered, and Kellyanne also stood up to applaud the players on the court. Zangheli exclaimed, "This is the 4th 3-pointer of the Hawks since the start of the game. The Hawks' outside shooting is hot today. In contrast, the Heat are lacking. So far, they have made 4 shots and none of them have hit." Yoga continued, "In the finals last season, the Heat suppressed the Mavericks by breakthroughs and free throws. It is conceivable that, if Kellyanne coached the Mavericks, he would focus on the defense in the restricted area and moderately leave the Heat's outside line empty. If so, the result of the game might be a little different." This statement is a bit unrealistic, but it is not completely aimless. In many interviews, Kellyanne revealed his own attributes, so some Mavericks fans also yike Kellyanne coaching the Mavericks will bring changes to the Mavericks. Yoga should have seen these discussions and made such a discussion. The Heat attacked. Wade passed Joe Johnson with the ball and finally scored 2 points with a quick stop jump shot. 12-27. The Hawks defense also has weaknesses. After Posey left, the team's perimeter defense has obviously declined. Against the passing master Williams and the flash Wade, it is easy to be penetrated by the defense if you rush to the line to double team. If you defend alone, Joe Johnson and Anthony Parker can't keep up with Wade. No matter the defensive skills or dynamic talents, they can't make trouble for the flash. Garnett can help make up for the part once or twice in the interior, but it is impossible to wipe the but clean every time. From this perspective, if it is really the full-blooded Heat team last season, the current Hawks may not be able to suppress it. Of course, the matter of Guangdong fighting Qin Kaiang is left to the fans to discuss, and the Hawks are responsible for picking up the heads of this Heat team during its weak period. The Hawks attacked. Dyler went out to organize outside the 3-point line. Anthony Parker attracted the defense in the right corner. Paul ran to receive the ball, and the three formed a triangle on the right. Paul broke through with the ball. Williams pressed and hit him with his body. Paul pulled the ball and still firmly controlled the ball under the impact of Williams while looking at the position of his teammates. Garnett ran out from the inside and Halm followed. Garnett's running position distracted the opponent's attention. Paul dribbled behind his back and forced to accelerate against Williams. Williams, who reacted, was blocked by Garnett. Halm left Garnett to switch defense, but his footsteps were not enough in front of Paul, and Paul changed direction and left him in space. With a heavy step on his left foot, he quickly threw himself into the air, and Paul raised the ball high with his right hand and greeted O'Neal. O'Neal, who was depressed for almost a quarter, raised his arm and slapped the basketball in Paul's hand with his big hand. A height of 2.16 and a weight of 325 pounds. A height of 1.83 meters and a weight of 175 pounds. Under O'Neal's pressure, Paul looked like a boat in the stormy sea, which might capsize at any time. O'Neal's big hand and the basketball in Paul's hand were getting closer and closer, and the two bodies were about to collide. Paul exerted force on his waist and closed the ball in his hand. The whole person was folded in the air, and O'Neal's big hand fanned directly into the air. Wow. The commentator on the scene exclaimed in amazement. Paul in the air attracted all the attention. Flashing past O'Neal's body, Paul twisted his body forcibly and turned around to pick the ball towards the basket. Swish. The ball quickly passed through the net and fell to the floor. In the off-season, Paul honed his offensive skills against various superstars in the Dream Team and looked more aggressive. O'Neal, who landed, showed a speechless expression on his face, perfectly interpreting the shock that Paul's attack just gave him. Paul walked out of the restricted area with his fist raised high and was patted on the head by Garnett. It seems that every number 21 power forward likes to touch other people's heads. Duncan was like this, and so was Garnett. Jordan and Kobe were both touched on the head by Garnett. A wonderful score. Chris Paul scored a Wade-style goal. Now it's Wade's turn to respond. The commentator insisted on speaking from the standpoint of the home team, expecting Wade to lead the team to fight back. However, the Hawks' strategy of defending breakthroughs, but not shots, still limited Wade. Wade successfully broke through Joe Johnson, but his pull-up jump shot hit the basket directly. O'Neal committed another foul when fighting for the front court rebound, but the referee showed mercy and did not call a foul. But this more or less showed the Heat's slightly impatient mood. In the last few minutes of the first quarter, the score difference continued to widen. Kellyan adhered to the principle of taking advantage of your illness to kill you, and let the main players play the entire first quarter, and the score difference was directly widened to 21 points. 1839. The fans watching the game at the American Airlines Center were stunned. In the second quarter, the Hawks played 5 players in and 5 out. Daniel Gibson, Bobby Jackson, Deacon Stevens, Millsap, Milicic. Deacon Stevens is the number 2 player, and his size is a little disadvantageous when he plays the number 3 position. In fact, the backcourt of the Hawks lineup is indeed short in height, and Kellyan is also ready to replace Bobby Jackson or Gibson with Hassel at any time, so that Stevens can return to the number 2 position. However, the Heat did not have the ability to punish the Hawks for this weakness. Gibson and Stevens pulled away, Bobby Jackson and Millsap played pick and roll, and the shooting threat was very great. The old arms and legs of the Heat really couldn't keep up. Looking back, the Heat's offense also hit a wall on the Hawks' side. Compared with last season's heavy offense and light defense, the Hawks' lineup this season is more balanced. Except for Bobby Jackson, who is relatively weak in defense, the others in the bench lineup are above the standard. Without Wade and O'Neal, the Heat's offensive lethality is not enough. The score difference continued to widen, heading directly towards 30 points. Pat really had no choice but to wait until the official timeout to make adjustments. Wade and O'Neal returned to strengthen the offense. The Hawks also replaced Paul, Garnett, and Anthony Parker, and paired them with Stevens and Milicic, easily curbing the Heat's counterattack. Partnering with Milicic, Garnett can be more unscrupulous in expanding defense. No matter who the Heat is, as long as they press into the Hawks' restricted area, they will have to face Garnett's backup defense. The pressure on the outside offense is too great. The home fan sighed for the team's performance, but Kellyan had an expression of knowing everything, as if he was not surprised by the situation presented in this game. In fact, this is also the case. When talking about the topic of the speed of the championship team's fall, many people's first reaction is the Mavericks in 2011. In the 2 years after winning the championship, Cuban exiled all the heroes of the team except Nowitzki, and then the team also declined step by step. Even he himself was labeled as cold-blooded and only good to Nowitzki. Little did they know that the Heat team fell faster than the Mavericks. In history, they were beaten by the Bulls by 42 points in the opening game, setting a record for the largest score difference in the opening game of the championship. In the playoffs, facing the same opponent, they were swept 4-0, and in the 2007-08 season, they fell even further, with a record of 15 wins and 67 losses, ranking last in the league. The Mavericks have never been so miserable. The Heat's lineup structure has a big problem. O'Neal, who is in a declining period, needs more space in the interior than when he was young, but the team's outside players, whether Williams or Wade, lack stable outside shooting ability, including Peterson, who is only an average 3D, which further limits O'Neal's deterrence. Kellyan sees this point and stationed troops in the restricted area, freeing up a certain amount of space for the Heat's perimeter, but Williams and Wade really couldn't grasp the opportunity. Even if Wade can rely on his outstanding explosive power to rush into the interior again and again, how many magical shots can he make? The defense firmly held the Heat's throat, and the Hawks' advantage continued to expand. At the end of the first half, the score was fixed at 41-72, and the points difference was fixed at 31 points. Heat fans no longer expected the team to win, but only hoped that the team would not lose a record. If it were other opponents, with a 31-point lead at halftime, Kellyan might choose to call it a day, and the main players would play symbolically, and then let the substitutes perform. But the Heat are the defending champions, and they swept the Hawks 4-0 last season. Kellyan didn't want to miss this opportunity to write himself into history. In the second half of the game, Dio and Anthony Parker got a chance to rest. Joe Johnson was promoted to the small forward position, and the second position was left to Deshaun Stevens. Milicic also got a chance to play. In such a game, these big contract-hungry players are given more opportunities to perform, and they will work hard for themselves when it comes to life. Moreover, in terms of lineup targeting, Milicic can cause more trouble to O'Neal than Dio, and Stevens, who has excellent athletic ability, can match Wade better than Parker and Joe Johnson. The Hawks continued to dominate both offense and defense, and the referee had already favored the Heat to the greatest extent in the scale of the national live broadcast. However, after finally scoring a 6-0, the Heat were greeted by the Hawks' more rapid counterattack. By the end of the third quarter, more than half of the fans in the American Airlines Center had left, and the remaining fans were also regretting why they did not leave after watching the award ceremony and stayed here to suffer. Despite the unfavorable penalty of the referee, the Hawks entered the fourth quarter with a 38-point lead. In the last quarter, Kellyan avoided injuries to the main players and sent Gibson, Stevenson, Hassel, Millsap, and Milicic, a lineup that was completely training newcomers and brushing data. The Heat's main players faced the Hawks' substitutes, and the strength advantage was obvious. Wade scored 8 points in a row with outside shots, helping the team narrow the gap to 33 points. Feeling that the efficiency of chasing points was not high enough, the Heat players would pull up when they had a chance from the outside, but they missed shots continuously under interference, and the gap was widened again. Falling behind by a large margin, neither the starters nor the substitutes could catch up. Pat really has been embarrassed countless times in his career, and this time he found it hard to accept. The key was that the two core players, Wade and O'Neal, were no longer able to play on the court. After thinking it over again and again, Pat really replaced the main players, even without Face. The Heat substitutes could not beat the Hawks' main players. The final scoreboard recorded a score of 74:116. The 42-point difference directly created the record for the largest score difference in the NBA opening game. In the whole game, 6 players of the Hawks scored in double figures. Garnett played for 28 minutes, scored 23 plus 12, and was named the best player of the game. Paul and Joe Johnson scored 18 points respectively. Milicic had a double-double of 16 points and 10 rebounds. Bobby Jackson and Anthony Parker scored 11 points and 10 points respectively. On the Heat side, only Wade played normally. In the case of insufficient rest, he played for 38 minutes, made 10 of 23 shots, 2 of 9 3-pointers, 7 of 7 free throws, and scored 29 points, 8 rebounds and 4 assists. In the case that his teammates could not give him enough support, Wade's data was very impressive. In the Hawks' debut, he defeated the defending champion. In the press conference after the game, Garnett was the focus of media reporters. Compared to winning, I value the match between my tactics and the team's more. Before I decided to come to the Hawks, Kobe came to me and discussed a lot of tactical content with me. He said how well my tactics matched the team's and how great results we can achieve together. To be honest, I had some doubts before today. Will your set work? Garnett put on a questioning expression, which was quite funny. But after winning in Miami today, I began to believe what he said. Paul expressed his respect for Garnett. There is no doubt that Kilograms is one of the best power forwards in history. It is a blessing for me to be able to join forces with him. I think we can be together and achieve some great results. It will take time to prove, but we will work together. Although Paul performed well last season and won the love of Atlanta fans first, his cards cannot be compared with a superstar like Garnett. Obviously, Garnett is still the boss of the Hawks. However, after leaving the Timberwolves and joining the Hawks, Garnett's goal was to win the championship. He did not intervene in the Hawks locker room in a strong way and establish his own rules. Instead, he said to the outside world that the Hawks are Paul's team, which was a very emotional move. The next day, the media praised the Hawks for slaughtering the Heat, saying that their operation in the summer was extremely successful. Garnett changed the temperament of the Hawks and the team became tougher. As a result, the Hawks almost lost the game in the evening. Back-to-back challenges to the 76ers, who were in constant turmoil, ushered in a full-scale outbreak. Facing the new representative of the league's no 3, Iverson broke out from inside and outside, shot wildly, and blew up the Hawks' outside line. In the whole game, the answer made 14 of 31 shots, 10 of 11 free throws, and scored an exaggerated data of 41 points, 5 rebounds and 6 assists, once again propping up the 76ers offense single-handedly. The 76ers lineup has not changed much from last season. They are still built around Iverson. His offensive efficiency is high, so the 76ers combat effectiveness is acceptable. With the progress of young people such as Korver, Iguodala, and D'Alembert, the 76ers once suppressed the Hawks in the first 3 quarters. In the 4th quarter, Joe Johnson became the key man for the Hawks. Killian arranged for Joe Johnson to lead the substitutes to continue the team's firepower at the beginning of the 4th quarter. At this time, Joe's singles had an outbreak. He first singled out Aaron McGee with the ball and hit a 3-pointer. Then he forced McGee to turn over and jump shot twice in the low post. Finally, he bypassed Iguodala's defense through excellent off-ball running and hit a 3-pointer in the bottom corner. Under the leadership of Joe Johnson, the Hawks completed an 18:6 attack wave and turned the situation around in one breath. Afterwards, Garnett and Paul came on the court to harvest heads and help the team keep the fruits of victory 102:108. The Hawks narrowly defeated the 76ers and won 2 consecutive victories. Chapter 191. The online pincer attack begins to show its power. As the most watched team in the league, the Hawks did not have their first home game of the season until November 3rd, when they faced the Washington Wizards. Arenas is a representative of inspiration in the league, but his personality is particularly perverse, especially his mouth, which is very hard. He played at the highest level of his career last season, but was squeezed out of the best lineup due to the team's record and insufficient personal reputation. Since then, he has begun his trolling path, trolling everything he sees. He can't stand the league's preference for James. He can't stand the league's change of the top 3 division champions to the division champions to determine the top 4. He can't stand the fans and the media's optimism about the Hawks, and he publicly stated in an interview that the Hawks and Wizards were both the top 4 teams in the Eastern Conference last season. There is no difference. It is undeniable that Arenas is a very ambitious player, and he is willing to work hard for his bold words. Such a player deserves more respect than many people who have the protagonist's script. And Kellyan's way of respecting Arenas is to lead the team, to go all out to defeat him. At 7:30 local time in Atlanta, the Phillips Center was brightly lit and bustling with people. The live broadcast director's camera occasionally cut to Wang Lifan, who came to watch the game, and the fans at the scene also shouted "Never" to express their love for Wang Lifan. Wang Lifan felt a little shy at first, but gradually adapted to it and even waved to the camera generously. Huo Qingshu also asked Kellyan for a ticket for this game and observed Wang Lifan from a distance, somewhat envious of him becoming the focus of the whole audience. In this game, the Wizards' starting lineup was Arenas, Childress, Butler, Jamison and Hayward. Stevens was snatched away by the Hawks, and the Wizards traded Childress, a former Hawks player, from the Grizzlies, which was considered a certain degree of reinforcement. Returning to the East, Childress was also determined to perform hard in front of his old club. Not to say that he would make the Hawks regret, but at least he would exclaim "Oh." The Hawks' starting lineup remained the same: Paul, Joe Johnson, Anthony Parker, Garnett, and Dio. Having just returned from Europe, Anthony Parker was a little uncomfortable with the rhythm of the NBA, especially on the defensive end. In the last game, he was beaten by Iguodala. In this game, he was in danger against Butler. Before the game, the media gave the Wizards the key to victory, and this point was repeatedly emphasized. Butler must suppress Anthony Parker. Coach Yang, what do you think of tonight's game? CCTV continued to broadcast this game, and the commentary partner was replaced by the two Yangs. Although they won the first 2 games of the season, the Hawks are not in a stable state. They gave the Heat a painful defeat, but they almost capsized against the 76ers, who are of average strength. This actually shows a problem with this team. They still need to run in, and their current state is not stable, especially on the defensive end. When facing star guards like Wade and Iverson, they did not make good restrictions. If this problem is not solved, it will be difficult for the Hawks to be promoted to a championship level team. Yang Yi analyzed, today they will face another super scorer. Arena's 2 strongest killer moves are stable outside shooting and the impact after a big step into the inside. This is a test for the Hawks' outside defense. If they do this well, I'm more optimistic about the Hawks' victory. They are also super scorers, but Arenas is better at shooting. His control ability is much weaker than Wade and Iverson. Kellyan is full of confidence in this game. The online double attack that he has painstakingly created can finally play a real role in the game. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the game officially began. Garnett made a successful jump ball and passed the ball to Paul. The Hawks have the ball. Let's see how they plan to attack. Hawks players rushed to the front court like a tide, but they were not in a hurry to complete the attack. Instead, they fell into position. Paul did not call for a pick and roll, but came to the sideline and passed the ball to Garnett, who was in the corner. When Garnett received the ball, Hayward put his hand on Garnett's waist, ready to defend his singles. But Garnett did not intend to force the attack. He turned skillfully and observed the running position of his teammates and sent the pass. At the same time, Joe Johnson suddenly ran back and took advantage of Dio's off-ball screen to come to the sideline to receive the ball. Childress was blocked by Dio. Jamison barely came out to defend, but was triggered by Joe Johnson's fake shot and lost his defensive position. Joe Johnson broke through the defense, attracted Arenas to defend, and then passed the ball to Paul at the top of the arc. Paul got a short open opportunity. He calmly glanced at the frame and raised his hand to throw a 3-pointer. Sure. This 3-pointer, which was not much more difficult than training, went into the net. The fans cheered. This was the first goal of the Hawks at home in the new season. What a great shot. The strong side cooperation was very clever. The passing and running of Garnett and Joe Johnson easily made the Wizards' defense lose focus. Yang Jian exclaimed. Amid the cheers of the whole audience, the Wizards sent a baseline ball. Arenas dribbled to the front court and played a pick and roll with Jamison. The Hawks double-teamed Arenas without hesitation. Compared with Josh Smith last season, Garnett's pressure during the double team was stronger, making the opponent more uncomfortable. Arenas couldn't launch a personal attack and couldn't find any outlet. He barely took 2 steps to the inside line, jumped up and passed the ball to Jamison, who was pulled to the outside line. At this time, Garnett and Joe Johnson's double team came again. Jamison passed the ball directly to Childress, who could not control the ball under the pressure of Joe Johnson and Anthony Parker. Garnett intercepted the pass he made with great effort. The Hawks counterattacked with a fast break immediately, and Garnett dribbled to the front court and completed a dunk, steal, fast break, and one-stop dunk. This scene has appeared countless times on Garnett of the Timberwolves, and finally happened at the Phillips Center. But this time, Garnett will not feel that he is fighting alone. Steady, take your time, don't rush. Arenas said to Childress, who had just made a mistake after receiving the ball in the backcourt. Holding the ball to the front court, Arenas passed the ball to Butler at 45 degrees. The latter singled out Anthony Parker and directly dribbled the ball. After pressing to the penalty area line, he suddenly stopped and opened the distance between the two people and made a mid-range shot. 5:2. After Paul crossed half court, he passed the ball to Joe Johnson on the other side of the three-point line, who then passed the ball to Dio at the corner. Paul, who was off the ball, kept adjusting his pace and suddenly accelerated. Dio, who was back to the basket, passed the ball with his right hand. Paul slipped out of the open space. This is an opportunity. Arenas couldn't keep up with Paul's pace, and it was too late to defend. Paul went all the way to the right baseline, and Dio's pass was in front of him. Without any adjustment, Paul jumped up immediately, and Childress, who was closest to Paul, rushed over immediately and hit Paul's wrist with his palm. It was an obvious foul. Paul made both free throws, and Childress, who had made consecutive mistakes, was a little depressed. Back to the offensive end, with his back to Paul's defense, Arenas suddenly turned around and cut in directly. Paul moved his feet quickly and got in position, but his weight was obviously not enough to support Arenas, and Arenas carried Paul to the inside. Before Garnett could make up for the defense, Arenas threw the ball out. Swish. He has his advantages, and you have your characteristics. Garnett encouraged Paul directly on the court after serving the ball from the baseline. Just as Arenas couldn't keep up with Paul's running position, Paul also had difficulty holding Arenas, which was determined by their respective body shapes. Paul dribbled the ball quickly through the half court and made a gesture. Garnett immediately pulled up to the high position to screen for Paul. Paul used Garnett's screen to accelerate and get rid of Arenas' defense, rushing into the Wizards' inside line. Hayward immediately left Garnett behind and chose to make up for Paul. Paul changed direction to avoid a head-on collision with Hayward, dribbled the ball to the baseline to pull Hayward out of the restricted area, and then ran the ball into the air. Hayward looked back, and Garnett had already picked up the basketball in the air. It had been a long time since he received such a comfortable pass. Garnett was actually a little unaccustomed to it. He did not complete the alley-oop, but took off twice after landing and completed the dunk. 9:4. The visual impact may not be as good as Josh Smith, but at least the pick and roll cooperation was successful, and the fans still applauded Garnett. The Hawks' offensive routines are varied and all-pervasive. In contrast, the Wizards are a little too obsessed with singles. Or, this is an offensive choice that the Wizards have to make. Whether it is Stoudemire or Marion, this kind of inside players who don't have back to the basket defense basically have a dead end when they meet Garnett. Jamison was once a superscorer who competed with Kobe for 50+, but his nemesis was Garnett. The Wizards' trident was directly broken when facing the Hawks. At the same time, the team's pick and roll was also firmly controlled by the Hawks' top double team. Arenas is not Wade or Iverson, and he can't forcefully break through the double team of Garnett and Paul. After the ball is transferred, his teammates lack the ability to continuously handle the ball. Another common offensive routine of the Wizards is blocked, so they have to rely on Arenas and Butler's individual singles. Although Butler made 4 of 6 shots and scored 8 points in the matchup with Anthony Parker. It was still difficult to stop the team's decline. At the end of the first quarter, the Hawks led the Wizards by 15 points with 31-16. After accumulating enough advantages in the first quarter, in the second quarter, Kellyanne continued to play 5 up and 5 down, with Bobby Jackson, Stevens, Hassel, Millsap, and Malisic appearing. Compared with the substitute lineup in the first 2 games, Kellyanne made some adjustments, replacing Gibson with Hassel, but the effect was not good. Hassel's offensive threat was not enough, and he failed to hit 3 shots from the outside. He became an offensive black hole, which also allowed the Wizards to free up more defensive resources to target other players on the Hawks. This directly limited the firepower of the Hawks' entire bench lineup. This also exposed a weakness in Kellyanne's coaching. He would not use any players who did not meet his requirements. This was the case with Juwan Howard and Jerome James last season, and it was also the case with Hassel. Under the leadership of Daniels, the Wizards played a 12:4 attack wave, narrowing the score difference to 7 points, forcing Kellyanne to make substitutions and adjustments, replacing Hassel and Millsap with Gibson and Dio. However, the appearance of the two did not immediately improve the Hawks' offense. Instead, the Wizards, who had played with momentum, continued to exert their strength and once narrowed the score difference to only 3 points. 38:35. Godlike tactical arrangements, shit-like substitutions and adjustments. This sentence is the most appropriate to describe Kellyanne's scheduling in the first half, and Chinese fans have more interesting names for Kellyanne's adjustments. The powerful substitutions are called scientific experiments and the failed adjustments are called random things. Garnett returned to the court, and the Hawks' defensive intensity increased sharply, and the situation on the court was immediately under the control of the Hawks. This is the strong influence of superstars on the game. In contrast, Paul is still slightly inferior. At the end of the first half, the score was 60-52, and the Hawks opened the gap to 8 points again. During the training camp, I said that the online double team will be our killer on the defensive end this season. I need you to use this trick to defeat the enemy when needed. In today's game, the opponent does not have top ball handlers like Wade and Iverson, nor does it have passing masters like Nash and Kidd. It is a good opportunity for us to practice. I want you to continue to use strong high position pressing in the third quarter to suppress the opponent's ball handler. In line with his own tactical arrangements, Kellyanne also made personnel adjustments, replacing Anthony Parker with Stevens, to strengthen the confrontation and intensity on the defensive end. As the referee blew the whistle, the second half of the game began. Arenas crossed the half court with the ball. Paul was responsible for the defense, and Garnett left Jamison and stepped forward to double team. Before the double team was in place, Arenas threw the ball to Childress. Stevens immediately confronted him physically. Childress barely protected the ball, and when he tried to deal with the ball again, Garnett's double team came. Swinging his arms back and forth, trying to elbow some space, Childress suddenly felt someone tap the basketball in his hand from below, and then the ball was out of his control. It was too late to fight for it again. Garnett was quick-witted, and threw the ball to Paul, who was the first to come down. Paul pushed Arenas with his right shoulder, made a layup with his left hand, and got a free throw opportunity. Arenas was a little dissatisfied with Childress's easy loss of the ball, and muttered to himself. Childress also felt wronged. From his perspective, Arenas' handling of the situation was also meant to pass the buck. As a point guard and the leader, you have not really tied down the Hawks' defense, but you hurriedly passed the ball out, and in turn, put yourself in a double team. What kind of a deal is that? Jamison served the ball from the baseline. Facing the Hawks' double team defense strategy, Arenas had no good solution. His pass after a strong breakthrough was interfered by Garnett. Jamison barely received the ball and tried to single out Garnett directly, but the forced shot missed. Hayward grabbed the front court rebound, but failed to score the ball in the second attack. One of the weaknesses of the double team is that the defensive formation expands outward, and the ability to protect rebounds in the restricted area is weak, which makes it easy to lose the backcourt rebounds. However, as a blue-collar worker, Hayward's offensive means are a bit rough. Joe Johnson moved inward to protect the rebounds and directly pushed forward to the offense and defense transition. Under the containment of Paul and Garnett, he easily killed into the Wizards' restricted area and easily scored a layup. 64-52. The Hawks controlled the Wizards' offense. Wizards head coach Eddie Jordan watched his team being completely suppressed. He could not find the flaws in this defense, and he did not know how to let Butler come back to provide more support. When he was with the Lakers, Butler was a brave but foolish guy. Kellyan was very clear about the tasks he assigned to him. When he came to the Wizards, he still played rigidly and did not know how to adapt. If he had retreated more and given Arenas an extra point to support him, the Wizards would not have been beaten so badly. 5 minutes into the third quarter, the Hawks completed a 15:2 attack wave and widened the gap to 20 points. 75:54. With a huge advantage, Kellyan called off the game, and the Wizards finally recovered a little. Although the double teaming has a good defensive effect, it is very physically demanding, especially for Garnett, who is the core of this defensive system. Without the coverage brought by his super mobility, the power of this tactic will be greatly weakened, and the flaws will be more easily caught by the opponent. Kellyan replaced Garnett and Stevens with Millsap and Anthony Parker, and the team's offensive focus immediately shifted to the backcourt double guns on the outside. The terrifying defensive pressure of the Hawks shocked the Wizards players. Even if Garnett went off the court to rest, the Hawks did not continue to double team up and down, and the team's state still did not recover. It can even be said that the Wizards players have surrendered psychologically. The subsequent games became the stage for Paul, Joe Johnson, and Anthony Parker to clean up the battlefield. Kellyan chatted with Garnett and confirmed that the opponent did not intend to brush 20+10 data. Then he directly asked Garnett to clock out in 3 quarters. It should be 2.5 quarters. In the entire second half, Garnett only played for 5 minutes. 128:95. The Hawks beat the Wizards by 33 points at home, and the victory was so thrilling. Arenas, who had shouted there is no difference between the Wizards and the Hawks before the game, returned to the visiting team's locker room with a towel, covered in the mockery of the fans, and the fans at the scene sang the song of Kellyan to praise Kellyan. When Kellyan walked towards Wanglafan, the director at the scene followed him throughout the process, which made Wanglafan smile helplessly and then made a don't shoot gesture. Wow, wow, wow. When Kellyan and Wanglafan really kissed, there was still a booing at the Phillips Center. Then, Kellyan's lower lip was bitten. Uncovering his lips, Kellyan angrily pointed at the fans at the scene and quickly returned to the locker room. Chapter 192. The 2006 Chinese Derby came a little earlier than usual. This season's NBA is a situation of division among the heroes. The strength of each team is much more balanced. After 3 rounds, the only teams that have maintained an undefeated record are the Hawks, Jazz, Suns, and Cavaliers. Other strong teams such as the Spurs and Pistons have suffered their first defeat of the season. The Spurs' slow start is a common problem. The Pistons lost Ben and their own strength has declined, so losing is not uncommon. What really surprised the fans was the Mavericks, the runner-up last season. They did not win a single game at the beginning of the season and suffered 3 consecutive losses. You know, the Mavericks are the strongest team in the new season in the eyes of many experts. Among them, Kellyan is a representative figure, and he has always admired the Mavericks. At the press conference after the game, Kellyan was also asked about his views on the Mavericks. I don't know what makes everyone so impetuous. Personally, I still regard them as the strongest opponent. Kellyan insisted on his opinion. Mavericks fans online saw Kellyan's strong support for the team and were a little frivolous. Be good. Practice with the Hawks first. Come back to Dallas in a few years. Objectively speaking, after Avery Johnson took office, the Mavericks have become much more stable than the crazy offense during the old Nelson era. The team made it to the finals last season, which is also the best record in team history. Therefore, they are the few fans who do not expect Kellyan to coach their team. Avery Johnson is good enough. After the press conference, Kellyan went directly to the parking lot and saw Wanglafan and Huo Kingshu standing together automatically and consciously. Do you know each other without my introduction? Kellyan walked over and asked with a smile. The whole audience is shouting never. It's hard not to know each other. Huo Kingshu said sourly. Kellyan and Wanglafan smiled at each other and introduced Huo Kingshu, Green Book. Really special. Wang Lifan said, I think I should call you Science. Yeah, you should call it Wang Never. Oh haha. After joking about English names, Wang Lifan and Huo Qingshu also became initially familiar with each other. Kellyanne drove the car, took the two of them to buy supper, and then sent Huo Qingshu home. Actually, Qingshu's appearance is not bad on the way back to the apartment, Wang Lifan praised. She is a cute type, but I didn't expect her to be taller than you. It's not that Kellyanne pays much attention to height, but a tall person will look at girls from a different perspective. Just like when Kellyanne looks at Wang Lifan's image is different when he stands and looks at her normally and sits down to face her when eating. Giant lolly. Wang Lifan used a very precise word. At the traffic light, Kellyanne stopped the car and looked at Wang Lifan. So you are relieved? I wasn't worried in the first place. After a year of separation, nothing happened. Not to mention that he is back now. Wang Lifan knows Kellyanne very well. Apart from being rich and handsome, he doesn't have any other characteristics of a scumbag. In the fourth game of the season, the Hawks ushered in the team's first Western opponent of the new season, the Portland Trail Blazers, who got Roy and Aldridge in the draft. When recording Basketball Park, Kellyanne praised the Trail Blazers' operation in the draft and believed that they were the biggest winners of this draft. However, McMillan's environment in the Trail Blazers was not as smooth as Kellyanne's in the Hawks. Aldridge, who entered the team as the second pick, was suppressed by Randolph and could only serve as a substitute. Roy's situation is slightly better than Aldridge's. As a senior, he is a mature player who can fight immediately. He has excellent passing and control skills and a strong shooting threat. The role of this type of player on the court is easy to highlight. Therefore, Roy has become the team's starter. In the past 2 seasons, the Trail Blazers have been washing away their reputation as the Portland prison team and constantly sending away the thorns in the team. However, the teams that accept these thorns are not fools. Looking back, in addition to the few rookies selected in the past 2 years, the Trail Blazers are mostly mediocre players. The team is relatively weak and was beaten by the Hawks in the first half. Reconstruction is always like this. Unless you have a vision like Kellyanne, who can quickly find a suitable core player and build a team around him. Otherwise, it will always take a long process to see the light again. 118:96. With the main players clocking out in 3 quarters, the Hawks won the victory and won 4 consecutive victories at the start of the season. Since the Cavaliers lost to the Pistons 84:95 on the road, the Hawks became the only undefeated team in the East and took the lead. In a Western Conference game later, the Mavericks lost to the Lakers 87:109, suffering a 4-game losing streak at the start. Avery Johnson began to face some doubts. In the game against the Lakers, Kobe scored 62 points in 3 quarters, destroying the Mavericks' outside line. On the other hand, the Mavericks only scored 61 points in the first 3 quarters, which was not as many as Kobe's score alone. Cuban's face turned green with anger on the sidelines. After such a defeat, Mavericks fans on the internet issued a voice saying, "We don't want Avery Johnson, we want Kimmy," hoping that the team would change coaches. The Mavericks are really bad luck now, and whoever is stuck with it will be unlucky. Unfortunately, the Hawks became the one who was it. On November 7th, the Hawks, who had rested for a day, visited the Amway Center to challenge the Orlando Magic, which has been gaining strength this season, and suffered their first loss of the season. 4-1. Facing the Hawks' upline double-team defensive strategy, Stan Van Gundy chose to give the ball to Turkoglu. The Turk has height, excellent vision, and superb organizational skills. He can send the ball to the gaps in the Hawks' defense, allowing Josh Smith and Howard to complete the offense. And one of the weaknesses of the upline double team is that it is easy to lose backcourt rebounds. This point is also infinitely magnified when encountering Howard and Josh Smith, who are good at rushing for front court rebounds. Facing his old team, Josh Smith scored a double-double of 21 points and 12 rebounds in the game, and teamed up with Howard to break through the Hawks' restricted area. Howard scored 18 points and 11 rebounds. If the Hawks had not used the hack-a-shack tactic and his 2 of 6 free throws were not accurate, he could have also scored 20 plus 10. On the Hawks side, Garnett scored 27 points and 13 rebounds. His performance was actually good, mainly because two fists could not beat four hands. Dio was fouled by Ariza when he was making a layup in the second quarter, and he fell out of the baseline and injured his shoulder, and he left the court directly. His injury was also an important reason for the Hawks' loss. After an MRI examination, Dio will miss at least 4 weeks of games. Fortunately, this is the beginning of the season, and the team still has a good tolerance rate. It just so happens that Dio played in the World Championships, and there is always some residual fatigue in his body. It is not a bad thing to take advantage of this period of time to rest. The Hawks' golden body was broken, and one day later, the Jazz finally failed to continue winning. They were defeated by Ben Gordon at the United Center and suffered their first loss of the season. Since then, everyone has lost. The first to Arksha derby of the 06-07 season came a little earlier than usual. On November 9th, the Hawks team went to Texas to visit the Toyota Center to face the Houston Rockets. Since the start of the game, the Hawks have achieved a record of 4 wins and 1 loss, while the Rockets have a record of 3 wins and 2 losses. Both teams are in good shape. This China derby was held when both the Hawks and Rockets were in a relatively full-blood state, which is the most watched one in history. CCTV specially sent a frontline reporting team, which started walking around the Toyota Center half an hour before the game started, looking for an opportunity to interview Kellyanne and Yao Ming and let them say a few words. However, Kellyanne, who has always been polite to CCTV, refused to interact before the game started. This time is different from the past. Last season, the Rockets were full of injuries, and the Hawks did not need much preparation to easily win, and it was nothing for Kellyanne to cooperate. But this season, the Rockets' lineup is still good. Kilograms, eat up their power forward position for me, okay? Although Garnett is not known for his offensive, he can still easily handle Swift or White Bowen. These two people also cannot give Yao Ming any help on the offensive end, and Kellyanne also designed a special double teaming tactic to target Yao Ming. The Rockets are weak at the power forward position, but the other two positions are not bad. Although Mike James did not take Alston's starting position, he can continue the team's firepower on the bench. Barnes' defensive ability is not comparable to Battia's, but he focuses on defense and bottom corner 3-pointers, and he has found his position. No one on the Hawks perimeter can match McGrady. If Anthony Parker continues to drag the team on the defensive end, maybe Kellyanne really needs to put Stevens in the starting lineup. Garnett won the jump ball and the Hawks attacked first. Paul held the ball outside the 3-point line and patiently waited for his teammates to pull away. Milicic picked and rolled in the middle, and Garnett went to the right corner. Yao Ming couldn't defend the pick and roll, and he was completely giving away points against Paul, a top mid-range killer. Paul wanted to help Milicic brush up his data, but Yao Ming really didn't come out and watched Paul shoot and score. The Rockets attacked, the Hawks defended man-to-man, and Parker was responsible for Anthony. McGrady is used to attacking in the middle. Anthony Parker was at a disadvantage in defending him and couldn't keep up with him. Therefore, McGrady didn't pass the ball to Yao Ming, but gestured to him to pull out of the restricted area. McGrady rushed to Anthony Parker with the ball, but was blocked by Garnett's defense. Joe Johnson let Barnes go and double-teamed him. McGrady passed the ball to Barnes, who hesitated outside the 3-point line and didn't shoot. He passed the ball to Yao Ming in the corner. Under normal circumstances, Barnes would definitely shoot, but facing the coach who knew him best and a group of teammates who were once very familiar with him, Barnes was a little unconfident and still cowardly. Yao Ming didn't shoot after faking a shot, but shot high and passed the ball to McGrady who was running. The latter shook off Parker in one step and easily scored from mid-range. 2:2. The Hawks attacked and continued to torture Yao Ming with the pick and roll tactics. Paul and Garnett picked and rolled in the middle, and this time Yao Ming followed. Paul passed the ball to Garnett. McGrady came to make up for the defense. Garnett received the ball and relied on McGrady to force a breakthrough. Attacking the basket, White Bowen retreated to the restricted area, trying to block, but failed to block Garnett, becoming the background board of Garnett's dunk. Beep. Not only that, the referee also whistled White Bowen for a blocking foul. Garnett made the free throw. 2:5. having a hunch that he would have to bear more pressure on the defensive end. In the next round of offense, McGrady did not play a singles game, but gave the ball to Yao Ming, who was asking for the ball in the low post. The little giant pushed Milicic and then scored with his signature hook, which was hard to defend. After gaining weight, Yao Ming's lethality and dominance in the low post have greatly increased. Combined with Yao Ming's excellent offensive skills, single defense is basically giving away points. However, Yao Ming's physical strength cannot support the consumption on both ends of offense and defense for too long. In the same singles game, Garnett's means are much more comprehensive. Pulling to the free throw line and facing Bowen, Garnett took a tentative step and turned around to easily pass Bowen. Facing Yao Ming's defense, he flicked the ball with his fingertips and passed it to Milicic, who was in an open position under the basket. The latter easily scored a layup. 4:7. This is why Kellyan paid such a high price to exchange for Garnett. The Rockets attacked, McGrady received the ball in the front court, and the others pulled away, giving McGrady space for singles. He faced the basket and made continuous crossovers, changed direction and rushed to the middle, but was blocked by Parker. He leaned back and turned to the left to jump. His movements were smooth and his posture was beautiful as a picture. He flashed out of the shooting space, but the last shot was interfered by Parker and missed the basket. The rebound was grabbed by Garnett and held in his arms. Paul retreated to receive the ball and immediately ran forward, forcing Yao Ming to run back with him. After a quick advance, the offense still fell into position. Joe Johnson was wary of McGrady, who was tall and slender and had no disadvantage in height. He tried to attack, but failed and passed the ball to Paul. As soon as Paul received the ball, he changed direction and accelerated with his left hand, passing Alston in front of him. Yao Ming was afraid of losing the basket, so he could only watch Paul's second shot in front of him. The Rockets' power forward configuration is so powerful that even Duncan can't carry it, let alone Yao Ming. Kellyan only slightly targeted the Rockets, and the Rockets couldn't stop it at all. Kellyan really didn't think highly of the Rockets' prospects. Yao Ming and McGrady are also really strong. After the positional battle, McGrady challenged Anthony Parker and broke through and shot the ball. The Hawks attacked. Paul broke through, cut into the Rockets' restricted area, and sent a return pass. Garnett shot from mid-range and hit the rim. In the subsequent rebound scramble, Garnett fouled, and Milicic took the initiative to claim the foul. Helping the boss is a compulsory course for NBA players, and Milicic's approach is not a problem. But Yao Ming once again caused Milicic to foul in the next attack, which immediately put the Hawks in a passive position. Millsap is too short and Wenger is too slow. These two people are giving away points when facing Yao Ming. Only Garnett can take over. Nodding, Garnett gladly accepted the task and began to switch to trash talk mode, mumbling something. However, Yao Ming's English level may not be able to understand the deep meaning of Garnett's dirty talk, right? I have a stomachache today and have been feeling uncomfortable all day. I hope everyone can forgive me. Chapter 193 I can play. Yao Ming made 2 free throws, chasing the score to 8:9 and knocked Milicic down. On the field, the Rockets were in great shape, and the Chinese fans were also very excited. Compared with the Rockets' deep-rooted home team positioning, the Hawks' priority should be ranked behind. Paul dribbled the ball across half court, and Alston pressed over. In front of the street ball king, Paul lowered his body, dribbled the ball in front of him, and showed off his skills. Wow, as the goat of the street ball world. Facing Paul's provocation, Alston was a little reckless, and his right hand quickly reached out to Paul's left hand that was dribbling. Snap. Paul slapped the ball heavily, and the ball hit the ground in front of him, and came to his right hand. At the same time, with his left foot as the axis, his right hand pulled the ball, and a quick pull turned around and successfully passed the opponent. Not giving Alston a chance to chase and defend, Paul quickly rushed into the three-point line, and Bowen quickly left Millsap, who was defending him, to come to make up for the defense. Millsap was briefly in an open position, and Paul made a quick gesture, and Millsap immediately ran to the restricted area. At the same time, Garnett in the interior pulled out to the left at a 45-degree angle, forcing Yao Ming to make a choice between the two. Yao Ming's choice was to drink half of the double poison and stand a little to the left, intending to cover Garnet while taking care of Millsap. Sometimes, the more compromised the choice is, the more both sides are out of tune. Paul passed the ball to Millsap, who cut into the restricted area. The latter ignored Yao Ming, who was covering him, and jumped directly, withstood Yao Ming's impact, and forced a shot, which hit the rebound and went into the basket, causing Yao Ming to foul at the same time. Garnet howled and walked over again, pushing Millsap to express his excitement. Millsap is really a player who can make contributions as soon as he comes on the court. Zhang Heli said with emotion, "When can the Rockets have such a power forward?" Millsap made the free throw and the score came to 8-12. Millsap left the court. The Hawks' inside line was weak, and the Rockets' offense was basically a brand name. Alston dribbled to the wing and wanted to pass the ball to Yao Ming, but saw Garnet put down his superstar shelf and directly went around to defend Yao Ming. Alston observed for a long time and could not find the passing line, so he had to pass the ball to McGrady at the top of the arc. Garnet went around in front of Yao Ming to prevent Yao Ming from receiving the ball. With long arms and long legs and explosive mobility, McGrady had no choice but to use fake moves to shake off Anthony Parker's defense, break into the penalty area, attract Garnet's defense, and then hit the ground to pass it to Yao Ming. Yao Ming received the ball, took the next step, and completed a dunk facing Millsap. The beautiful attack completed by the Yao-McGrady combination excited the fans, but Yoga could also see that the Rockets' offense was struggling, and Barnes and Bowen White did not participate in it. The Hawks attacked. Oro passed the ball across half court to Garnet at the free throw line, then asked Millsap to do an off-ball screen, and suddenly cut to the inside, and Garnet's pass was delivered in time. Alston was blocked by Millsap. Paul took the ball and started, faked Yao Ming away, and scored a layup. The Rockets attacked. McGrady used Bowen White's pick and roll to attract Millsap to switch defense and pass the ball to Yao Ming. Yao Ming took the ball and pulled up, relying on Garnet to break into the basket and score a rebound. 12-14. Yoga said, "The Rockets' offensive efficiency today is good, but the offensive points are concentrated on Yao Ming and McGrady. Others have to stand up and share some of the work." The fans saw the smooth offense of the two teams, and Kenyan was staring at the team's somewhat unsatisfactory defense. Different from the idea of offense instead of defense, and it doesn't matter if you lose points on the defensive end, just fight back on the offensive end. Last season, Kenyan, who is aiming for the championship this season, pays much more attention to defense. The Hawks have won many big victories this season, even though the main players have been on the clock for 3 quarters, which is also due to the improvement of the team's defensive strength. But it is obvious that the improvement of the team's defensive quality is usually accompanied by the appearance of Stevens. According to the control variable method, does Stevens have such a big influence? Obviously not. Stevens is just a defender with strong physical fitness. The real reason is that Anthony Parker's defense is very poor. He can't defend against opponents in this regard, and the overall defense of the Hawks is easy to lose, and the defensive desire of his teammates will also decrease. That is why, when Stevens came on the court, it was equivalent to Kenyan giving a signal to other players on the court that we have to exert our strength in this section, and everyone should defend well. The Rockets continued to give the ball to Yao Ming to shoot high, but the Hawks changed their defensive strategy this time. Millsap defended desperately in the low post, while Garnet was responsible for cutting him from the side to make up for the interference. This strategy worked successfully. Garnet came out from the baseline and cut off the ball from Yao Ming's hand. The Hawks made a 3-line fast break, and Garnet assisted Joe Johnson to dunk. Yao Ming's physical strength is average. If he keeps taking on the task of strong attack, his efficiency will soon drop. Kenyan knew this, and so did Van Gundy. Then, he called on the sidelines to let Alston cooperate with McGrady to launch an attack from the outside. However, Van Gundy obviously underestimated Paul's defense. Alston's physical fitness is average. He relies on dribbling rhythm and sudden attacks from the outside to attack. He happens to be Paul's favorite opponent. He was restricted by Paul and had no way to play. Alston gave the ball to McGrady, who shot and missed under the double team of Parker and Garnet. Yao Ming overpowered Millsap to grab the front court rebound. The latter remained calm and watched Yao Ming dunk without fouling. If he was beaten by Yao Ming again, the Hawks' inside line would be really dangerous. Relying on the wonderful performance of the Yao-McGrady combination, the Rockets ended the first quarter only 5 points behind the Hawks in an extremely unfavorable situation. At the beginning of the second quarter, Kellyan sent a small lineup of Gibson, Bobby Jackson, Stevens, Hassel, and Milicic to match the Rockets' regular rotation. Hassel is a space black hole at the small forward position, but against the Rockets, someone has to face Bonzi Wells. Hassel, who is not bad at confrontation, is suitable to be the consumable for this exchange. Without D.O., Milicic encountered a foul crisis again, and the Hawks' regular rotation was a bit chaotic, but even so, they still had an advantage against the Rockets. The Greek Spanoulis had no chance in the Rockets, and his appearance order was even lower than that of veteran Sknida. In the Rockets bench lineup, the only one who could attack relatively well besides Bonzi Wells was Hyde, but he was just shooting at random, and it depended on the sky whether he could get in or not. At the same time, on the defensive end, Hyde couldn't even stand up to the aging Bobby Jackson. In front of the Rockets, Bobby Jackson also took charge of the offense and organized the offense. Old man talking about the youth's madness. The score came to 30:39, and Van Gundy took McGrady back. Seeing this, Kellyan replaced him with Joe Johnson to cooperate with Stevens to limit McGrady, but McGrady still scored continuously, chasing the score to 34:39, and then took Garnett again. This time, the Rockets' offense was blocked, and the scoring efficiency began to decline. Although it was just a mixed lineup of main players and substitutes, the team's combat effectiveness was even stronger than the Timberwolves starting lineup last season. With Garnett and Joe Johnson attracting defense, Daniel Gibson was frequently left open. This open position, that was not liked by Hawks fans, showed his shooting ability and hit 3-pointers in succession, helping the Hawks expand their lead to double digits. Gibson's outburst caught Van Gundy off guard. He replaced Yao Ming and continued to put pressure on the Hawks in the paint, but failed to achieve good results. Garnett sometimes went around to limit Yao Ming's receiving the ball and sometimes helped from behind. His figure was everywhere, which made Yao Ming very uncomfortable. At the end of the first half, the score was 50:63, and the Rockets were 13 points behind at home. For the Rockets, who value defense and have a slow rhythm of offense and defense, falling behind by 13 points is a big gap, and the fact that the Hawks scored 63 points in the first half shows that the game was completely incorporated into the rhythm of the Hawks. Van Gundy made a bold change, replacing the ineffective White Bowen with Bonzi Wells and pushing Barnes to the power forward position. In this way, the team has one more ball holding point on the offensive end to initiate the attack, and the threat has increased significantly. Seeing the starting lineup in the second half, Kellyan couldn't help but be shocked. Van Gundy was forced to change his formation by himself, which is a greater honor than the NBA awarding him the best coach. The Rockets were on offense, and Bonzi Wells passed the ball to Yao Ming. Yao Ming attracted the defense, and then passed the ball back to the stick. The latter faked Joe Johnson, rushed to the basket, jumped before Garnett got stuck, and scored a dunk. 52:63, Bonzi Wells, a man who dared to ask the Kings for a 3-year, $24 million contract, ignored the interest of the Hawks, and signed a 2-year, $5 million contract with the Rockets, just to get more playing time and more ball rights. As a result, he couldn't even compete with Barnes, and could only play as a substitute. You can imagine how angry he was. Therefore, in front of an opponent like the Hawks, Bonzi Wells was full of fighting spirit and wanted to perform well to help the team win this tough battle and reverse the previous decline. Back on the defensive end, Bonzi Wells took the initiative to take over the task of defending Garnett, put one hand on Garnett's waist, and kept pushing him out, and there were some small moves on his hands. Garnett smiled when he was tickled, pushed the stick with one hand, and then went up to the line to set a screen for Paul. Bonzi Wells switched to defend Paul, and his huge body kept up with Paul's rhythm change, forcing Paul to pass the ball to Garnett. The Wolf King received the ball and rushed to the inside, easily carrying Alston and scoring a layup. 52:65. With a simple single screen, the Hawks easily broke through the Rockets' defense. This scene really shouldn't appear in front of a team known for its defense. Van Gundy was also quite dissatisfied on the sidelines. Obviously, Bonzi Wells' appearance made it easier for the Hawks to score. Compared with Yao Ming and McGrady, Paul and Garnett are like a pair of partners who have worked together for 2 years and can easily achieve the effect of 1+12. This is the crux of the game, and it is also the gap between Van Gundy and Kellyan. Back to the offensive end, McGrady singled out Parker again and made a dry jump shot after a fake move. 54:65. Compared with the Hawks' well-organized offensive system, the Rockets relied on superstar singles to hold the field, but it was Yao Ming in the first quarter and McGrady in the third quarter. The two of them could hold the field, and the Rockets could barely maintain the situation and not be further widened by the Hawks. Halfway through the third quarter, the score difference was still swinging back and forth between 12 and 15 points. Kellyan did not rush to change. Van Gundy gave it a try in advance. He replaced Yao Ming with Swift and Barnes with Hyde and asked the players to speed up the offensive rhythm and take more 3-pointers when there was a chance. Seeing Van Gundy's adjustment, Kellyan was stunned. Is this Van Gundy? This is old Nelson. However, the Rockets' configuration is destined to expose their shortcomings with this change of formation. For Swift, a jumping inside player who has no back to the basket ability, Garnett took care of helping McGrady and eliminated him. The Hawks' perimeter defense was complete enough, and Van Gundy's life-threatening set of 1 big and 4 small players essentially became a rotation of McGrady and Bonzi Wells holding the ball and playing one-on-one. Even Bonzi Wells and Matt Barnes were not particularly stable perimeter shooting points, and the Hawks adopted a double-team strategy without worrying about them. Van Gundy's change of formation ultimately failed. At the end of the third quarter, the difference between the two sides had opened to 22 points. 74:96. In the fourth quarter, the Rockets symbolically launched a resistance and once narrowed the difference to 15 points, but the Hawks quickly controlled the game situation and maintained the advantage until the end. 104:120. The Hawks defeated the Rockets away and won their first victory against a Western Conference team this season. Garnett played for 31 minutes, 11 of 20 shots, 4 of 4 free throws, and a double-double of 26 points and 10 rebounds. Paul sent out 19 points, 4 rebounds and 10 assists. On the defensive end, he completely blocked the Rockets' third scoring point Alston, making the Street Ball Kings 0 of 6 shots in this game, and only relied on free throws to score 2 points. The best performance on the Rockets side was Yao Ming, who scored a game-high 27 points, 11 rebounds and 2 blocks, including McGrady's 26 points, which was actually not bad. The gap between the two teams is mainly reflected in the role players. The Hawks had 5 players scoring in double digits, and in addition to the big three, Millsap and Gibson stood out. The Rockets only had Bonzi Wells who scored 12 points. Gibson and Millsap are both second-round picks. They joined the Hawks and were ready to fight, helping the team fill the lineup that lost too much blood due to the trade of Garnett, while Novak, selected by the Rockets, could only watch the water dispenser, and Spanoulis, who shined in the World Championships, was also firmly pressed on the bench. This comparison makes the gap more obvious. Houston local fans are also not satisfied with Van Gundy. Some fans even blame the team management, saying that it would be better to keep Kellyan and let him be promoted to the head coach of the team. Rockets general manager Dawson felt wronged. Lakers fans blamed the management for letting Kellyan go. Some people said that after all, Kellyan led the Lakers to a good record. The team gave up Kellyan because of the internal struggle among the top management, which was purely for their own good. Kellyan was only 24 years old when he left the Rockets. Who would dare to promote him to be the head coach if he didn't stand in the perspective of God? Whenever there is a voice praising Kellyan, there must be Lakers fans to help. The Lakers' current record is 4 wins and 3 losses, which is still tepid. It is far worse than the surprise Kellyan brought them. Not to mention that Kobe almost left in the summer. Fans are really worried that if they waste another year, Kobe will still leave the team in the next season. After the game, Kellyan had dinner with Yao Ming and CCTV's Zhang Heli and Yoga as usual. During the chat, Yao Ming also talked about the Rockets. "You still dare to ask me? I screwed you guys over in that trade last season," Kellyanne said self-deprecatingly. "The Hawks got the number 8 pick at the cost of taking on a garbage contract and sending out a last place player, and then used the number 8 pick as one of the bargaining chips to trade for Garnett. It was a magical operation. That's not your problem," Yao Ming said. "It's still because of the injury. Fortunately, Barnes is not bad. He can play the 3rd or 4th position. Your problem is still the power forward. It's really too weak. Bowen and Swift, whoever plays is a waste. How about you give us Millsap?" Yao Ming joked. "A 1st round pick," Kellyanne said self-deprecatingly. Ha 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 ha. Eating, chatting, bragging. Men's happiness is so simple. It wasn't until Ely called to check on them that everyone was ready to leave. After the Asian Games, she should retire. "We will probably get married next year." When they walked out of the hotel, Yao Ming said to Kellyanne, "Remember to attend my wedding then. Give me a red envelope. I'm afraid the league will judge me for recruiting players illegally," Kellyanne said with a smile. The love story of Yao Ming and Lily is also a good story in the Chinese sports world. It depends on your mood. Yao Ming raised his eyebrows. "But remember to give according to the number of people. If you come alone, give 1 person. If you come with never, give 2 people. If never, then give 3 people." Yao Ming made a big belly gesture and was punched by Kellyanne. Back at the hotel, Kellyanne did not rest, but began to study the lineups of various teams in the league, mainly studying the small forward position, to see if there were any good ones that slipped through the net. Although they joked about the Rockets' weak power forwards, the Hawks themselves were also troubled by the fact that Anthony Parker, who played as a small forward, could attack but not defend, and Hassel could defend but not attack. Kellyanne himself was also troubled by this. Wade, who can break through the Hawks' perimeter defense, is like crossing a big road in the morning, and McGrady, who can shoot, has a basket as wide as the sea in front of him. If they meet James, they will be beaten. The reinforcement of the small forward position must be promoted if there is a chance. The key is that the Hawks don't actually have any decent chips. Except for Paul, Joe Johnson, Garnett, and Dio. The other players have use value greater than trading value, so Kellyanne can only choose Teo Bayo. The most ideal choice is Ariza of the Magic. Teeter didn't have a good time in the Magic. During the Knicks period, he had grown into the team's main player. As a result, after coming to the Magic in the Francis trade, he was suppressed by Grant Hill and Turkoglu, and became a substitute player. In Stan Van Gundy's system, Ariza, who is unstable in 3-point shooting, is not valued by the team, and his playing time is even less than that of rookie Riddick. However, the Magic team started the new season with a record of 5 wins and 1 loss, and was touted by the media as a team that can compete with the Hawks for the Eastern Conference Championship. If they really overestimate their own strength and regard themselves as a Hawks championship rivals, then unless the Hawks offer extremely tempting chips, they should not assist the enemy. CJ Miles of the Jazz, a 2nd round pick last season, has always been a substitute. He is a forward player with a large size, and is also positioned as a 3D player. He has decent athletic ability and a good shot, but it is not stable. The Jazz picked Ronnie Brewer in the draft this season. The team now has 5 people: Kirilenko, Fisher. The Jazz mainly plays double point guards, and the starting 2nd position is Old Fish Fisher, Brewer, Harpering, and Kirasek, competing for 2 positions. CJ Miles does not get much playing time. Miles' athletic talent is slightly better than Anthony Parker's, but he lacks defensive experience. His defensive effect in the short term may not be better than Parker's, and it is hard to say in the long term. After all, the Hawks have Garnett in the team. The defensive system is built around him. Young people know what they should do, and will improve faster. Kellyanne was still looking through the roster of each team. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Kellyanne looked out through the peephole. It was Joe Johnson, holding a drink. "What's wrong, Joe?" Kellyanne opened the door and Joe Johnson immediately handed him the drink. "Boss, I have something to ask you," Joe Johnson asked seriously. "Come in." Kellyanne took the drink and let Joe Johnson in. "Today, a Chinese sports brand contacted me and wanted to ask if I wanted to sign a contract with them." Joe Johnson said, "I want to ask you if this is feasible. I can't give you advice on this kind of thing, right? Kellyanne asked in confusion. If the cost is considerable and you think it's appropriate, of course there's no problem. No, you misunderstood. Joe Johnson waved his hand and continued, because I haven't heard of this brand. I have heard that some athletes have had conflicts with Chinese advertisers before, so I want to ask something clearly. Just like Ronaldo and Golden Throat, the advertisement had been broadcast for several years before Ronaldo knew that he was endorsed for this product, and then he filed a lawsuit. But in just these few years, Golden Throat's sales have increased dozens of times, and its reputation has been completely established. What's even more exaggerated is that after compensating Ronaldo for a sum of money, Golden Throat reached a formal agreement with Ronaldo's teammate, World Footballer of the Year Kaka, making Kaka a regular brand spokesperson. What brand? Let me help you check it out. Kellyanne sighed and said, as long as you trust me. Peek. Kellyanne nodded. Didn't they sign Bhatia? Seen Bhatia? Did they? Joe Johnson was shocked. If Bhatia had already signed, then he would have nothing to worry about. Bhatia's agent must have done research. I remembered it wrong. It shouldn't have. Kellyanne said, this brand is the most reliable sports brand in China. The things you are worried about should not happen to them. Oh. Joe Johnson looked at Kellyanne in a daze. You don't have to worry too much about the quality of the shoes and the internal technology. They will definitely be customized for you. Then your popularity in China will increase a lot, and you may have a chance to be voted into the All-Star starting lineup. Kellyanne said. In his previous life, after Bhatia joined the Rockets, he was favored by Peak and became the most familiar NBA player to Chinese fans. It is no exaggeration to say that among non-Chinese players who have never entered the All-Stars, Bhatia is basically the most well-known, and the phrase ICNA play is even more brainwashing. It was also from him that the Rockets players endorsed Chinese sports brands, which became a trend. Scala, Landry, Hayes, all of them were favored by Chinese brands. Due to Kellyanne's butterfly effect, Bhatia did not join the Rockets and did not have such a high exposure rate, so he could not get the favor of domestic brands. Except for Yao Ming and McGrady, the other players in the Rockets were really not good enough. Peak took a fancy to the third giant of the Hawks, Joe Johnson, who could not have his own signature shoes at Nike. The total value of $7.5 million for 3 years, plus the sales share of signature shoes, Joe Johnson could not help but be tempted. Okay, I believe the boss. It is easy to make a decision when there is too much money. Good guy. It seems that I have to ask them for a public relations fee. Kellyanne said self-deprecatingly. I felt like I had taken away a little bit of Yao Ming's star power. Maybe in the future, the role players under Kellyanne will be more popular with domestic sports brands than the role players of the Rockets. After sending Joe Johnson away, Kellyanne returned to his computer, and a name suddenly flashed through his mind. Seen Bhatia. Chapter 194. The first strong enemy of the season. Averaged 10.5 points, 5.6 rebounds, 2.5 assists, 1.7 steals, 38.3% shooting, 33.2% 3-point shooting. These are the numbers Bhatia handed over in the Grizzlies this season. The basic data is barely acceptable, but the data related to efficiency are all terrible. This is Bhatia's dilemma and the current embarrassment of the Grizzlies. After Gasol was injured, no one on the Grizzlies could digest the ball, and no one on the team could handle the ball smoothly under the pressure of the opponent. It is difficult for a team-oriented player like Bhatia to play in such a team with a chaotic system, especially on the offensive end. It is really difficult. In the first game of the season, the Grizzlies relied on Warwick's tip-in to kill the Timberwolves, who were determined to play badly. Then they lost 5 games in a row, losing to their opponents by an average of 18 points per game, and the team was miserable. Considering that 2007 is the most promising year for the draft in recent years, the Grizzlies should quickly adjust their season strategy from playing hard first, waiting for Gasol to return, and then attacking the playoffs to playing badly and trying to get hot. Looking back 10 years ago, the Spurs made the decision to play badly when David Robinson was injured, and even held down David Robinson, who had obviously recovered from the injury, and fought for Duncan, and then started the odd dynasty around Duncan. Back then, Popovich and Knife won 3 championships with Duncan, and it is not a problem for me, Jerry Benway, to win a championship with Otten. I will lose a few games to him first, and then I will get the number 1 pick and make a fortune in silence. If the Grizzlies are determined to rebuild, then Battier is one of the chips that can be traded out in exchange for potential rookies and draft picks. The Hawks have a great record, and the draft picks must be worthless, but there are still several young players in the team who can develop their potential. If they find an opportunity to pull a 3-way, they can really try. However, everyone knows the strength of players like Battier, and his trading value will not decline because of his bad performance at this stage. Compared with Ariza and CJ Miles, he must have to pay a higher price to come back. Killian put Battier on the first pick of his trading list and sent a message to Larry Sander, closely following the Grizzlies' movements. After 2 days of rest, the Hawks returned to their home court to face the Celtics. This is a game with a huge gap in strength. Before this game, the Hawks ranked second in the East with a record of 5 wins and 1 loss, and only ranked behind the Orlando Magic because of the win-loss relationship. The Celtics' record is 2 wins and 4 losses. The strength of the Celtics has been weakened year after year, and the leadership ability of the team's core piece is questionable. In fact, it is not true to say that the Celtics' lineup is weak. In fact, players such as Perkins, Tony Allen, and Rondo played around Garnett in the era of the Big Three and quickly grew into combat power. At this time, Al Jefferson, who was still in the Celtics, was also a promising inside player. However, young players really need to find their own development path in their growth. Obviously, Rivers can't help them for the time being. Garnett joined the Hawks, and the Celtics had no chance to form the Big Three team in history. No one knows where these young people will go. The progress of this game was just as predicted by the media before the game. Pierce won with beautiful data, cut down the gorgeous data of 33 plus 6 plus 7, and beat Anthony Parker and Joe Johnson point to point. The Hawks kept the victory, relying on the deep lineup, strong tactical execution and the superior strength of the players, suppressing the Celtics throughout the game, and finally defeated the opponent 116-96. Throughout the game, the Hawks firmly grasped the situation and did not give the Celtics any hope of winning. This was a comfortable victory. Throughout the game, Paul easily scored 26 points, 8 assists, 5 rebounds and 4 steals. Although he is only a sophomore, fans are already accustomed to Paul's data. Just like Kobe's 40 plus, it can be written up for other people, but for Kobe, everyone will just say oh. The next day, the Magic lost to the Lakers 101-107 at home. Howard scored a double-double of 15 points and 12 rebounds, but was restricted by Phil Jackson's hacker Shaq tactics. He stood on the free throw line 17 times in the game and only hit 7 balls. His weaknesses were clearly exposed. The Magic lost not only the second game of the season, but also Howard's first player of the week in his career. If there is a 4-game winning streak, this award must be given to Howard. But the golden body was broken, and the rest was to compete with the data. James won the player of the week with an average of 29 points, 8 rebounds and 7 assists per game. In the 4th season of his career, James is moving towards a higher goal. On November 15th, the Hawks ushered in the first tough battle of the season, welcoming the Phoenix Suns at home. Last season, the Suns' lineup changed dramatically. 3 of the 5 starting players were replaced in the previous season. Fortunately, Nash and Marion held the team's bottom line. This season, the team ushered in the return of Stoudemire. The Suns formed the strongest lineup of Nash plus Bell plus Harrington plus Marion plus Stoudemire, and are also regarded as a strong contender for the championship. This game is also the second national live broadcast of the Hawks. Before the game, Mike Breen and Mark Jackson analyzed the game and agreed that how Stoudemire could perform in front of Garnett was the key to determining the outcome. Garnett's suppression of Stoudemire and other inside players without back-to-back is very obvious, but Stoudemire has Nash's assistance and can get more opportunities. At the same time, the Suns' pick-and-roll initiator also has Marion as a receiving point. His scoring ability is slightly weaker than Stoudemire, but if you ignore it, you will always pay a price. As for the Hawks, the main problem is the shortage of personnel caused by Dio's injury. In addition to the starting inside line, where the Millsap can stand up from the bench and support the team's inside line is the key for the Hawks. Dak, your role in this game is very critical. In addition to helping your teammates fill in positions, you must not be marginalized on the offensive end. Killian encouraged Milicic in the pre-match preparation. What do I need to do? Milicic asked. Go to the inside more. Stoudemire's defensive habits are very poor, and the Suns' rim protection is not good. Even if you can't score the ball, you can effectively consume their defense. Killian urged. Dio is not here. Killian is very troubled. In the visiting team's locker room, D'Antoni also made targeted deployments for the game, but he also has his troubles. Last season, the team sent Joe Johnson away in the sign-and trade and got Al Harrington. In this season full of injuries, Al Harrington filled the team's firepower gap with an average of 16 plus 7 per game, becoming the team's second scorer and making great contributions to the Suns' entry into the Western Conference Finals. This season, with the return of Stoudemire, Harrington returned to the small forward position, and the problem was immediately exposed. In the interior, Harrington is not at a disadvantage in confrontation, has an advantage in mobility, has the advantage of footwork, to pull to the outside to play singles, and has a three-pointer that is not stable, but you can't ignore. But when he returns to the small forward position, all his advantages have become disadvantages. Although most small forwards have an advantage in physical confrontation, the Suns did not give him the space to play singles with his physical advantage. So far this season, Harrington's data has dropped to an average of 11 plus 6 per game, and his hit rate has also dropped to 41% plus 28%. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has declined comprehensively. How to solve the compatibility problem between him and Stoudemire is also the key to the Suns' championship. After the grand entrance ceremony, the Phillips Center became brightly lit. Killian looked at D'Antoni, who was not far away. D'Antoni was also looking at him. The two looked at each other, smiled, and then looked away. From each other's eyes, they saw the determination to win. Because Dio was injured in the game against the Magic, the Hawks have always used Milicic in the starting lineup in the past few games, and this game is no exception. The Suns also use the starting lineup that they have always used this season. The lineup composed of Nash, Bell, Harrington, Marion, and Stoudemire is the most offensive in the league. I believe it will be a passionate game. Mike Bryn introduced. Beep. With the referee's whistle, Garnett won the jump ball with Stoudemire, and the Hawks players quickly rushed to the front court and launched the first attack. Paul dribbled to the front court, came to the right 45 degrees, and passed the ball to Garnett in the low post. Then Paul returned to the top of the arc. Milicic came out to cover him, and the three of them made a strong side off-ball running tactic, coordinating with the weak side Joe Johnson and Anthony Parker's running. Except for Garnett, the other four were moving to the greatest extent, involving the Suns' defense. However, D'Antoni made targeted deployments for the Hawks' offense. Marion was mismatched to defend Joe Johnson, who was one of the most taboo defenders of Joe Johnson. Al Harrington swung to the inside to face Milicic, who had the weakest offensive ability of the Hawks. He was not at a disadvantage in terms of strength and confrontation. Bell faced Anthony Parker and Nash to defend Paul. Without too many good passing opportunities, Garnett chose to force himself to eat Stoudemire in the low post. Garnett back hit Stoudemire twice, made a fake turnaround jump shot, attracted Stoudemire to rush over to block, and then moved his center of gravity, gently hit the ball on the backboard, and took off to complete a self-throw and self-dunk. 2:0. Yes. Kilograms easily broke through Stoudemire's defense, threw the ball to himself and dunked it, and scored. In front of Kilograms, Stoudemire's defense is still too immature, Mike Breen said. Compared with the mismatched defense of the Suns, only two inside players on the Hawks side exchanged defenders. Garnett was responsible for limiting Stoudemire, while Milicic was responsible for protecting the frame. If Marion shot outside the restricted area, he could be given some space. Stoudemire was just forced to take a shot by Garnett, and he was eager to get back on the court. However, Nash chose Harrington as a pick-and-roll target and played against Anthony Parker in a mismatched singles. Nash relied on his skillful dribbling to walk around the garden in the Hawks' restricted area. After distracting Garnett's attention, he suddenly turned around and ran the ball into the air. Stoudemire understood and caught the ball and dunked. On the way back to defense, Stoudemire and Nash high-fived to celebrate. Paul came to the front court with the ball and made a fake pick and roll with Milicic. When Harrington was in position, he sent a through ball. Milicic ran back to get the basketball and rushed to the basket. After attracting Stoudemire to make up for the defense, he passed the ball to Garnett. Garnett, who was in an open position under the basket, did not swing the ball into the basket like Stoudemire did, but directly hit the rebound and entered the basket. It seemed even more ironic. Stoudemire was not responsible for this ball. It was mainly because Harrington took a step to defend the pick and roll, but was fooled by Paul and Milicic. Looking back, the Suns' offense was still initiated by Nash. Marion received the ball at the free throw line. Seeing that Milicic gave him a step of space, he shot directly from mid-range. Bang! Milicic held Harrington, who was rushing from behind, and made a fake pass to fool Stoudemire, and then moved forward himself. Stoudemire was a little bit upset after being defeated in the opening. Paul pushed forward to the half court and passed the ball to Anthony Parker. Facing Bell's defense, Anthony Parker chose to force a frontal attack. Bell blocked his position to confront Parker, but failed to hold Parker and was knocked out of one step of space. Parker then made a quick stop jump shot and hit it. 6:2. After returning to the NBA, Parker rarely had the opportunity to display his singles. It was because he saw that the opponent was Bell, who was not as tall and heavy as himself, that he chose to force the attack. With the score behind, D'Antoni shouted 2 words of encouragement to the court. Then, Nash used Marion's pick and roll to find an opportunity to train Milicic. After a fake move of sinking his shoulders to open up space, he made a steady mid-range shot. 6:4. In fact, Garnett had enough time to complete the defense on this shot. But Callian deliberately reduced Garnett's defense task, focusing on singles on the offensive end and suppressing Stoudemire. The Hawks attacked. Paul and Garnett played a high pick and roll. Paul accelerated to break through Stoudemire's defense, attracted Marion's double team attack, and passed the ball to the bottom corner. Joe Johnson shot the ball with a knife and successfully missed. Nash and Al Harrington played a pick and roll. The Hawks double teamed Nash, leaving Al Harrington with an open shot. The latter missed the three-pointer in the left bottom corner, where he was good at. Marion rushed to the front court rebound successfully, but was blocked by Garnett in the second attack. Whether it was Stoudemire or Marion, they were constantly defeated in front of Garnett. It also made D'Antoni, who once had the opportunity to get Garnett, look a little embarrassed. In fact, the most ideal trading plan for the Timberwolves is to exchange Garnett for Stoudemire plus a bonus. If the Suns are willing, it will not be the Hawks' turn. It's just that the team values Stoudemire's potential and is only willing to trade Marion. McHale is not a fool. He can still see Marion's quality very clearly. Garnett faced Stoudemire and easily used his footwork to shake off Stoudemire and scored a layup. D'Antoni shook his head frequently on the sidelines. If the Hawks are the imaginary enemy of the finals, the Suns still need to make some changes, especially to add an inside player. Although the Suns maintained a good offensive efficiency, Stoudemire was suppressed by Garnett in the inside, and the team was still at a disadvantage. In the 11th minute of the game, D'Antoni replaced Nash and let Barbosa rush on the court. As a result, the situation of the Suns became more chaotic, and the score difference was pulled to double digits. At the end of the first quarter, the Hawks led the Suns by 10 points with 42:32. In fact, for most of the first quarter, the two teams were in a balance, and the score difference was only 4 to 6 points. But when Nash left the court, the score difference was quickly pulled away. A team with a single core engine has such a hidden danger. But D'Antoni's overall thinking is indeed correct. The more single core the team is, the more it needs to find ways to reduce Nash's pressure. In the second quarter, the Suns sent out Banks, Barbosa, James Jones, and Harrington. In Kurt Thomas's lineup, Banks controlled the ball and Barbosa was responsible for the attack. Barbosa has made significant progress this season, especially in personal attack, and has fully utilized his speed advantage. It is suitable for him to lead the substitute lineup instead of letting him organize. In order to limit him in this regard, Kellyan replaced Gibson, Stevens, Hassel, Millsap and Benga. The mobility of the first four is strong enough to tie up the pocket in the offense and defense transition and wait for Barbosa to rush in. On the other hand, if Bobby Jackson does not play, the Hawks' own offense will not be able to open up the situation. Even though the Suns' formation defense is average, the Hawks still find it difficult to score. This is also another form of mutual harm. After 2 minutes of shooting, the Suns gradually gained the upper hand. Facing the junior Millsap, Harrington was finally able to play his singles ability. He first played a singles game in the low post and made a turnaround jump shot. Then he used the pick and roll with Barbosa to find an open shot opportunity and scored a mid-range shot. Millsap has good impact, high enthusiasm, and confrontation on the defensive end, but he is young after all and does not have enough experience on the defensive end. It is more appropriate to put him in the fourth pick in the interior and improve slowly. It is indeed a heavy burden for him to take on the main rotation position too early. If it is against a weak team, it is okay. The main lineup can play to its advantage and give him enough tolerance. But if it is a strong dialogue, the picture is not very good. 5 minutes into the second quarter, the score difference was gradually narrowed to 2 points. Mike Breen pointed out the problem of the Hawks on the sidelines. Unfortunately, Dio's injury has affected the regular rotation of the Hawks in sideline. Millsap and Benga's in sideline are somewhat powerless in such a matchup. The advantage accumulated in the first quarter was reduced to only 2 points by the Suns. Kimmy needs to make some adjustments. Mike Breen's words were relatively gentle. On the forum, fans watching the live broadcast had already greeted Millsap with all kinds of dirty words. After replacing Millsap, Kellyan hugged the opponent's neck and encouraged him, "Don't worry too much. The important thing is that you did what I asked you to do. We will win." "Yeah, I know." Millsap nodded and returned to the bench. Chapter 195 Strategist Kellyan. The score difference was reduced to 2 points. The Hawks changed back to the main lineup plus Bobby Jackson. D'Antoni also changed back to Nash, Marion, and Stoudemire. The lineup on the field was changed to Nash, Barbosa, James Jones, Marion, and Stoudemire. Compared with the starting lineup, James Jones, who does not need the ball and is more accurate in open three-pointers, is obviously more suitable for Stoudemire. After being shown a wave of footwork by Garnett in the low post, Stoudemire immediately counterattacked. Thanks to Nash's threading, he got a step of space, broke through Garnett's defense head-on, and scored a dunk. If you can dunk, you will never lay up. This is also the reason why Stoudemire's playing attracts fans, but this extreme violent aesthetics is indeed prone to injuries, and players who rely too much on their explosive power are brilliant at their peak, but not for long. Paul dribbled through the half court and did not enter the offensive area. He directly handed the ball to Bobby Jackson. After the latter used Garnett's screen, he directly pulled the ball and made a quick stop jump shot outside the three-point line. 51:46. Bobby Jackson is also a combo guard with a nervous knife attribute. When he is in a state of excitement, his shooting is really accurate. Nash controls the ball, and the entire Suns team is actively running without the ball. Just when Paul is pressing forward, Nash passes the ball in his hand. Before Paul can get in position, Nash has already run to the opposite side of Marion, who received the ball. Marion passes the ball back to Nash, but the pass is not good. Nash's first catch is a mistake, and he falls to the ground with Anthony Parker, who rushes up. Paul and Parker both fall to the ground, but before being pressed to the ground, Nash completes the bottom of the bottom moon from behind and hooks the ball into the hands of James Jones in the bottom corner. Incredible. Master level pass. Nash perfectly digests the bad pass sent by Marion and gives James Jones a great opportunity. Mike Breen shouted as he watched James Jones catch the ball with both hands. Nash's pass was very comfortable, and the entire right corner was completely in a vacuum zone. For James Jones, this was equivalent to an open shooting practice. The ball drew an arc in the air and fell into the basket. Sure. A crisp sound of rubbing the net sounded, and Jones raised his right hand high. Garnett scored in the low post, and Stoudemire was able to respond immediately. Bobby Jackson hit a three-pointer, and James Jones could also respond. The Suns scored answer balls in succession and responded in the same way, and the pressure returned to the Hawks. As soon as Paul passed half court, Nash came to lead the defense. His thin body was not afraid of confrontation at all, and his hands kept interfering with Paul's dribbling. With his back to the basket and carrying harassment to the top of the arc, Nash still stuck to him. Anthony Parker ran to Paul, and James Jones beside him followed. When Paul and Parker were only 1 meter apart, Parker stretched out his hands, and Jones beside him immediately blocked his position. But he was soon disappointed because Paul and Parker did not cooperate in hand-to-hand play at all, but used this wave of operations to distract Nash's attention. A change of direction shook off Nash's defense and rushed to the basket. A fake move easily ignited Stoudemire, and Paul passed the ball to Milicic, who easily completed a dunk. 53-49. The Hawks continued to score, and it depended on whether the Suns could collapse. The two sides fought hand to hand. Whoever lost his temper first would fall into a very passive situation. As a result, Nash stood up again, and after completing a pick and roll with Stoudemire, he opened up a little space through the rhythm of dribbling, jumped horizontally, and scored a mid-range jump shot away from Garnett's waving arms. Forcing Nash to drift and shoot proved the success of the Hawks' defensive strategy, but Nash just shot the ball in. What should the Hawks do? They can only continue to find the field on the offensive end. Paul advanced to the front court with the ball, and the Suns changed their defensive posture. Marion stepped forward to cooperate with Nash to double-team Paul and suppress Paul's ball control. Caught off guard, Paul was sandwiched by Marion and Nash, but he still controlled the basketball steadily and managed to pass the ball to Milicic, who was in a high position. Milicic caught the ball with one hand, and without stopping, he sent it directly to the inside line, and the basketball was accurately sent to Garnett. Stoudemire could not react in time and could only use a foul to block Garnett's attack. Around DO, everyone is a passing master. Mike Bryn praised Milicic's non-stop ball transfer. In fact, Milicic himself has such a basketball talent, but it was more or less stifled in the Pistons. Including coming to the Hawks, he has become more and more blue-collar, especially this summer. In order to participate in the World Championships, he missed the summer training suggestions given to him by Keyan, and he really missed a good opportunity, and it was destined that he would leave the Hawks next season. Milicic continued the Hawks' offensive momentum, but Garnett's hips were strained. The Wolf King missed 2 free throws, which was rare. When he returned to defense, he stared at his hands and expressed disbelief. Fortunately, he made up for his sins on the defensive end. After Nash created an open space under the basket for Marion, he descended from the sky and took Marion's floater from the highest point. Then, without giving the referee time to react, he launched a fast break at the first time. Marion was still signaling to the referee to interfere with the ball, and Paul had already quickly dribbled the ball to the front court. At this moment, only Barbosa of the Suns was retreating. Barbosa took the lead and retreated to the three-point line, opened his arms, and expanded his defensive area as much as possible. When he was ready, Paul was less than 2 meters away from him. Paul pulled the ball with his right hand and stepped to the left of Barbosa with his left foot. Barbosa immediately moved his steps, and Nash behind Paul also caught up, which gave Barbosa some confidence. Paul also noticed that Nash was catching up behind him. When Barbosa moved to the left, Paul pulled the ball back with his right hand, and at the same time, his whole body tilted to the left. The ball pulled behind him did not bounce to his left hand, but was pulled in front of him. With a step forward with his right foot, his whole body tilted to the right, and Paul completely shook off Barbosa. The audience stood up, and the emotions were already in place, waiting for Paul to complete the layup. Chris Paul. Imaginative pass. Barbosa was completely fooled. Mark Jackson was also completely excited and shouted. With a clever dribble, Paul continued the firepower for the Hawks. The fans in the audience applauded for Garnett's exaggerated block just now, and for Paul's ghostly pass. The Hawks gave the Suns a chance, but they didn't seize it. They turned around and were counter-attacked, and the players' mentality was a little imbalanced. Marion, in particular, was somewhat entangled in the suspected interference by Garnett just now. He was a little angry on the offensive end and used his weak ball holding singles to force Milicic, but missed again, which made him punch the air directly and was called for a technical foul by the referee. D'Antoni saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly called a timeout to suppress Marian's negative emotions. Kylian also successfully replaced Joe Johnson with the strongest lead hoop. The Suns also made personnel adjustments, with Harrington and Bell replacing Jones and Barbosa, and also playing with the strongest lead hoop. However, the strongest of the Suns seems to be more reflected on paper. James Jones is obviously more suitable for the other four than Harrington. Harrington performed better with the substitutes in the first half of the second quarter and was obviously suitable to play as the sixth man. However, D'Antoni put Harrington in the starting lineup for various reasons, and the Suns' smooth offense was always a little sluggish. The biggest disadvantage of the Hawks is the absence of Dio, and their own offense is also less lubricated, and Joe Johnson is indeed somewhat restricted against Marion. Fortunately, Paul and Garnett performed well and helped the team end the first half with a 67-58 lead. The Suns and the Hawks are the two top offensive teams in the league, but an interesting scene is that their respective defensive cores restricted a scorer on the other side. Marion strangled Joe Johnson, which was his biggest contribution in the first half. We can see that Joe Johnson made only 5 points with 2 of 8 shots. And Garnett also obviously suppressed Stoudemire, who made 5 of 13 shots, which is not his normal level. Mark Jackson gave his own summary of the first half of the game. At halftime, I'm more optimistic about the Hawks. It's not because they are leading by 9 points, but because they don't rely too much on any star on the offensive end. On the Suns side, Nash has too many tasks. In the first 7 games of the season, Barbosa relieved Nash's pressure, but he didn't do it in this game. Mike Breen is more optimistic about the Hawks. The season has just started, but I really think that, if they can stay healthy, the Hawks will be a favorite to win the championship. Are there other favorite teams in your imagination? Mark Jackson asked. Yes, it's a team led by another all-star power forward. Haha. Mike Breen and Mark Jackson both laughed. The Spurs, Mavericks, Suns and even the Pistons all have an all-star power forward. Mike Breen and Mark Jackson's words are relatively simple. In the locker room, Kylian also emphasized this point about Nash, arranging Paul and the players who help to defend to consume him more, pinch his passes and shots, give him a certain amount of space to break through, and impose more confrontation. If we force Nash to continue to attack with high difficulty, our chances of winning will exceed 70%. Kylian emphasized, especially when we have already established an advantage. On the offensive end, after the pick and roll, whether it is Paul or the inside player, facing Nash, go boldly. Nash's lateral movement is very slow, and his defense is a loophole. In addition to being called Scientist, Kylian also has a nickname Lightning Earl, because he is good at blitzkrieg. When others are on the rotation, he will be the main player and beat the opponent in one go, but behind the blitzkrieg, it is to be able to maintain the advantage after establishing an advantage under similar resource allocation, or to digest this advantage. This is where Kylian is better than many imitators in the league. In the second half of the game, Kylian's strategy was to target Nash. On the defensive end, let Nash start his personal offensive mode while paying more physical strength. On the offensive end, even if it affects the offensive efficiency, more pressure should be exerted on him. The Suns wanted to hide Nash, and the Hawks just chased Nash to play. It doesn't matter if the score is forced to close or even catch up. The key point is that if Nash can't hold on, the overall offensive threat of the Suns will be greatly reduced. Under such guidelines, the Suns completed a 21-12 attack wave in the first half of the third quarter and chased the score to 79-79 before the official timeout. The substitutes were jubilant and saw the hope of a comeback. But D'Antoni couldn't be happy. He saw Kylian's strategy, but he was somewhat powerless, because this was not a conspiracy, but an open conspiracy. The reason why Kylian was so bold was because Garnett's natural attribute restraint on Stoudemire. Facing other opponents, even without Nash, Stoudemire could score by himself, but only facing Garnett. Without Nash, Stoudemire couldn't play a singles. Barbosa was also clamped by Garnett's mobility in assisting defense, and it was difficult to do anything. At this time, the Suns were missing a Joe Johnson. Unfortunately, due to salary issues, Joe Johnson was given to the Hawks by the Suns. In a sense, the powerful Hawks team in front of us was nurtured by the Suns little by little. What's more annoying is that it seems that the Hawks are closer to the championship than the Suns. After the official timeout, the Suns still had the upper hand in the game, with Nash assisting Marion to score a fast break dunk. The score came to 84-87, and the Suns overtook by 3 points. The changes in the third quarter made the entire Phillips Center silent. Just when the fans were worried about the situation in front of them, D'Antoni made a substitution adjustment and replaced Nash with Banks. Control the rhythm of the game and don't attack with the rhythm of the Hawks. D'Antoni chose Banks instead of Barbosa because he valued the more stable style of play of this floor-flowing point guard. What the Suns needed was to help Nash get some rest time. However, Nash's departure itself was a signal to the Hawks. No matter who was replaced, the Hawks' defensive strategy immediately switched to high post double teaming. Banks was forced to pass the ball, and before the receiver could react, the Hawks double team would come up again, forcing them to keep moving the ball. With the Hawks' quick rotation and replacement, the fleeting vacancies were quickly filled. The Suns players did not find the rhythm, and did not even have the chance to break through with the ball. In the end, Bell had to hastily shoot a three-pointer when the 24 seconds were about to expire, and the rebound was taken by Garnett. When the Hawks attacked, Paul used Garnett's screen to shake off Banks' defense, attracting the double team of Stoudemire and Bell. He did not force himself, nor did he pass the ball back to Garnett, but directly passed the ball to Anthony Parker on the outside, who steadily hit a three-pointer and showed his value on the offensive end. 87-87. Looking back, the Suns still had no way to deal with the Hawks' high double team. Bell made a pass error and was intercepted by Garnett. Garnett was also influenced by Dio, and he had eyes behind his head. He stole the ball and threw it back to find Joe Johnson, who easily dunked without anyone defending him. 89-87. D'Antoni continued to change the loop. Barbosa came on the court and played as a double point guard with Banks to facilitate the ball. The Hawks changed their defensive strategy and were still able to stop the Suns' offense. Looking back, the Suns played mismatched defense. Barbosa faced Anthony Parker, allowing Anthony Parker to experience the feeling of Anthony for a while, easily reaching the basket and turning over to jump shot. 91-87. Without Nash, the Suns almost collapsed at the end of the third quarter. In 4 minutes, they lost 14 points and the score came to 102-91. The sudden reversal of the situation made the fans say that they couldn't understand it. It was only at the end of the quarter that Mark Jackson saw Kenyan's strategy and made his own interpretation of the game. The Hawks attacked Nash on both offense and defense, forcing the Suns into the most uncomfortable offensive rhythm. It can be said that Kemi grasped the Suns' weakness and developed an effective strategy. It seems that in addition to being a scientist, he is also a strategist. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, Kenyan changed his previous 5-up and 5-down rotation strategy and kept Joe Johnson on the court with Daniel Gibson, Bobby Jackson, Millsap, and Mbenga. With Joe Johnson's containment, Gibson and Millsap both played well, which was much better than digging a hole for the main lineup in the first half of the second quarter. At the same time, the small lineup is more helpful to keep up with Barbosa's assault. After all, Barbosa is only more threatening in the counter-attack end with straight-line acceleration, and his change of direction is very abrupt. He has no skills in positional warfare breakthroughs, otherwise he would not be Barbosa, but Wade. The score difference further widened to 15 points. Seeing that the situation was not good, D'Antoni had to replace the main players in advance and make a last-ditch effort. Kenyan then replaced Paul, Garnett and others, and the game continued to enter a tug-of-war. Although Nash had a hot hand in the last moment and hit 3 three-pointers, the Hawks did better in tactical targeting and game details, and played steadily. The final score was fixed at 131-123, and the Hawks kept the final victory. When the red light came on, Paul came to Nash and the two hugged each other. Compared with Garnett's suppression of Stoudemire, Paul and Nash were back and forth. Although Nash's data was much better than Paul, this was also due to the Hawks' tactical guidance. Paul's control and organization of the Hawks' overall offensive rhythm was also the key to the Hawks' victory. Next time we meet, I shouldn't lose to you. Paul was not only talking about the team's victory or defeat, but also about personal performance. Another meaning of Paul's words is to admit defeat. At least in this game, Nash's brilliance overwhelmed him. Kimi is a great coach. Under him, you can become more perfect. Nash encouraged. Nash and Paul got together, and Kellyanne and Anthony, the former partners, also reunited after a long time. The second thing I regret in my life is to sign and trade with you and give you Joe Johnson. Let me do it again. I would rather keep him in the West, D'Antoni said viciously. Oh, what is the most regrettable thing? Kellyanne asked with a smile. I shouldn't have let you go to the Lakers. I should have kept you, no matter what I said at the time. D'Antoni said. This is not a joke. D'Antoni didn't know that Kellyanne had already planned to be the acting head coach of the Lakers. He just thought that he was too respectful of the other party's ideas and let Kellyanne leave. Maybe if he was more sincere at the time, Kellyanne might stay. My pleasure, Mike. Chapter 196. You must want to come to the Knicks. The next day, on the plane to Milwaukee, Kellyanne flipped through the newspaper in his hand and chuckled from time to time. A columnist for USA Today praised Kellyanne's game adjustment in his article. In yesterday's game, the Hawks narrowly defeated the Suns at home. Paul scored 22 points, 8 assists, 5 rebounds and 3 steals. Nash scored 33 points and 11 assists. The duel between the two generations of point guards in the league was full of sparks. But the battle between the head coaches ended with Kimi's superiority. KG's defense blocked Stoudemire. In this game, Stoudemire tried to hold the ball and single-handedly play against Garnett 5 times, but none of them hit. Compared with other opponents, it can only be described as tragic. Marion's continuous output in the strong dialogue has always been a problem. The Suns can only rely on Nash to complete most of the tasks. Kimi noticed this and also aimed at Nash on the offensive end. There is no doubt that this made Nash bear the consumption beyond his ability and ultimately decided the game. In the first 8 games, the Hawks' record of 7 wins and 1 loss is surprising. The opponents include the favorites such as the Suns and the Heat, as well as the Rockets and the Magic, which have the hope of making a breakthrough this season. Such a victory is full of gold. Perhaps this season is really the time for them to soar into the sky. At the beginning of the season, while the Hawks were popular enough, the league arranged many strong dialogues for them, which was also a test of how much weight the Hawks had. For fans, this is a pleasant thing. But for the team, this is not friendly. The morale of a team is at its highest during the opening stage. A good start will help boost the team's confidence in the entire season, which is also the so-called schedule benefit. On the other hand, if a team's start is not as expected, the players will enter a stage of self-doubt, which is a particularly test of the adjustment ability of the players and even the coaching staff. From this perspective, the Hawks have crossed a big pit dug for them by the league. Fortunately, the Hawks' next schedule will be a little more comfortable. In the next 2 weeks, there will be a total of 8 games, only one of which will be an away game in the West, and it will be in Memphis next door, and the opponent will be the Grizzlies, who are determined to play badly. In the other 7 games, there is only one strong opponent, the Pistons. If the scheduling is appropriate, a series of victories will not be a problem. The first opponent in this wave of sweet schedule is the Milwaukee Bucks. The Bucks' lineup structure is slightly similar to that of the Hawks. 2 players with strong shooting ability, Mo Williams and Reed, former backcourt partner. There is a comprehensive power forward, a white inside player with great potential. Of course, except for the matchup between Bodig and Milicic, the Bucks configuration is all the bankrupt version of the Hawks. This gap is huge. After the game started, the gap between the two sides was very intuitively reflected on the court. The Hawks formed a crushing situation against the Bucks, and all kinds of effective data were superior. Looking back to a year and a half ago, Kellyanne also came to Milwaukee for an interview. After failing the interview, he was taken away by Anthony Ressler in a Milwaukee hotel. If Van de Weg had given in on the spot and handed over the number 1 pick to Kellyanne, would the situation of the Hawks and the Bucks be reversed? However, Kellyanne did not have any ill feelings towards the Bucks. How should I put it? In the past few years, since the turn of the century, the Bucks have always been a strong team in the league. As a small market team, they also need to keep their stars to ensure the team's market. Even if Reed is only a second tier star, it is impossible to build a team around him to compete for the championship, and the Hawks have been a weak team in the league since 1998. The team has not even achieved a winning streak of more than 6 consecutive wins in 20 years. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a lot of work to be done. It is reasonable for such a team to be willing to let Kellyanne make drastic changes. The key is that Ressler made the right bet. Not only the team's performance, but also commercial development. During this offseason, the Hawks reached strategic cooperation agreements with 4 Chinese companies, earning more than $10 million in total. In the league, only the Rockets and the Hawks have this treatment. With a significant improvement in performance and smooth commercial development, it is not surprising that the Hawks have turned a profit for the first time in many years. Facing Bodig, who participated in the draft in the same year and beat him to get the number 1 pick, Paul has never been polite. He has always trained as many times as he can and never held back. In this game, Paul played as well as ever, making 12 of 20 shots, scoring 31 points, 12 assists and 5 rebounds. He blew up the Bucks' backcourt double guns, who are good at personal offense, and helped the team beat the Bucks 125-103, winning the 8th game of the season, 8-1. After the game, the reporter who was curious also asked Kellyanne about the 2005 draft, hoping to get some explosive news from Kellyanne. Everyone knows that the Bucks will choose Bodig. We will finalize Paul from the remaining rookies. It's that simple. If it were any other rookie, Kellyanne would symbolically boast about the training cycle of centers is longer and the Bucks need Bodig to stabilize the team's restricted area. But Bodig, Kellyanne did not mock him because he did not want to hurt innocent people. On November 18th, the Hawks came to Madison Square Garden to challenge the Knicks away. Last season, the Knicks hired championship coach Larry Brown from the Pistons to coach the team. The team spent money crazily in the free agent market and formed a lineup with a total salary of more than $90 million. The combination of championship coach plus galaxy battleship seems to be doing something big. However, the themes surrounding the Knicks last season were internal strife, injury and contradiction, and many players in the team were labeled as cancer. At the end of the season, Larry Brown was also liquidated by the team and directly dismissed. The team's general manager Isaiah Thomas took over the position of head coach. In fact, in the late last season, the Knicks once considered inviting Kellyanne to coach. After all, Kellyanne had only signed a 2-year contract with the Hawks before, and his salary was not high. The Knicks had a chance to snatch him after the season. However, before the Knicks even had time to find an intermediary to contact him, the Hawks officially announced the news of renewing Kellyanne's contract for 3 years. Then, the Hawks traded for Garnett, aiming directly at the championship, and the Knicks had no hope. As the successor head coach, Isaiah Thomas did not make too many changes to Larry Brown's tactical system. On the whole, he was in a state of following the rules. However, compared with Larry Brown, who believed in an iron-fisted rule, Isaiah Thomas took a more gentle and more conciliatory attitude to treat players and ease the team's locker room conflicts by providing better material conditions. This approach seems cowardly, but it is actually effective. Marbury and Crawford began to play seriously and even subjectively wanted to defend. Channing Frye entered the starting lineup, which not only helped Eddie Curry to open up offensive space, but also did a lot of dirty work and played his own value. In such a relatively peaceful environment, the Knicks started the game with a record of 4 wins and 5 losses, ranking 8th in the Eastern Conference, which was a great improvement over the previous season. Although Kellyanne did not like Larry Brown, he also looked down on Isaiah Thomas's practice of kneeling and licking players to improve the team's record. The game officially started at 11 o'clock in the evening. The Knicks games have never lacked spectators, and Madison Square Garden once again saw a full house. The Hawks starting lineup remained unchanged, while the Knicks starting players were Marbury, Crawford, Jalen Rose, Channing Frye, and Eddie Curry. The little shark Eddie Curry's jump ball was basically a gift, and Garnett easily won the jump ball and handed the ball to Paul. Paul stretched his right wrist forward and caught the ball in the air. After a slight pause, his body was like an arrow from a string, and he quickly rushed to the opponent's half. Facing the leader of the new generation of point guards in the league, Marbury, who calls himself the best point guard in the league, still has the ambition to compete. He spreads his feet, lowers his center of gravity slightly, and leans forward slightly. His arms are swinging as Paul approaches. Marbury's defense is criticized, but it does not include his 1v1. On the contrary, his excellent physical condition makes him a great single defense player, as long as he plays seriously. He has good explosive power, fast speed, mature defensive skills, and good core strength. His problem is the same as Westbrook's. He is not good at defending off ball and pick and roll. He is more likely to miss people, and his enthusiasm for filling in is very poor. Marbury remained unmoved by the continuous changes of direction and position, and only guarded his own small space, but he saw through Paul's breakthrough several times. Although Paul did not succeed in breaking through, he had already observed the running positions of his teammates, and tried to break through again, which indeed distracted the attention of the Knicks defense. He inadvertently passed the ball behind his back to Anthony Parker, who was running without the ball, and the latter made a jump shot while running. 0:2. When the Knicks attacked, Marbury did not choose to play hard himself, but passed the ball to Eddie Curry in the interior. Milicic immediately came up. The little shark desperately held Milicic with his left shoulder, dribbled with his right hand, and exerted force backwards. His nickname says it all. His ability to fight in the interior is excellent. Milicic could not hold on and easily gave up his position in the interior. But Milicic is only the first line of defense for the Hawks. Behind him, there is Garnett. The timely help defense of the Wolf King affected Eddie Curry's shooting rhythm, and Milicic protected the backcourt rebound. The Hawks continued to attack. Paul quickly brought the ball across half court, played a pick and roll with Garnett, broke through Marbury, attracted Crawford's defense, and then passed the ball to Joe Johnson, who made an open three-pointer. 0:5. Compared with the Knicks' rather strenuous offense, the Hawks' offense was simple and powerful, but deadly. Marbury continued to perform his point guard duties, relying on his physical advantage to force Paul's defense and pass the ball. Crawford received the ball and suddenly started dribbling. When Joe Johnson, who was defending him, followed him, he made a quick stop jump shot. Although the ball hit the rim and bounced out, it caused Joe Johnson to commit a defensive foul. Crawford's free throw rate was as high as 88.9%. Sending him to the free throw line was equivalent to giving him points. 2:5. I thought Marbury was just acting like a point guard, but I didn't expect that in the next game. He had a good performance, organizing the offense, and dragged the Hawks' pace of opening the score. The tempo of both teams was relatively fast. The score was 16-14 in the first half of the game. The Hawks relied on higher outside scoring efficiency to maintain a slight lead. Kellyan made a substitution adjustment, replacing Milicic with Millsap. After coming on the court, Millsap also took Kellyan's instructions. In the next round, Joe Johnson took over the team's offense and broke the deadlock between the two sides. Facing Crawford, who was strong in offense and weak in defense, Joe Johnson first hit a three-pointer from the right wing, then turned his back to Crawford, easily pushed the opponent away, and made a layup. He scored 5 points in 1 minute, helping the team to widen the gap to 7 points, and enter the official timeout. If Marbury, who defends according to his mood, is also counted, the Knicks are full of too many strong in offense and weak in defense players. This is a problem in their team building thinking, and it is not something that Isaiah Thomas can solve by being a licking dog. If you let Kellyan go, he can only solve this crisis through continuous transactions. Seeing Crawford being chased and beaten by Joe Johnson, Isaiah Thomas chose to replace Crawford with Francis, hoping that Francis would fight back on the offensive end. Such a magical operation is hard for Kellyan to understand. Marbury and Francis looked down on each other in character and their playing styles were not the same. The two immediately returned to the state of lone wolf and privilege, not cooperating with each other, and winning the game was even more nonsense. At the end of the first quarter, the Hawks led their opponents 35-21. Joe Johnson made 5 of 7 shots and contributed 14 points. Perhaps the situation in the second half of the first quarter awakened Thomas. In the second quarter, he chose to stagger the use of Marbury and Francis, but the effect was very general. Marbury, whose lone wolf attribute was stimulated, did not return to the state of the first quarter. The key is the Knicks' backcourt. Francis and Crawford are also the types that are more threatening with the ball in hand, and even Nate Robinson, who is ranked later, is the same. A group of players are like this. This lineup makes the Knicks' offense lack coordination and changes. Unless all these players are in great form, there is really no way to play against the Hawks. Even if Marbury wanted to show off in front of Garnett, he was still powerless. The home team was beaten by the Hawks, and the fans on the scene booed in dissatisfaction. At the same time, a young fan on the sidelines held up a sign and put up a slogan, "We need scientists," to show love to Kenyan on behalf of the team. The young fan's proposal was echoed by others. Then, the director cut this picture to the big screen and observed Kenyan's reaction. Kenyan avoided the camera while talking to Sneeder. Such a picture is very disrespectful to Isaiah Thomas. Kenyan is not Phil Jackson and disdains to do such a thing. The main players came on the court. Compared with the chaos of the Knicks, the Hawks' offense was well managed, and the score difference was constantly widening. At the end of the first half, the score was 39-64. The 25-point difference was enough to make the second half of the game into garbage time. In the third quarter, the Hawks used Garnett's singles and containment to frequently create damage, and the score difference was widened to 36 points in half a quarter, which completely ended the suspense of the game. The Knicks had the Madison Square Garden incident this season. The group fight with the Nuggets led to Iverson joining the Nuggets, and also made Anthony completely lose the protection of the referee in his career for the next 10 years. Anthony was full of bitter tears when talking about the referee's whistle standards. In order to avoid such a situation, Kenyan withdrew all the main players in the fourth quarter and told the players to hold back and not to irritate the Knicks. In fact, it is also an unspoken rule of the league for the team that leads by a large score to hold back appropriately. It is a rare case that the team will not give up and fight to the death. Only the Nuggets have this tradition. In the final quarter, the Hawks didn't attack hard. Except for Gibson's 3 3-pointers, the other players scored a total of 7 points in the quarter, allowing the Knicks to narrow the gap of less than 40 points to less than 20 points. This is a model of letting the Knicks win, which also made the Knicks fans more satisfied with his general knowledge. The final score was 97-115, and the Hawks won the away game, extending their winning streak to 5 games. After the game, Kenyan attended the press conference. As expected, the reporters mentioned the slogans held by the young fans at the scene, and asked Kenyan's opinion. "I enjoy every second in Atlanta. Whenever I return to the city after an away game, I always smile. There are people in Atlanta that I like very much. I only focus on everything about the Atlanta Hawks. When we win, I feel happy, and when we lose, I feel sad." Kenyan said, "I want to apologize for what happened to Isaiah. I have experienced the pain of being backstabbed by my peers, so I will not do such a dirty thing." Kenyan's speech gave Hawks fans a moment of reassurance. After all, New York is very tempting. They can offer Kenyan the highest salary, they can ignore the luxury tax to build a lineup, and New York is also the most prosperous city in the world. Fortunately, there is no one Kenyan likes in New York. "Kimmy, your contract expires in 3 years. At that time, are you willing to consider New York?" Then a reporter asked, "It may sound a bit fake if I say I don't know where I will be in 3 days. But if I don't perform well in the next 3 months, I may have to step down as the head coach of the Hawks. If you ask me if I will consider New York in 3 years, how should I answer you?" Kenyan asked in return, "I can only tell you that I'm focused on the Hawks. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. If you can't poach the head coach, poach the assistant coach. 9 wins and 1 loss, and the perfect integration of the big three allowed the Hawks to successfully top the 4th season strength list. This is also an honor that the Hawks have not had for many years, and the fans in Atlanta cheered for it. For Chinese basketball, this is also another form of peak moment. Yao Ming's Rockets are the favorites of Chinese fans, but objectively speaking, they have never been a first-tier strong team in the league. Anyone with a discerning eye can see the weakness of the Rockets' role players. Dabber won the first championship ring for Asian players in the NBA with the Spurs, but everyone knows how important his role is in the team. Kylian has a considerable status in this team that is capable of competing for the championship. Hawks fans call him the core of team building, enough to overshadow Paul and Garnett. And this wave of 5 consecutive victories is just the beginning for the Hawks. After a day of rest, the Hawks will play at home against the Charlotte Bobcats. Entering the Bobcats as a shareholder, Joe proved that playing basketball well has nothing to do with managing the team well. If the selection of Raymond Felton in the 2005 draft was a helpless move after Paul and Aaron were snatched away one after another, then the selection of Adam Morrison with the 3rd pick in the 2006 draft was pure cat cake. The official template for this small forward is Larry Bird, but in fact he is more like a Sharp brother, and his jersey can't cover up his sloppiness. Moreover, he has diabetes. If his blood sugar is high, he has to take insulin. If his blood sugar is low, he has to go off the court at any time to replenish sugar. In order to make room for him, the Bobcats pushed Gerald Wallace to the power forward position, which unexpectedly activated Gerald Wallace. From the small forward to the power forward position, Gerald Wallace's all-around attribute has further exploded. On the offensive end, he can pull out of the 3-point line and break through with the ball. Few people can keep up with his mobility. On the defensive end, he is flying and hiding, filling in various positions. If you really pay attention to his games, you will feel that his playing style is very similar to Sakuragi Hinamichi in Slam Dunk, which is also the original intention of countless teenagers about basketball. However, Wallace can play well against other people, but against Garnett, it is no different from a mouse seeing a cat. Wallace pulled out of the 3-point line, and Garnett only followed to the free throw line, allowing Wallace to shoot 0 from the outside. Wallace broke through with the ball, and Garnett firmly blocked his breakthrough route, limiting him to the greatest extent. This kind of top-matching face-2 frame inside player Demar was helpless against Garnett, and needed Nash's threading to play well, not to mention Gerald Wallace. He was strangled at this point, and the Bobcats almost fell into a completely passive situation, losing 78-105. The Hawks left the fruits of victory, but Kylian received bad news. After the game, Quinn Snyder informed Kylian that he had received an invitation from Jordan and planned to go to Charlotte to interview for the job of head coach of the Bobcats. His luxurious assistant coaching team is unlikely to last long in the future. Snyder and Hornacek will go to various teams as head coaches in the future. Kylian has been prepared for this. But at least we have to wait until we win the championship or everyone is successful, right? We have just achieved some insignificant results, and the Bobcats are poaching people. It's a bit too hasty. Even if they come to poach people, if the Bobcats come to poach people during the off-season, Kylian will just hold his nose and endure it. At most, he will recruit other assistant coaches. It's not easy for Kylian to recruit people in the middle of the season. However, this is not difficult to understand. After 11 games, the Bobcats' record of 2 wins and 9 losses is not much better than last season. The key is that the team's performance on the court is also average, which makes Jordan doubt whether head coach Bernie Bickerstaff can lead the team to rise. After all, this season is the 3rd year of the Bobcats. Not to mention that they must advance to the playoffs. At least they have to play some content, right? Still being beaten like a weak team, Jordan said, "I can't stand it." On the other hand, Jordan's intention to fire the coach also shows that he still has expectations for the team's performance this season, which is also one of the reasons that attracted Quinn Snyder. "Quinn, as your partner, I have no position to persuade you to stay. I know that becoming an NBA head coach is your dream, and this is a good opportunity for you to realize your dream, but as a partner, I may not think the Bobcats are a good fit for you." Kylian said, Jordan has a strong desire to control the team. If you don't get enough power, you may not be able to display your talents. After all, Quinn Snyder's qualifications are here. Apart from his college basketball resume, his achievements in the NBA were all achieved by assisting Kellyanne. With such a resume, it is difficult for him to have any say in front of Jordan. But Kenny, didn't you also get up from such a predicament? Snyder asked back. When chatting privately, Kellyanne also talked to Snyder about the difficulties he faced in the early days of coaching the Lakers. From Kellyanne's words, Snyder could roughly understand his difficulties at that time, which was an experience. Yeah, there is no reason you can't do it. Kellyanne smiled, patted Snyder's shoulder, and hugged Snyder. In the future, we will be opponents. It's just an interview. Maybe I have to come back. Snyder shook his head and said, if it is really just an interview, it is likely to be conducted privately like the first meeting between Kellyanne and Larry Sander in the middle of the 04-05 season. Now Snyder has directly resigned to Kellyanne, indicating that the Bobcats have recognized Snyder, just to discuss the long-term plan in the end. Come on, although he was not optimistic, Kellyanne still had to encourage him in front of Snyder. After communicating with Kellyanne, Snyder went to Charlotte for an interview as soon as possible, missing the Eagles' 7th consecutive victory. The Eagles defeated the 76ers in the civil strife 132-109. During the offseason, there were constant trade rumors surrounding Iverson. Due to his inefficient performance last season, which dragged down the 76ers' progress in the playoffs, Iverson's trade value was greatly underestimated. At the same time, the huge chips paid by the Hawks for Garnett were also seen as a benchmark for superstar trading, which also virtually increased Iverson's asking price. In the end, the trade failed to take place throughout the summer. After the start of the season, Iverson, who wanted to prove himself, improved his efficiency and led the team to a record of 5 wins and 6 losses, but still did not ease the conflict between himself and the team. Instead, it gave the management the confidence to put forward a higher asking price. This caused a greater conflict between the team and Iverson. Iverson felt that the team was deliberately making things difficult for him. The management felt that the team had the right to deal with the team's assets. Both sides had their own reasons. After a while, the conflict became even worse and even affected other players in the team who wanted to play well. Facing the Hawks, the team could no longer force the Hawks into a desperate situation, like in the second game of the season, and the Hawks opened up the score gap in the first half. It was after the end of this game that Kellyanne was asked about the rumor that Quinn Snyder interviewed for the Bobcats head coach. Quinn and I are a good partner. He has helped me a lot in both games and training. No one knows better than me how strong his ability is. I wish him a wonderful journey in Charlotte. When talking about this topic, Kellyanne's face was not very good. The impact of the assistant coach's departure in the middle of the season is still very large. But what can be done about it? No coach doesn't want to become a head coach. In addition to realizing dreams, there is also the issue of income. Even the Lakers, who have the best salary in the league, only pay the chief assistant coach $700,000, and Kellyanne's first contract with the Hawks is $1.5 million. Why come out to work, if not for money? Does the Hawks have any new assistant coaches? The reporter asked with concern. Out of respect for Quinn, I will not interview other people before I get a formal resignation letter, Kellyanne said. This statement has two meanings. One is to show that Kellyanne's relationship with Snyder has not broken down, and the team and Snyder have parted peacefully. The other is to use this press conference to tell everyone that the Eagles do not have any assistant coach candidates yet, and those who are interested can send their information to the Eagles. Kellyanne's reputation is not enough, and the team cannot dig up any assistant coaches who are already taken. With this voice, more free coaches will send resumes to the Eagles, and it will be easier for Kellyanne to select the best ones. After passing the interview, Snyder finally became the head coach of the Bobcats. On November 25th, Yahoo Sports took the lead in announcing the news that the Bobcats appointed Snyder as the team's head coach. Subsequently, major media outlets reported the Bobcats' coaching change. It is reported that Snyder and the Bobcats signed a 3-year, $7.5 million coaching contract, and Snyder became the second head coach in the history of the Bobcats. Less than 2 hours after the announcement, the Bobcats broke another big news. The team traded Raymond Felton, Braden Wright, Gerald Wallace, Brezak, and the 2007 first-round pick to the 76ers for Allen Iverson. New coach, new core. Snyder took office and immediately promoted the biggest deal in the history of the Bobcats. Even Kellyanne was shocked by his big move. Fuck, Iverson actually went to the Bobcats. Kenny, what do you think of this deal with the Bobcats? Kellyanne asked Kenny Atkinson, who came for the interview, and asked him what he thought of the deal. The 76ers made a good deal. After thinking for a moment, Atkinson said, Raymond Felton and Gerald Wallace are both young people with great potential, and they can just fit into the 76ers loop. If the Bobcats' performance does not improve, this draft pick will also become an important bargaining chip for the 76ers reconstruction. The most important thing is that the team can start again from an uneasy atmosphere. In addition to the Linoop fit, Atkinson even considered the re-establishment of the 76ers team atmosphere. His vision is indeed very macro. So you think the 76ers made a profit from this deal? Maybe I would give the 76ers a B+ and the Bobcats an A. Atkinson said, for a young team like the Bobcats, Iverson can bring strong competitiveness. He is a privileged player, but not a cancer like Marbury. He rarely messes up his relationship with his teammates. His offensive power is a great compliment for the Bobcats. Players like Okafor and Morrison may make great progress around him. In addition, Coach Snyder's father-in-law is Larry Brown. Maybe he knows more about the correct use of Iverson. Atkinson made his own summary. Kellyanne nodded, thinking that Atkinson's view was 75% close to his own. Both of them thought that the Bobcats improved a lot in this deal. In fact, after Iverson went to the Nuggets and partnered with Anthony, he was indeed a lot more selfless, and there were even scenes of mutual humility with Anthony. Perhaps it was because Denver and Detroit were just places to work, and Philadelphia was his home. You must be careful at work, but you can be unscrupulous at home. The Palace of Auburn Hills, Kellyanne's nightmare. Since he became the acting head coach of the Lakers, Kellyanne has 1 win and 5 losses on this field. The Detroit Pistons, the nemesis of the Hawks. Last season, the two teams played 9 games in the regular season and playoffs, and the Hawks had 1 win and 8 losses. It's not an exaggeration to say nemesis. However, this season, the situation between the two teams is in a state of one rises and the other falls. The Hawks ushered in Garnett, and the team has an additional tactical fulcrum in the interior, and its strength has improved significantly, while the Pistons lost Ben Wallace, the key figure in limiting the Hawks, which is a fatal loss. In order to fill the vacancy of Ben Wallace, the Pistons brought in Muhammad from the Spurs with a middle-class contract. They originally hoped that this blue-collar inside player of the Spurs could fill the vacancy of Ben Wallace, but after the start of the season, they corrected this wrong idea and let McDyess play inside, while Rasheed Wallace played center. The signing of Muhammad does not look promising, and what makes the Pistons fans even more worried is that the genius Milicic, who was ruined by the team, is gradually recovering in the Hawks. Obviously Larry Brown has left, and the team could have given Milicic some opportunities to perform, but they still let this potential number 2 pick go in vain, and let him guard the basket for the Pistons competitors. Before the game started, seeing Garnett and McDyess standing together, Kellyanne thought of 2 magic pictures that would be circulated in major forums in the future. One was Garnett fighting against the entire Pistons team head-on, chasing and pushing McDyess. The other was a reverse picture, Garnett fighting and retreating in front of the entire Pistons team. The photographer captured Kellyanne's smile at the right time, and CCTV's broadcast guest Yang Lee couldn't help but say, Kellyanne looks in a good mood today. It may be the first time he realizes that the team has a good chance to win at the Palace of Auburn Hills. When it comes to imagination, Yang Lee is the best. At the opening jump ball, Garnett once again won the Hawks the opportunity to attack first. After crossing half court with the ball, Paul raised his right hand high, signaling the others on the court to open up and leave the strong side to himself and Garnett. He came up to make a pick and roll for Paul, and the moment he opened the formation, Garnett quickly cut into the penalty area. However, Rasheed Wallace quickly blocked the position. Without Ben, Rasheed Wallace took on more defensive tasks. Unable to create a direct scoring opportunity through the pick and roll, Garnett received the pass without stopping and quickly turned to the left. When Garnett turned around, he found that Prince on the wing had appeared in front of him, and he and Rashid Wallace formed a double team, blocking him in the middle. Garnett pretended to pass the ball in the direction of Paul, deceiving Rashid on the right side of his body, and at the same time, he immediately retreated with the ball. Taking advantage of the gap, when Rashid Wallace's footsteps moved sideways, he quickly turned to the right twice to adjust his position and increase the distance between himself and Prince. Prince pressed step by step, and Garnett, who had already reached the baseline, chose to jump before his body turned completely around, almost using a twisting action to turn over and jump shot, which was Garnett's signature scoring method. Sure 2:0 as the basketball went into the net, Garnett looked down at his right hand, which was like a divine help. When he passed Prince, he did not forget to smile. The Pistons attacked. Billups passed the half court with the ball, and while gesturing to direct the inside players to block the position, he pushed the ball to the right baseline. There, Hamilton had already shaken off Joe Johnson's defense and was in an open position. Hamilton's off-ball running has reached perfection. It is obviously difficult for Joe Johnson to follow him, not to mention that the two inside players of the Pistons blocked him with consecutive off-ball pick and rolls. He could only watch Hamilton shoot and hit. 2:2. The Hawks attacked. Garnett continued to move forward to set a pick and roll for Paul. This time, Garnett still chose to turn around and cut downward. Billups and Garnett doubled Garnett, who passed the ball to Paul. After Paul attracted Hamilton, he passed the ball to Joe Johnson in the open position, who made a three-pointer. 2:5. The Hawks' offense in this round clearly shows how much impact Ben Wallace's departure has on the Pistons' defense. Chapter 198. 10 consecutive wins, 99 points start. The Pistons attacked, and the others opened up space for Billups to single out Paul. Last season, the Pistons crushed the Hawks. In addition to the defensive system that was a natural counter to the Hawks' offense, Billups' suppression of Paul was also the top priority. Billups had advantages in height, weight, and confrontation, and he also had the bonus of a big butt. Paul couldn't carry him, and was forced to the free throw line, where Billups made a mid-range shot. Milicic quickly sent the ball to the baseline, and Paul accelerated, but was still caught up by Billups. During the planning, Paul did not choose to force it, but instead slowed down to fight a positional battle. Facing Billups, Paul's way of attacking was pick and roll, and he accelerated in one step to dodge Billups' defense. Facing McDyess's position change, Paul did not choose to pass the ball at the first time, but suddenly stopped and accelerated in an instant, apparently wanting to single out McDyess one-on-one. McDyess's body was tightly attached to Paul, and while his feet moved sideways to the right, his hands also covered the front of him to avoid being cleanly passed by Paul's sudden turn. Paul suddenly turned to the left, distanced himself from McDyess, and then quickly made a shot. 4:7. Playing for the Pistons, Milicic has developed a good sense of defense, not to mention McDyess. But his speed is not as fast as Ben Wallace, and he can't keep up with the rhythm of defending a small player. Billups dribbled the ball to the inside, but was blocked by Garnett. He chose to pass the ball to Hamilton on the outside. The latter dribbled the ball and shot a fake shot, which blew away Joe Johnson, who was blocking the shot, and then made a mid-range jump shot. With McDyess in the starting lineup, the Pistons' offense has indeed improved, but the defense is really not good. Using the pick and roll, Garnett pretended to continue to cut to the inside, but when McDyess's center of gravity moved back, he immediately took a side step back to the mid-range position and made a shooting action before the defense came up. The first time Rashid rushed up, Garnett seized the moment when the opponent's center of gravity leaned forward and immediately changed from shooting to breaking through, exerting force with his feet, and instantly burst out with an amazing speed. Garnett rushed to the basket by brushing Rashid's body, and then he hit the basket hard and was about to dunk against McDyess. At the beginning, Garnett beat him as he pleased, and McDyess was a little anxious. He directly put his elbow against Garnett's lower body, destroying Garnett's center of gravity. Under this dangerous move, Garnett said that he had dunked, and he was experienced and knew how to protect himself without being seriously injured. After getting up from the ground, Garnett immediately aggressively punched and ran towards McDyess, spewing trash talk, and then was held up by Anthony Parker and the referee, McDyess, who was angered by Garnett's trash talk, rushed towards Garnett, but was soon stopped. Someone was trying to stop the fight, and Garnett became more excited, moving flexibly, punching, showing his anger, and at the same time making sure that his teammates and staff could hold him back. On the surface, Garnett was fake tough and pretending to be tough. In fact, with this wave of making trouble, the referee had to watch the video just now and punish McDyess's lethal action severely. After a farce, Garnett was called for a technical foul, and McDyess was directly asked to leave the court. Billups executed the technical foul free throw and made it, and then Garnett and Joe Johnson made 2 free throws respectively. 7-11, Muhammad replaced McDyess, and the Pistons encountered some troubles on the offensive end. The Hawks changed their defensive arrangement, using Joe Johnson to guard Billups and Paul to defend Hamilton in a long-distance race. Garnett freed up more energy to help fill in and assist in defense, and the offense of Billups and Hamilton was restricted. Billups and Hamilton's offense was restricted, and Saunders immediately made arrangements to give Prince more ball rights and single out Anthony Parker on the weak side. This adjustment has achieved good results. Facing Anthony Parker, Prince frequently used his footwork to shake off his opponent and scored mid-range jump shots, helping the Pistons to keep the score in an unfavorable situation. As the Pistons' outside iron gate and second organizer, Prince has a shot above the standard, but his ability to attack with the ball is very average. He can usually only rely on his height to single out the small guard or seize the opportunity to score in the offense and defense transition phase. Anthony Parker was eaten alive by him continuously, and Kenyan's face became not very good. Although there are only 12 games in the season, Anthony Parker has been beaten a lot. Whenever the Hawks are in a fierce battle with their opponents, Stevens' appearance will always bring changes to the team, and some voices will support Stevens to be in the starting lineup. But Stevens' appearance means that Joe Johnson has to play at the third position. It's okay to do it occasionally during the rotation stage, but letting Joe Johnson play at the third position for a long time is a bit of a loss. In the final analysis, if the Hawks want to further strengthen the team's lineup, what needs to be adjusted is the team's small forward position. After the first quarter, the Pistons were 6 points behind at 23-29. Although the Pistons' strength has declined seriously this season, and McDyess was sent off for a flagrant foul, the crushing of the Hawks in a season still left some shadows in Kenyan's mind. Kenyan arranged for Joe Johnson to continue playing as a ball holding point in the substitute lineup to help organize the offense. In addition to Ben Wallace's departure, the Pistons also lost Cato, Arroyo, Mim and others in the past summer. The bench lineup has also declined significantly. Among the subsequent reinforcement, only Ronald Murray can barely be used. In addition, Hunter has also obviously degraded this season. The strong backing behind the Pistons' 5 Tigers has also become increasingly mediocre this season. The Pistons' fighting power has also slowly sunk along with the city of Detroit, and the Hawks soon opened the gap to double digits. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Pistons replaced Rasheed Wallace and Hamilton in advance to help revitalize the team's offense. Hamilton, who is famous for his off-ball running and mid-range shooting, is not without the ability to score with the ball. He is now trying to launch an offense through pick and rolls and can barely hold the scene. The appearance of Rasheed Wallace has stabilized the Pistons' defense. The two have joined forces to help the team narrow the gap to single digits. A centipede is dead but not stiff. This Pistons team can still break into the Eastern Conference Finals twice after losing Ben, and its resilience is really strong. As an opponent, Kenyan has to admire this team formed by blue-collar workers. Now, due to the butterfly effect brought by Kenyan, Iverson went to the Bobcats. In the future, his trade with Billups may not be successful. Perhaps the remaining 4 members of this iron-blooded army will be together for a longer time in the future. Dio's injury has a great impact on the rotation of the Hawks. Millsap performed well when partnering with the main players, but he was not able to cover up with Mbenga. The team's backline is indeed old and young, and Bobby Jackson and Daniel Gibson each have their own problems. Fortunately, these problems together are a big problem, but if Garnett comes on the court, they can all be covered up. Kellyanne replaced Mbenga with Garnett and Joe Johnson with Anthony Parker, and the team immediately had a backbone. Garnett improved the team's defense and made the team's offense more varied. At the same time, Anthony Parker, who got more ball rights, was able to show his offensive ability in front of the Pistons' steel defense. He made a name for himself in Europe and was more than just a spot shooter. The Hawks opened up the point difference to double digits again, and then the remaining main lineups of both sides returned. McDyess's departure was a very serious loss for the Pistons. Muhammad could not fill this vacancy. Billups, Hamilton and others worked very hard in offense, but it was still difficult to continue. At the end of the half, the points difference was open to 15 points. Seeing that the Hawks, who were eaten up last season, were able to suppress the Pistons this season, Philip Saunders felt very helpless. As a head coach, Saunders is a very good coach at designing tactics on the tactical board, but his ability to respond on the spot is not first class. He was unable to digest and deal with the changes brought about by McDyess's departure, so that in the second half, the Pistons were still in a passive position and could not make any waves. Seeing the tough, but inappropriate attitude of the Pistons in front of him, Kellyanne remembered his previous life, an important signing of the Pistons in the middle and late stages of their performance, Chris Webber. Over the years, continuous injuries have made Webber's knees almost unable to bend. He has lost the speed and explosiveness on which he depends for survival, and can no longer rush to the basket. He carefully completes back-to-back attacks at a slow speed on the court, and is unwilling to make large lateral movements when defending. Straight arm jump shots have almost become Webber's only remaining weapon. After joining the Pistons, Webber's slow movement speed is no longer an unbearable problem in the team's last place offense and defense rhythm in the league. On the defensive end, he only needs to do two things well: low post top defense and protecting rebounds. The Pistons have their own strong defensive system to help him cover up the rest of the problems. The support and shooting abilities he brought from the free throw line played a significant role in lubricating the Pistons' offense. This match made in heaven also allowed fans to see the most gorgeous Pistons offense in many years. Election instead of action hurt the enemy invisibly. Kellyanne smiled. He had the idea of eliminating the Pistons' threat in the bud. The Pistons were tough enough and played high-intensity defense to suppress the Hawks' offense, but due to the lack of a scoring point in the interior, the team's offense has not been able to open up, and finally lost at home with 92-104. The Pistons, the Eastern Conference champions last season, have lost 5 games in the new season, which is their most difficult start in recent years. After the game, the conflict between Garnett and McDyess became the focus of media attention. However, Saunders is Garnett's mentor, and the two have a deep relationship. Therefore, Kellyanne was lenient in his words at the press conference, and did not deliberately target the Pistons. Kellyanne did not speak out, but the league did not intend to let the Pistons go. Superstars like Garnett are the league's box office guarantee, and the Hawks are the traffic team that the league has high hopes for. McDyess's dirty tricks on Garnett obviously touched the league's interests. One day later, the league gave McDyess an additional 1-game suspension as a warning to the Pistons. However, Kellyanne had no time to care about the Pistons' punishment. After returning from Detroit, he immediately met with Larry Sander and urged him to contact some target teams for the team's small forward position reinforcement. However, whether it was the Magic or the Jazz, they could not accept the Hawks' offer of Hassel plus 2007 first-round pick. Hassel's contract is $17 million for 4 years. The Hawks have a great record, and their 2007 first-round pick is likely to be between 28 and 30. Even if 2007 is known as the draft year, it has little to do with the draft pick at this position. It's a bit of a foolish dream to want to use such a draft pick to get rid of Hassel's garbage contract. What's more, the Magic are now ranked 3rd in the East and are considered a direct competitor of the Hawks. The Jazz are currently ranked 2nd in the West and have the hope of returning to the playoffs after a 2-year reconstruction period. The current situation of the two teams does not require trades to destroy the team's good locker room atmosphere and chemistry, unless you let Hassel brush out some data. Otherwise, it will definitely be difficult to deal with. Larry Sander gave his own reminder. When Kellyanne made the request, he felt it was unreliable. Not every team has a Billy King. Oh, miscalculated. If we had known about the Garnett deal, we would rather give away 2 draft picks and keep Posey. Kellyanne regretted. This is a common problem for time travelers. They are infinitely confident in their draft vision and firmly believe that they can select the best players. Subconsciously, they will raise the value of the draft picks in their hands and equate the draft picks with the best rookie in this order. Little do they know that the best is the one that suits them, and some players who are ready to fight are equally important. Seeing Kellyanne sighing here, Larry Sanders' expression was very interesting. Brother, you are now a big 3 team. 12 wins and 1 loss. Number 1 in the league. If you are like this, will other teams still want to play? It is because Larry Sanders did not say this, otherwise Kellyanne would definitely reply to him. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? Kimmy, don't worry too much. The season has just begun, and we still have a lot of room to adjust the loop. If Daniel Gibson and Paul Millsap can be trained, they may be sent out as trading chips to give us the opportunity to strengthen the small forward. Trading is actually like this. You can't expect to use your own unused players to trade for other valuable players. We have to improve the value of the players in the team first, and then it will be easier to talk. Larry Sanders persuaded. Do you need to say this? Without me to improve the trading value of Josh Smith and David Lee, the entire Hawks team can't be traded for Garnett. Do you believe it? However, Larry Sanders' words make some sense. If you want to get rid of junk contracts like Hassel, unless you match them with high quality contracts, it is best to have a potential first year rookie. It's the only way. Kellyanne crossed out Ariz's name from his trading list. Judging from the attitude shown by the Magic, they regarded the Hawks as their direct competitor, and there was basically no room for negotiation. As for the Jazz, CJ Miles was not completely without a chance, but they had to wait until the Jazz reached a stable position before considering these things. From the perspective of improving strength, the most reliable candidate is actually Seen Battier of the Grizzlies, but this also needs to wait for the right time. Because his salary is as high as $8 million, the Hawks can't match Hassel alone, and must add one of Millsap or Anthony Parker. Kellyanne has not thought of trading them yet, and the Grizzlies may not be interested in the Hawks' 3 walnuts and 2 dates. Let's wait and see. Maybe the right time will come when the Grizzlies completely let go of their status and sell assets for draft picks. Under the eager expectation of the fans, the Hawks did not disappoint everyone, defeating the Grizzlies and the Nets 117-98 and 109-101 respectively, and won 10 consecutive games. In the whole November games, the Hawks achieved a record of 13 wins and 1 loss, ranking first in the league. This is a start that can score 99 points. If Kellyanne deducted a point in his heart, it was not the loss to the Magic, but Snyder's departure. However, seeing that the Bobcats achieved a record of 2 wins and 1 loss under Snyder's leadership, and Iverson was reborn under his hands, in addition to the accident, Kellyanne also surged with pride. Such an NBA that has broken away from the established routine is more interesting. Chapter 199 James. December 1st, the NBA officially announced the awards for the best players of the month in the East and West in December, with Garnett and Nash being selected respectively. The big 3 teams themselves are at a disadvantage in the competition for individual player awards, but the Hawks' record of 13 wins and 1 loss in a single month still helped Garnett defeat his rival LeBron James. Even more terrifying is that the Hawks averaged a net win of 12.1 points per game in a single month, and it can be said that every victory was a victory over the opponent with a large advantage, which is also a huge bonus. Returning to the individual performance of the players themselves, Garnett averaged 32 minutes per game, scored 21.5 points, 12.9 rebounds, 4.7 assists, 1.7 blocks, and 1.3 steals. His personal performance was efficient and comprehensive, and was not much inferior to James. Overall, this award is well deserved. In the West, Nash may be more controversial. After losing 4 games in a row at the start, the Mavericks ushered in an 11-game winning streak, and the monthly performance was actually not bad. But there was no way. The runner-up team in the finals lost 4 games in a row at the beginning of the game, which made a deep impression on Nowitzki. In the end, Nowitzki lost in the selection. In the selection of the best rookie of the month in the East and West, Gay and Adam Morrison were respectively elected. This is not a big problem. There are not many rookies who become the main force when they enter the league, and even fewer have sufficient shooting rights to brush up the data. Morrison and Gay are both relatively mature and ready to fight. It is not surprising that they won the best rookie of the month. Gay won the best rookie of the month, but some fans regretted that the team sent him away in the trade. Fans are all such creatures. When doing a business, they want to treat the other party as a fool, but how is it possible? December 2nd, Hawks Training Center. Kellyan gently pushed open the door of the conference room and walked in. Atkinson followed him, holding a laptop and a stack of A4 paper in his hands, and walked into the room. A glance showed that Hornacek and Hamblin had already arrived and were sitting together, chatting and laughing. When the two saw Kellyan and Atkinson come in, they all looked over here and greeted them. Kimmy, Kenny, good morning. Just finished watching the game. The Premier League usually starts at 8 AM in the United States. As a football fan, Kellyan has the habit of watching football games. Atkinson has also worked in Europe for many years before and has a deep interest in football games. The two of them get together, and it can be said that they are like turtles and green beans, and they are attracted to each other. When there is a focus game, they will get together to watch the game. However, this is only in the eyes of Hornacek and Hamblin, who don't understand the situation. In fact, Kellyan supports Chelsea and Atkinson supports Manchester United. The two are still rivals in the championship and hostile relationship. Atkinson has a calm personality and doesn't like to talk about personal matters while working. He simply greeted two colleagues before putting his laptop on the table, taking out a data cable, and connecting it to the projector in the conference room. After some operation, a video playback of a game was presented on the screen in front of everyone. At Kellyan's request, the Eagles office area has been renovated. The conference room is very large, and the layout is different from the previous one, where a table is placed in the middle and people sit around. Instead, there are 6 round tables scattered around, surrounded by chairs, and the chairs are facing the same direction. In front is a huge projection, which is specially arranged to facilitate the team's video class. In the morning, the players did not have to participate in training. Only the coaching staff members were in the conference room, so the 4 of them only occupied a round table in the front. This video conference is also a summary of all the games since the start of the new season. In the first game of the new season, our opponent was the Miami Heat, the champions of last season. We won this game easily, but it does not mean that the game was very valuable, because from the following games, the Heat had not adjusted their status yet. The game itself did not show much. It is worth mentioning that we did not restrict Wade enough. He scored 29 points. Although his shooting percentage was only average, he broke through our defense many times in the game, and this is just the beginning. As the carefully edited game video continued to play, Kellyan calmly expressed his judgment. The 3 assistant coaches focused their eyes on the screen, listened attentively, and expressed their opinions from time to time. Then Kellyan kept marking in his notebook. The second game was against the Philadelphia 76ers. It was a back-to-back game. Maybe it was because the intensity was high at the beginning of the new season, and the players were not used to it. This game was a difficult game for us in the new season, especially because we did not defend Iverson well, allowing him to score 41 points. Wade and Iverson are basically the most capable backcourt players in the league, which caused very obvious damage to our defense. From the results of the game, this kind of fast and explosive attackers have a clear restraining effect on our defense system. The next third game was against the Wizards. In this game, our online double team obviously suppressed the Wizards' passing. As a top scorer, Arenas' breakthrough and ball handling ability were not as good as Iverson's. At the same time, his passing awareness was not enough, so he was easily clamped by the online double team. The highlights after this game even included the kiss between Kellyan and Wangliffen. Hornacek covered his mouth and chuckled, while Atkinson was even more embarrassed than Kellyan. The 4th opponent is the Trail Blazers. So far, the first opponent to defeat us is the Orlando Magic. This game is the most worthy of our careful study. Kellyan looked at everyone and asked for their opinions. Online double teaming can play a very high defensive intensity in a short period of time. If the opponent does not have a top level pass control brain or blaster, it is easy to be suppressed. But there are gains and losses. The more intense the double teaming, the emptier the basket will be, and the more backcourt rebounds will be lost. In the past few days, since he came to the Nets, Atkinson has not only accompanied Kenyan to watch the game, but also spent a lot of time studying this defensive system jointly created by Kenyan and Snyder, and quickly saw the key points. How can this weakness be covered up? Kenyan looked at Atkinson with interest and asked. Replace Dio with an inside player who can protect the basket better, Atkinson said. Adjust Dio to the bench lineup. Replace Dio with a blue-collar player like Perkins? For Kenyan, this is of course the simplest way, but it is also something he does not consider at all. Dio's influence on the offensive end is worth the team's defensive price. Continuing to watch the video, the Hawks performed very well on both offense and defense in the next 10-game winning streak, but there are also problems. The first is the weak spot at the small forward position. Anthony Parker's influence on the defensive end does not match this team, although he has worked hard and contributed above average offense. Perhaps he is more suitable for a substitute role in the team. The second is that the team's bench strength has declined significantly compared to last season, which is also due to Dio's injury and interference with the team's regular rotation. But Bobby Jackson is a little old, Millsap is too immature, and Benga is completely a mascot. These problems exist objectively. Perhaps from a more macro perspective, other teams also have many problems. The Mavericks have simple and scarce tactics, basically unlimited singles, and the two blue-collar center positions are useless except for carrying people. Duncan of the Spurs has begun to decline in this regard, and there are many veterans in the team, and they really can't keep up when encountering teams with strong impact. The Suns' offensive organization is in the hands of Nash alone, and Kenyan has just taught him a lesson with a dignified and open conspiracy. But for Kenyan, who has not yet fully proved himself, he really doesn't want to have seen the team's problems, but can't solve them. He is a time traveler. December 3rd, 8 p.m. The first clash between the Hawks and the Cavaliers in the new season will be held at the Quicken Loans Center, the home court of the Cavaliers. Before the game started, the home fans of the Quicken Loans Center had already shouted slogans such as "Defend the home court and avenge the previous shame." In the playoffs last season, the Hawks faced the Cavaliers in the first round, and the Hawks eliminated the Cavaliers without mercy. James was alone, and was no match for the Hawks. "LBJ, you are the best. LeBron, oh, kill them." In the Quicken Loans Center, the fanatical Cavaliers fans shouted loudly, and the sound waves swept the whole stadium, almost overturning the roof. Amid the cheers of the fans, James came to the technical table, clapped his hands, grabbed a handful of magnesium powder, and then threw it into the air vigorously. This is James's iconic appearance ceremony. Cleveland fans are also happy to play these tricks with him, and even the league is happy to see the scenery belonging to James. After the appearance ceremony, after a simple warm-up, the game is about to officially begin. The Cavaliers' starting lineup is no different from last season, but it does not mean that this team has not improved. James's progress is the biggest reinforcement of the Cavaliers and the source of confidence for the Cavaliers fans. In addition to his personal scoring, James spared more energy to help his teammates, including Larry Hughes and Drew Gooden, who have achieved good data in the new season. With the concerted efforts of the whole team, the Cavaliers started the game with 11 wins and 4 losses, the same record as the Magic, and ranked second in the Eastern Conference with the advantage of win-loss relationship. The game is about to start, and players from both sides are on the court. Mike Brown, as the head coach, took the initiative to shake hands with Kenyan, who was visiting. However, when facing Kenyan, Mike Brown's eyes flickered, and he was more or less a little taboo about the guy in front of him. Beep. The referee blew the whistle and threw the basketball into the sky, and the game officially began. Ilgauskas passed the ball to Snow, and the Cavaliers got the first wave of ball rights. Mr. Sue, what do you think of today's game? For this game, CCTV invited Sujunayang as a commentator. Sujunayang smiled and said, "In terms of strength, the Hawks are definitely stronger. If Kenyan wants to win more easily, he needs to do a good job of defending James. He must set up the first line of defense on the outside and not let James easily break in and face Garnett and Milicic. He can't keep hoping to make up for the inside position. As soon as he finished speaking, James had already forced his way past Parker's defense and rushed to the basket. Garnett made up for the defense in time, but he still didn't force himself to jump after losing his position to avoid being hit by James for a 2+1. This ball is their old problem. The Hawks have had good results since the start of the game, but they rely more on their offense and high pressure defense in a short period of time to make mistakes and counterattack. Their outside defense has certain loopholes. Sujunayang side, Killian's team has always been focusing on offense and neglecting defense. If the problem of defense is not solved, there is still some distance from the championship. Old school basketball players all have this view, and it's nothing strange. The Hawks were on offense. Paul passed the ball to Garnett in the low post. Then he went to the baseline to set a screen for Joe Johnson, who was running. Joe Johnson went up from the baseline, used Paul's screen to get rid of Larry, whose defense received Garnett's pass and shot an open three-pointer. The basketball bounced into the basket. Beautiful. The Hawks' strong side off-ball cooperation was very beautiful. In terms of offense alone, Killian's tactical arrangement is absolutely masterful. The round changed. The Cavaliers were on offense. James dribbled to the front court, raised his right hand to direct his teammates to run, and Joe Johnson blocked him in front of him, ready to fight. James did not call a pick and roll, but took a small step and started directly, trying to use the impact to pass Joe Johnson from the right. Joe Johnson predicted James' route, moved sideways, and blocked James' breakthrough pass sideways. James reacted quickly, just slowed down a little, and then leaned hard on Joe Johnson. Joe Johnson's body stagnated, but James started again and rushed into the inside from Joe Johnson. Garnett stood in the position of assisting defense in advance and blocked in front of James. James made an observation in advance and passed the ball in time. Gooden took a step inside the free throw line to receive the ball, rushed into the basket, and scored a layup. In this shot, the Hawks' defensive strategy was successful. Garnett's subsequent defense had returned to his position and interfered with Gooden, but the opponent's shooting felt better and sent the ball steadily into the basket. Gooden and Big Z both went deep into the basket. The Hawks quickly played offense and defense conversion. Paul dribbled to the front court, tied up the defense, and then passed the ball to Anthony Parker. The latter made a slight adjustment outside the three-point line, raised his hand, and threw a three-pointer. The basketball hit the front of the basket and the rebound was picked up by James. James picked up the rebound and pushed the fast break in the first time. The sprinting James was like a tank moving at full speed. The Cavaliers had Gooden and Big Z in the front court to help tie up the defense, creating a smooth offensive environment for James. James had already hit one at the start of the game. If this goal was not scored, the Cavaliers would be full of arrogance. Without saying a word, Garnett jumped up and went to fight James. Almost carrying Garnett, who rushed over to defend. James slammed the basketball into the basket, and the whistle sounded at the same time. The iconic forced 2+1. The entire Quicken Loan Center was ignited by James's dunk, and the cheers from the whole stadium were deafening. Killian on the sidelines couldn't help but take a deep breath. This dunk was too beautiful. The Hawks handled this ball a little too hastily. How can you shoot a three-pointer during a fast break? Sujunayang questioned Anthony Parker and even Paul's choice. James dunked beautifully, but he missed the free throw. Garnett, who was just dunked, grabbed the defensive rebound and passed the ball to Paul. The latter rushed with the ball, attracted the defense, and passed the ball to Joe Johnson. Joe Johnson's position to receive the ball was not good, just one step inside the three-point line, and then he turned around and dribbled behind him, seemingly waiting for his teammates to come up and play a positional attack. But when James relaxed his vigilance, he suddenly turned around and shot a three-pointer, hitting it. The change of the situation made James dazzled, and before he was ready, the basketball had already passed through the net. 6:6. You are unethical, brother. Joe Johnson, who was in a good mood, made a pistol gesture as a response to James' dunk over Garnett just now. In the first few rounds, the Cavaliers were the dominant team on the field. The team played lively and the fans on the scene were also very noisy. However, Joe Johnson quietly tied the score with 2 3-pointers, which more or less dampened the enthusiasm of the home audience. In the first half of the first quarter, the Cavaliers' offense was still completely controlled by James. Perhaps it was because Anthony Parker and Joe Johnson were not qualified as the barriers for the perimeter defense. James played very fiercely and could rush into the inside line almost every time he attacked. Whether he attacked by himself or passed the ball to assist, he could cause a great threat. On the Hawks side, Joe Johnson and James fought alone, of course, only in scoring. With the ball, running without the ball, and pick and roll offense, Joe Johnson used all kinds of martial arts to fight against James's tyranny and did not let the Hawks suffer. The two sides have been evenly matched, and no one can defend against the opponent's offense. But the situation on the court often changes in just a moment. On the Hawks side, Kellyan replaced Paul and let Daniel Gibson come on the court in order to strengthen the team's firepower at the beginning of the second quarter. After Gibson came on the court, he did not further improve the team's offense, but suddenly activated Larry Hughes first broke through Gibson's defense and rushed into the basket to dunk and score, then hit a 3-pointer from a long-distance jumper, and then stole Joe Johnson's pass and assisted James to dunk and score. In a blink of an eye, he led the team to score 7 points in a row, instantly widening the Eagles' lead from only 2 points to 9 points. Chapter 203 Heroes vs. Lubu. Kellyan's stupid move allowed the Cavaliers to take the lead. In a passive situation, Garnett took on the responsibility of helping the team catch up. After the pick and roll, he did not cut to the basket immediately, but instead moved to the left, received the pass from Joe Johnson, and made a quick stop jump shot. Bang, bang, swish as the basketball bounced on the rim twice, it finally rolled into the net smoothly. 22-15. Compared with Josh Smith, Garnett's pick and roll threat is much greater. Back to the defensive end, Garnett rushed up at the right time to delay James' breakthrough and returned to his position in time after the opponent passed the ball to Gooden to interfere with Gooden's attack. Gooden's strong shot in the face of the basket was ultimately unsustainable after he got to the basket, so he had to pass the ball again. James received the ball, but did not shoot immediately, but instead knocked away Joe Johnson, who was flying over, and attracted Gibson to come up to defend, and then passed the ball to Larry Hughes before the 24 seconds were about to expire. Larry Hughes shot hastily, his face expressionless, and he was about to curse in his heart. How can you play like this? Bang. Although it was a wide open space, Larry Hughes was not prepared for this shot, and he himself was not a shooter type of player, and 3-pointers were not his specialty. Garnett protected the rebound and passed the ball to Joe Johnson to organize the offense. Joe Johnson crossed the half court with the ball, and Milicic came to the top of the arc to cover him. His screen was very solid, and Larry Hughes couldn't squeeze through. Of course, he might not have wanted to squeeze through, but after a little attempt, he chose to go around the defense. Big Z did not follow completely and stayed above the free throw line. Instead, Snow, who had outstanding defensive awareness, rushed over to add a defensive force, leaving Gibson to James to cover. Joe Johnson passed the ball to Daniel Gibson on the wing, who raised his hand and threw a 3-pointer. James's defense was too late, and he could only watch the basketball draw a high arc and fall into the net. 22-18. The Cavaliers management had long coveted Gibson, believing that his 3-point shooting was a perfect match for James, and felt sorry that he was intercepted by the Hawks. However, they underestimated Gibson's shooting speed and were stabbed by him. Immediately, James communicated with Snow about the problem of missing people. Snow felt a little helpless. Hughes was caught in the pick and roll, and Big Z couldn't defend. He let Joe Johnson shoot from a long distance too far outside, and it was necessary for him to make up for the defense. If this is considered missing people, then everyone should take their positions on the defensive end. There was some dispute between James and Snow. Mike Brown saw this and called a timeout to calm the players' emotions, while Kellyan continued to make adjustments and replaced Anthony Parker with Stevens. Historically, Stevens joined the Hawks this season and was disgusted by James in the playoffs. From then on, he turned into a hardcore James hater and provoked James in various ways. Now, he was intercepted by Kayan and transferred to the Hawks, and he still had to shoulder the responsibility of fighting against James. Snow dribbled across half court and handed the ball to James. Stevens immediately stuck to him, holding his lower body with his right hand, and raised his left hand high, covering James' head, leaving him no room to shoot. At the same time, Garnett strolled to the strong side and stood at the edge of the penalty area, as if waiting to make up for the position, leaving Joe Johnson to defend to on the weak side. Seeing this, James did not hesitate at all, pulled the ball sideways, squeezed out a gap, and rushed to the basket, but just when he was half a body length ahead of Stevens, Garnett strode over and blocked him in front of him, and formed a siege with Stevens, firmly blocking James' breakthrough path. James didn't want to fight, and immediately passed the ball to Gooden, who was left alone at the bottom line. After Gooden received the ball, there was no one around him to defend him. He got a completely wide open position. Milicic was guarding the basket. Gooden hesitated for a moment, but still shot from mid-range before Garnett returned to defense. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the basketball hit the front of the basket and bounced into Milicic's hands. A sigh of disappointment rang out in the Quicken Loans Center. But the Hawks players would not care about the feelings of the Cavaliers fans. Milicic passed the ball to Gibson without stopping. The Hawks team immediately switched from defense to offense and rushed to the front court like a tide. Facing the Hawks' surging transition offense, the Cavaliers' retreat was in chaos. Gibson rushed into the basket with the ball and passed the ball backwards. Stevens, who came in from behind, took a step to get rid of the defense after receiving the ball and jumped up to complete a dunk. 20-20, the Hawks returned a 7-0 to the Cavaliers, narrowing the gap to 2 points. Fortunately, Big Z then played against Milicic and turned around to shoot, helping the Cavaliers stabilize the situation. In the round change, it was still a pick and roll between Joe Johnson and Garnett. Joe Johnson raised his hand after a single screen, but the force of the ball was a little short and hit the front of the basket. The rebound was protected by Gooden. The Cavaliers attacked, and James chose to attack from outside the 3-point line. Stevens was still very close to him, and did not give him a chance to start. James' physical fitness can be called a bug, but there is one thing that is not top notch, that is, the explosive power of the first step. Fast, but not that fast, especially compared with top breakthrough players such as Jordan, Hill, and Wade. James' speed is more reflected in the speed after starting, and the impact brought by this body shape and this speed. Gooden came up to do a pick and roll for James, and James, who got a step of space, started quickly. Stevens went up again, but as soon as the two sides had physical contact, Stevens felt as if he was hit by a tank running at full speed. He staggered and sat on the ground. James paused for a moment, then started to accelerate again, and rushed into the inside line, facing Garnett again. Although he failed to dunk the ball, he caused Garnett to foul. This was Garnett's second foul in the first quarter, and both fouls were caused by James' breakthrough. The 1.0 version of James is really destructive. James made 2 free throws, and Kayan made a passive substitution adjustment, replacing Gibson with Paul, and replacing Garnett with Millsap. After the substitution adjustment, the Hawks' offensive routine returned to the state of last season, mainly initiated from the outside, led by Paul and Joe Johnson. Although Dio is not there, there is one less variation in the inside line, but fortunately Paul is more mature than last season, and can accomplish more on the court. Paul dribbled the ball across half court, and Snow immediately pressed up. He did not entangle with Snow too much, but passed the ball to Joe Johnson. After passing the ball, Paul did not stay in place but started running. During the process, he suddenly turned around and ran back. Snow immediately chased after him, but his speed was far inferior to Paul's, and the two sides pulled away. Paul's running tied up the Cavaliers' defense. Joe Johnson pulled the ball, turned around and accelerated, pushed James, and took advantage of the situation to jump back and shoot. The ball drew an arc in the air and fell to the basket, bringing up a wave of white waves. 3 heroes fighting Lubu. This is a real thought of Chinese fans watching the game. Paul's role was not very obvious, but Garnett and Joe Johnson really took turns to compete with James on both offense and defense. There was also Zhao Kang, Stevens, behind them. Even if the Cavaliers maintained a 4-point lead in the first quarter, it was James who played the whole first quarter. 31:27 in a head-to-head game, shortening the team's normal rotation and increasing the playing time of the main players is nothing to Kellyanne. At the beginning of the second quarter, Kellyanne let Paul and Garnett play directly to further suppress the Cavaliers' substitutes. Due to his weight, Garnett prefers to use mid-range shots to solve problems on the offensive end, but this does not mean that he can only jump shot. Facing the inside combination of Varejao and Marshall of the Cavaliers, Garnett found an opportunity to show his tough side. He caught the two of them and pressed their heads. In just 2 minutes, the Hawks played a 12:3 attack wave and overtook the score in one breath. 34:39. The Hawks' morale was completely up. Mike Brown had no other good way to deal with it, so he had to continue to use James to carry the overall situation. The Cavaliers attacked, and James broke through Stevens' defense and passed the ball to Varejao. The actor took a small step and threw the ball out, but Garnett showed no mercy and slapped Varejao's shot to the top of the arc. Paul got the ball first, and seeing Paul take the ball, James quickly returned to defense and tried to chase and block it from behind. Rondo was still a substitute in the Celtics. Rose had not yet entered the league, and James's block shot had not yet shocked the league. Paul jumped up to attract James to accompany him, turned around and handed the ball to Stevens, who faced the falling James and completed a dunk and glared at James after landing. 34:41. The Cavaliers were able to take the lead in the first quarter, and Garnett's early exit was the key. James planned to repeat his old trick and use his attack to magnify Garnett's foul crisis. With the help of Marshall's screen, he temporarily shook off Stevens' defense. Looking at Garnett waiting for him in the inside line, James rushed up without any hesitation. About 1 meter away from Garnett, James slapped the ball fiercely, hugged the ball tightly with both hands, stepped his right foot to Garnett's right, and raised the ball with both hands. Garnett immediately raised his arms completely, and with the advantage of height, he set up a dragnet in front of James. James stepped forward with his left foot to the left of Garnett, and with a heavy kick, he pushed off the ground and flew up. Garnett moved his feet quickly and immediately jumped up, and his right hand directly covered the ball held by James. Facing Garnett's block, James received the ball with his right hand, combined the ball, switched to his left hand, and lifted the ball to the basket. He almost completed the copy of Jordan's layup in the air. Why do I say almost? Because it didn't go in. After completing a series of actions, James was already at the end of his strength after changing hands, and his left-handed layup was very reluctant. On the other hand, if he scored, considering that the defender was Garnett, the gold content of this goal should be higher than Jordan's goal. Oh, this ball, it was really just a little bit short. Meteor Shower also exclaimed, he is really the man closest to Jordan. This mid-air handover is also a masterpiece of Jordan. McGrady, I think he mentioned in an interview that he imitated this action in training and almost fell to death. As a result, James really almost completed it. Suchunayang is considered to be a relatively calm commentator among CCTV. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but praise. The Hawks still played Paul and Garnett's high pick and roll. Varejao's defensive position was obviously more forward than before, but from the distance between him and Garnett, Varejao was more afraid of Garnett's breakthrough, so he didn't rush forward to get close. However, in this position of power forward, combined with the output and hit rate of mid-range shots, Garnett is one person above 10,000 people. Sure, James' appearance did not help the Cavaliers regain the advantage again. Paul and Garnett have formed a tacit understanding, just like the beautiful blueprint that Kellyanne drew for Garnett. In time, Paul and Garnett's pick and roll lethality will not be inferior to Stockton and Malone back then. The difference is that the Hawks still have Joe Johnson. If the Jazz still had a top 7 shooting guard in the league, I'm afraid that Jordan would have found it difficult to change his fate. The situation was not good. Before the score difference reached double digits, Mike Brown replaced the main players such as Larry Hughes and Big Zed to help fight against the Hawks. With help, James could barely face the Atlanta Double Devils. But the Hawks still have Joe Johnson behind them. And it was a Joe Johnson with a bursting hand. After playing the second quarter with the Hawks' big three, James played for 22 minutes in the first half and rested for 2 minutes. The team was beaten 12:3. How to play this? The halftime score difference between the two sides was fixed at 69:56. The 13-point difference was not big, but it was not that easy to catch up. During the 15-minute halftime break, Kellyanne once again emphasized the problem of offensive rhythm in the locker room. In the third quarter, we have to speed up the offensive rhythm and run, so that the opponent has to follow our rhythm. The Cavaliers' counterattacks are very powerful, but the one with strong athletic ability is actually James. Sprinting back and forth, except for him, he will be exhausted. Without the support of his teammates, James can't turn the world upside down. While saying this, QIUSEN patted Stevens on the shoulder. "Deshaun, you did a great job in the first half. Come on, teach that guy a good lesson." Stevens' defense against James in the first half was only average. James made 9 of 16 shots in the first half, with a high hit rate. But facing Stevens' sticky defense, even James can't avoid spending more physical energy and energy to attack. This consumption is also reflected in the fact that James' willingness to assist in defense on the defensive end has deteriorated. Therefore, Kellyanne takes Stevens' contribution on the defensive end very seriously. The 15-minute break in the middle of the game was fleeting, and soon both sides returned to the court to fight in the third quarter. At the beginning of the game, Kellyanne noticed that at the beginning of the third quarter, James reduced ball control and reunion, but instead coordinated more, passed the ball, and used his own offensive threats to help his teammates get a better offensive environment. But how could Kellyanne give him this opportunity? Larry Hughes held the ball, and the Hawks directly double-teamed. Joe Johnson and Garnett pressed Larry Hughes to the bottom corner, forcing him to jump up and pass the ball. Paul blocked the passing line and directly counterattacked and scored a one-stop fast break. Compared with the defense that was penetrated by Wade and Iverson at the beginning of the new season, the Hawks' double teaming on the line has also been continuously improved in actual combat. It has a strong restraining effect on most ball holders. Either you have a big ball holder with outstanding passing awareness, or you have a blaster at the level of Wade and Iverson, or you can polish a set of highly targeted ball passing systems. Obviously, Larry Hughes is not the first two types of players, and Mike Brown does not have the ability to break Kellyanne's tricks. When the ball returned to James and the rhythm of the game accelerated involuntarily, the game entered into Kellyanne's design. After being counterattacked by the Hawks and the score difference was about to reach 20 points, Mike Brown stood up again and kept yelling to the court. Otherwise, how can you say that being a head coach is a high-risk job? Whether it is basketball or football, the head coach has to face complex and changeable game situations. His mood is like a roller coaster, and his blood pressure will soar from time to time. Without a strong psychological quality, he can't be a head coach at all. On the other hand, Kellyanne was sitting on the team bench, drinking a drink, and chatting and laughing with Atkinson beside him. Mike Brown's gaze seemed to be felt by Kellyanne. He looked up, and looked over here, smiled at Mike Brown, raised the paper cup to signal, and Mike Brown reluctantly nodded and retracted his gaze. The state of Kellyanne and Mike Brown is a true portrayal of the players on the court. The Hawks players are calm, while the Cavaliers are strong on the outside, but weak on the inside, relying on James to force themselves not to collapse. After the third quarter, the Hawks led the Cavaliers by 21 points with 99:78. When the red light came on, the Quicken Loan Center was silent. Such a huge score difference made the Cavaliers doomed. They were doomed in the fourth quarter. The big three of the Hawks did not appear again, and played all 3 quarters. Gibson, who almost joined the Cavaliers, played the entire fourth quarter. In front of the Cavaliers, who almost became his home team, he made 3 of 4 3-pointers in a single quarter, and scored 11 points. In the end, the game ended, and the Hawks defeated the Cavaliers 125-109. James scored 31 points, 8 assists, 7 rebounds and 2 steals in the game, but he was alone, and could not win the game by himself. Pavlovic scored 18 points, the second of the Cavaliers, but it was not very useful. He scored 12 points in the last quarter. The Hawks mainly relied on the big three today. Paul scored 15 points, 9 assists and 3 steals. The data was not very good, but when Joe Johnson and Garnett were in good shape, he stably delivered the shells to the two of them. This is what a point guard should do. Moreover, in the second half of the first quarter, Paul and Joe Johnson supported the Hawks, who were constrained by the foul crisis of Garnett. This is also a great contribution. Joe Johnson scored 27 points in 3 quarters and was the team's leading scorer today. In the first quarter, he was a sharp knife for the Hawks offense. In the second quarter, he was the key man for the Hawks to widen the gap. Joe Johnson is also using his performance to prove that he deserves the title of third giant. Statistically speaking, Garnett with 25 plus 11 is the best player of the Hawks today. In fact, he is already the cornerstone of the team. For the team, he plays steadily, and the fans can't feel it. Once he is gone, problems will be exposed immediately. Today's game is a typical example. His contribution is not just to press Varejao and Marshall to brush the data, but covers all aspects of the game. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.